This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Thrown under the bus.
No. Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
Sam, you're wrong. I'm sorry, but you're wrong.
Log on and join our live conversation.
I'm in. Tori just won't let it go.
No. DBL starts right now.
3, 2.
Welcome to Daily Blast Live. It's Wednesday, January 16th. We are live, and we are talking about what you're talking about. I'm here with Tori, Bo, Brandon, and I'm Sam. Let's get started. Well, if you think the government shutdown has not affected you yet, you might want to think again. First off, 46,000 IRS workers are now being asked to go back to work without pay. They return as tax season kicks off at the end of the month, but not all IRS functions will return to normal, including audits and taxpayer assistance. And some experts are saying the shutdown is making it less safe to fly. And the shutdown is even threatening the Super Bowl as security concerns and slowdowns at airports could spell serious trouble. Here's what the Atlanta mayor had to say about it.
We aren't a stranger to large events, so I do believe that we are as prepared as we can possibly be. Certainly, there are factors that we don't control, such as what's happening with our federal government shutdown and with the long TSA lines.
And speaking of the Super Bowl, a new poll is out about those splashy Super Bowl ads. 2/3 of consumers say commercials with political statements are inappropriate for the big game. So do you think that that will change certain companies, Tori? What if Gillette puts out that controversial ad that we talked about yesterday? I know it's just online right now, but what if they showcase that on the Super Bowl? Inappropriate or right on the mark?
Not only right on the mark, brilliant as a marketing strategy. Now that you're told not to do it even more, to say this is my freedom of speech, to say this is where I can express it with the biggest platform. I'm taking the biggest risk, but you get the biggest reward. And I think if you are smart, you use this like a CD that would say parental explicit lyrics.
Yep.
Who didn't want to buy that one? I think this is where the marketing people are going to show the most controversial ads.
Agree, Bo, or disagree?
You know, I've thought about this. Corporations, of course, have a right to say whatever they want to. They can get political if they want to. My thing is if 2/3 of people are saying it's inappropriate, what backlash effect will we see? How can we measure this? I'm trying to remember, guys. Did Nike run their ad, the Kaepernick ad, in last year's Super Bowl?
No, not in the Super Bowl.
So
no.
this would be a pretty bold statement if it happened. How do you measure that? Do we see it in just a little bump in stocks? What do you see in the long term?
Basically, I see a lot of reward because I think you could see some stocks building and their reputation builds, but I don't see a lot of risk. So what? People are annoyed at your ad. They don't do anything qualifiable
You don't think
or
those
quantifiable.
2/3 of people might not buy Gillette razors?
I really don't in the end.
People were burning Nikes, and look how Nike stock rose. And I look at it, they can do whatever they want. You're paying $5 million plus for a 30-second ad. And what's too political or what's too socially aware? I believe it was either last year or a couple years ago, Toyota did a commercial where it was a Muslim person, a Jewish person, and a Christian person, and they were all rushing to a football game, and it said,
Unites us all.
We're all one team.
Love it.
So is that too political?
No, but
I don't
that's
think
less
so.
divisive.
But yeah, but now let me ask you this though.
Okay.
You are a former NFL player.
Yep.
You've been to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
As an NFL player, is this what you want to see with the NFL? Do you like that the NFL has become so political, or do you just want it to go back to football?
I like that the NFL has become woke. There's certain things I say can cross the line and can make things divisive, but at the same time, there's no longer just being that young Brandon London, 23 years old, with your first check going and buying rims. Now guys are putting money away. Guys are doing things that are putting more into their communities and bringing people together.
Well
so
said,
I like
Brandon.
what's going on right now,
All right.
honestly.
All right, and we want to hear from you, DBL Nation, so chime in using the hashtag DBL Take. Well, we all love viral videos, but sometimes prank or viral challenge videos, they can be dangerous. And now YouTube is taking a stand, banning them from its video sharing service. It's all because of the newest viral challenge based on the Netflix movie Bird Box. People film themselves doing tasks while blindfolded, but some took the challenge way too far, crossing the line into dangerous territory. Just look at this police tweet, okay, showing what happened when someone did the Bird Box challenge while driving with, of course, predictable results. So do you think YouTube can really police this kind of content, especially when these videos get clicked on all the time? I, for one, if you want your video to get clicked on, you're going to be using hashtags and words to get people to go to that video. So you better believe that YouTube's going to have an algorithm that see those specific viral challenges and I think that it could work. I really do.
Don't you guys think we are in some ways rewarding and celebrating idiocy?
Yes, we are.
Because let me give you an example. I don't know if you guys know who Logan Paul is. He's a very big
horrific.
YouTube. Let me tell you some of the things this guy's done. He tasered rats. He gave CPR to a fish outside of a pond, and he showed a suicide corpse outside of Japan. He was temporarily banned. How much do you guys think he makes a month?
Oh, God.
Just take a guess.
I know how much. I would say
spot on.
What?
$1 million
I was gonna say 20 grand?
a month. That's what we're celebrating.
It's disgusting. So do you like this ban then? You're for freedom of speech, but do you like this ban?
But it is not positive for our society, and I'm a big free speech advocate. Tori knows this too. But I think when you're doing things that are detrimental to society and to harm yourself and others, absolutely not.
I totally disagree.
If you're harming others, really,
harming others, of course.
Well, he does harm others.
I hear Logan Paul and all that. I do understand there are rules, but the second you say you're banning pranks that are dangerous, you've crossed completely A, freedom of speech, and B, a fuzzy line. What's dangerous? What's a prank? How can you?
What if they
starting fires?
But you could say that that's actually just freedom of speech of something I'm certainly allowed to do.
You can't yell fire in a movie theater.
I agree, but that's different than starting a fire in your backyard.
But we have data that shows that it inspires or it influences kids specifically to go and partake in these challenges that are dangerous.
And agree, but they knew that, the founding fathers, and still said even bad, horrible, ugly hate speech is part of speech.
I don't think.
But in this, and then we'll go to the next story.
Taking it down off YouTube, that's not a consequence. We need to start locking people up.
So you think law enforcement should get involved in this and prosecute because you got video evidence?
There you go.
Absolutely.
I'm okay with that, especially when it comes to the Logan Pauls of the world.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And one dad got more, this story, you guys. He got more than he bargained for when he tried to discipline his 16-year-old daughter. The 16-year-old called the police on her dad, claiming he stole her $800 cell phone that she said did not belong to him. Here's what the dad told officers after she password protected her phone.
Took her phone from her because she's a juvenile. Okay. I don't want her to have it. Okay. I can't inspect it.
See if you can guess who the police sided with. Take a look.
Guess what? Everything that you own belongs to your mother and your father. Having a phone is not a right.
It's a privilege.
Okay.
Who do we agree with? Who do you agree with?
Cops, because here's the thing. I think that unless unless she's illegally emancipated, unless that she signed the contract, that is not her phone. We need to know, is she sending nude photographs to someone? This is a parental issue. And I'm sorry.
Tori?
I agree, but I completely agree with you. It is the dad on this one, but I do think she has a right that she could take this to the courts and say, I know it's ridiculous. I know, but guess what? If she paid for that, which I know a lot of our producers did, and she signed that contract, that's her property.
Okay. I think what an entitled teen.
Wow.
What an entitled, what, you disagree?
No, because I look at it, if something was to happen, then we'd be jumping on that father saying, you're not doing your parental duties.
I defend
I know.
Yeah.
So it's like, how can she take her to court? It's going to be hard for a court to uphold that.
He's trying to parent, like other parents, many parents out there, when their child is doing something that they're not supposed to be doing, what's the one thing that they're really attached to? Whether it's their iPad, whether it's their video games, or it's their phone.
Do we change our minds if she's 18?
Yeah,
yes.
She's an adult.
18 years old.
100%. You can go and you can go to college. You can flee the house. I mean,
what if
you're emancipated?
What if you're 16? You just saved up. You bought a car. Your dad takes the car away from you. It's in your name. That's your vehicle.
I don't care if you saved up for it. You're still living under. You're still living under the house of your parents, and they're still the ones that have to parent you. My parents took away the car that I saved up for, and they should have. We'll tell you that story in a minute.
Samantha.
Okay, but they did the right thing. I applaud my parents. Elementary school students study all the subjects like English, math, and science, but what about etiquette? A school in Indiana now has a mandatory etiquette class for 5th graders. The school says students learn to make eye contact while shaking hands, work on active listening and manners. So DBL Nation, what do you think? Should etiquette classes be mandatory for students everywhere? Head to dblvote.com. Let us know what you think. I'm going to kick off this conversation. I think this is wonderful. I think it should start earlier.
Yeah. Keep going.
Good.
Keep going.
Good.
No, I agree. I have nieces and nephews. I took my nephew to go get a haircut over the Christmas break, and he walks up to the barber, and he's like, hey, and I tell him, hey, stand straight. Tell him what you want. Shake his hand, look him in the eye, and introduce yourself. That's just something that's preparing these kids for life. Yeah. I don't see anything wrong with it.
We have parents that are educators. There needs to be more respect in the classroom for those teachers. It teaches real-world skills, real-world professionalism, shaking someone's hand, looking them in the eye. Those are real-world skills you need. Yep. I took calculus. Do I use it? Hell no.
and I was just going to say that. And also, guys, and this is someone coming from someone that was a super overachiever. And it's like, even if you go to Yale and you do all these things and you get the best degrees and all of this, and you're in a meeting and you go to shake the hand and you have a dead fish, it's over.
Over.
So this could literally change someone's life by this knowledge. And trigonometry, I agree. Not
or if you're rude.
Yeah.
No one wants to be around a rude
or dressed
person.
wrong, right?
Yes,
Or, exactly.
It's important.
Yes.
I still look at people look at me crazy when I'm in the Uber and I say yes ma'am, no ma'am, and I'm low 30s years old. I'm not gonna be that way. But some lady, she's like, I never hear that anymore. No one says that anymore.
Because your parents raised you a certain way.
Yeah, and Japan is known for this. They're known for their early elementary years. They don't even give out grades. They're still teaching curriculum, but part of that curriculum, a large part of it, is character building.
I love it.
Mindfulness.
Wow.
My mom taught mindfulness as a 4th grade teacher, and she saw the difference in her students. And I think all that should be applied in our everyday curriculum. Let's see what DBL Nation thinks. They say 73%. Yes, so we are all on the same page.
Pinkies up, everyone.
And it should be.
Pinkies up.
Do you think it should be federally backed? Because, like Al said, or one of our co-hosts said in the morning, do you want just people teaching what they think is etiquette in their small town, as opposed to as a national level?
I think it's important for the parents to know what that curriculum is. If somebody thinks etiquette to me is teaching my daughter how to curtsy, I would have a problem with that. What is that, Tori?
Hell no.
Okay. TBL is live. We'll bring you breaking news as soon as it happens. Coming up next, TV host Chris Hansen is used to talking about crime, but now he's in hot water himself. We got all the details. Also, Deal or No Deal host Howie Mandel tells us if he remembered the Duchess of Sussex back when she was a briefcase girl on his game show. And you, the viewer, you're our 5th host. What's your definition of cheating? And does it include watching adult films? Your comments coming up next.
Tired of
So I have a really good question about this to you and the rest of the panel. So I want to talk about the dad and the police. Everyone's writing in, Tori, the police is the dad was reasonable. You're an idiot. I have a real quick question for Sam and Brandon. Okay, I know I sounded crazy when I talked about the dad with the phone. What if the daughter was in somewhat of an uncomfortably abusive situation, and that phone was her way of getting out, and the dad took it and wouldn't let her have her back? Is there any way you would see then?
Of course, but I think that you're going to see a pattern of behavior. You're going to see, I think that would be an anomaly.
Okay, so that's
an aberration. And if there's like a history and this girl's being abused and this was her way of like somehow, her lifeline, so to speak, as Tori well described that, I don't think this is the case.
That's a great opportunity for the child when the cop comes and says, listen, this is the property father, you say, listen, I have a situation right now with my father. I encourage you to open the phone and look at what I'm saying.
Maybe you're right, and it's just an opposing views. All right, guys, let us know what you think. A lot of people writing in. We'll talk soon.
Welcome back to DBL. Have you ever busted your partner watching adult films? Well, experts are redefining what cheating is In this new digital age, most agree that sexting people outside of your relationship is off limits, but what about watching adult videos in secret? According to an adult film website, about 100 billion adult video clips were viewed in 2016, and that number has only grown since. That's more than 5,000 centuries of adult videos watched on the popular site in just the course of a year. So, DBL Nation, do you consider adult videos to be a form of cheating? Brandon, let's take it away. Let's get right to their comments.
All right, here we go. Candy from Facebook says it depends on if it's out in the open or being hidden. I think it's something that they need to talk about because people come from different backgrounds, and adult films are, are a little risque when it comes to that conversation. My mom used to say, "How you show me the prettiest woman in the world, and I'll show you the guy that's tired of hooking up with her," and it's vice versa. So if it's something that's being used to spice up the bedroom life, I think it's okay.
Okay.
Chloe from Twitter says watching adult videos is cheating. Stop invalidating other people's feelings. It's important that you should talk with your partner, excuse me, about how it makes them feel. Yeah. All right. Let's all laugh. That was bad. I will say very quickly, I am completely disagree with you respectfully. I think sex is a very important part of your relationship. I think adult films can be fabulous for the bedroom. I think you should challenge yourself to look at things like fetishes and all that in a positive light. It can really help with communication. Americans tend to be somewhat puritanical. If it becomes an addiction, we have a problem. But other than that, I'm okay with this.
And Naomi from YouTube says, from my experience, I didn't get upset with my husband watching adult videos in the past thinking it was cheating. But then our PC crashed because of viruses. And we spent hours trying to fix it.
Gotta watch out for those
viruses.
Well, here's my issue with it, because I think it creates unrealistic expectations. I don't necessarily think it's cheating, but this is from psychologist Philip Zimbardo of Stanford. It begins to change brain function in the reward center of the brain and produces excitement and addiction. So it's rewiring the brain. Here's the thing, guys. Adult films are easy relationships. Real-world relationships are hard. You're taking the easy way out, and when you hit that reward center in the brain, that dopamine, you will keep coming back to it, and I think it can create an unrealistic situation.
And then really quickly, we just got a comment in from Jane H. on YouTube. She says it's cheating, plain and simple. I agree with all of you. I think everything in moderation, because it can definitely go to the extreme that Bo was speaking of, but it can also be used as a healthy tool. We are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at this moment.
Well, Sam, Chris Hansen usually takes down criminals, but the former To Catch a Predator host has found himself on the other side of the law. He was arrested Monday night in Connecticut, turning himself in to cops over a series of bounce checks. Last year, Hansen bought $13,000 worth of mugs, decals, and shirts for a marketing event, but he allegedly failed to pay for the business for those goods. Hansen, who recently hosted Crime Watch Daily, was just released from jail, and he hasn't commented on the case.
Yikes.
Free Chris Hansen.
I mean, no, if you stiff a small business, if you stiff a company, you gotta suffer those consequences.
We haven't heard his side of the story yet.
That could bury a small business.
We haven't heard his side of the story yet.
There are two sides to every story, but I don't think they would have put him in jail if he was innocent.
Don't live outside your means.
Yeah.
True.
Balance your checkbook.
True.
There's nothing worse than someone who doesn't pay, and it's a small business, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing worse.
It's horrible.
Fix it.
Thank you. All right, coming up on DBL, we're chatting with Howie Mandel about the reboot of Deal or No Deal and asking him if he really recalls Meghan Markle back when she was on the original show. We'll be right back.
Okay, really quick, Jamie Bianco from Twitter, Sam. Great topics, but truly distracted by Sam's amazing floral shirt.
Zara.
Where is it from? Tell us everything.
It is like I think a season ago. So I believe Hannah and I purchased this last year. So, but it's Zara. It was like $30. And it's, oh, actually, it might be H&M, even cheaper. Is this H&M?
I think it's H&M.
I think it's H&M. Yeah,
H&M.
it's H&M.
H&M.
And this was also a year ago. But yeah, H&M, I think it was like $20. Maybe you can still find it. They tend to hang on to inventory sometimes. Yeah, me too.
It's just hard for me to shop off the rack.
Yeah.
Like I have long arms, long limbs, but my body, my torso is usually skinny, so it's hard sometimes.
Yeah. You got to go with probably a long,
yeah,
like a 40 long or 40 something long.
My jacket size is 44 long.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tall people problems.
When the opening of Zara happened here, I was in there with my girlfriend, and who did I run into? Him. He was there.
Zara has great clothes. Zara men, I got introduced to that in Montreal.
Good stuff.
And I mean, the Zara men in Montreal was amazing. So I came down here and I want to shop Zara again.
Woo!
Thanks, DBL, for
guys.
your take.
Thank you for the compliment on my shirt.
Welcome back to DBL, and today's Chatting with the Stars. I had so much fun chatting with Deal or No Deal host Howie Mandel. He is so busy, we had to catch him commuting between his many gigs. Check it out. Let's get a fist bump in. There you go, buddy. Howie Mandel. Take a look.
Read it out loud.
Say deal to this offer, and 25 of your choir students will receive an all-expense-paid trip to London.
I am fist bumping my next guest. Thanks for joining us. It's Howie Mandel. Welcome to Daily Blast Live, Howie. Thanks for being here.
I'm a germaphobe, so I didn't want to be in the same room as you. So I am outside the building just Ubering.
Now, it's been almost a decade since Deal or No Deal was on TV. Tell us what prompted this return that I'm now obsessed with my husband.
I know, it's better now than it ever was.
So
it's
good.
Deal or No Deal 2.0, so it's still $1 million, 26 models, bigger and better than it ever was, a female banker. You will cry, you will laugh, you will scream.
We all think of one person other than Howie Mandel when we think of Deal or No Deal. It rhymes with Schmegin Schmarkle, so it's of course Meghan Markle. How did you discover the first time that the Duchess of Sussex was actually a briefcase model on the show?
I just found out from you. Oh my God, I didn't know. What a surprise this has been.
No.
I had no idea. Did you hear that? There's somebody out talking to the guy, the Uber driver. Schmegin Schmarkle worked with me. I didn't remember her until Harry popped the question and they started showing all the press, and I saw her standing there with a briefcase, and I go, I wish I remembered her.
Now, your wife actually convinced you to step into your role as a game show host. Why were you not interested at first? Because it seems like such a good transition.
Because in 2005, no comedian was a game show host. I just thought that would be the nail in the coffin of my career.
Got it.
And as luck would have it, it changed my life, and it's been the biggest success I've had to date.
You're also a judge in America's Got Talent, and the champion Susan Boyle already skipped her way to the finals. Howie, do you think she's going to win?
I think there's a good chance. It's not up to me. It's up to super fans from the 50 states. So you never know who's going to be there for the final.
Wow. Well, as another stand-up comic who became a TV host, I got to say, think of you as such a role model. What an honor it was to chat with you here at DBL. We're excited that Deal or No Deal is back, and we look forward to watching the season, Howie.
I think after all my years in the business, I realized what you're trying to say is goodbye.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You totally read the room.
But I'm giving you and the Uber driver both 5 stars.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the Academy. I want to thank my parents. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Watch my special. Watch Deal or No Deal in AGT. Bye-bye.
He was so cute. Catch a new episode of Deal or No Deal tonight on CNBC and America's Got Talent Champions Monday nights on NBC. Plus, his Showtime comedy special premieres this Friday. He's busy. He's
Tori, that
busy.
was a great interview. I got a question.
Yeah.
What the new Deal or No Deal, the new version, is it the exact same as the old one, or what makes it different?
So what we talked about and you didn't see is there's a female banker now, and you can counter the banker. So if she offers you something, you can offer and counter back. So it's a real, and I've kind of gotten into it with my husband, so it's been phenomenal.
I love that he was in an Uber.
How weird!
Only on Deal. Yeah, so good. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to DBL. In today's Chatting with the Stars, the hilarious Steve Zahn and Lamorne Morris give us an inside look of their new show, Valley of the Boom. It's all about the tech evolution in the 90s. And let me tell you, these two guys had me cracking up like nothing else when I talked to them earlier. Check it out.
One word, Netscape. Netscape? They have zero concept of what Netscape is.
It's the biggest IPO since Microsoft.
Congratulations.
This is the beginning of what they called the browser wars.
Prepare to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Steve Zahn and Lamorne Morris. They're hilarious and they're here. Thank you so much for joining DBL. The nerd in me is so excited to learn more about the bizarre world that sparked the 90s tech boom. So let's talk about your new Nat Geo docudrama, Valley of the Boom. It includes interviews, acting, interpretive dance, and even a rap battle. What's going on and what was it like working on such a unique project?
Yeah, it was insane. I loved every second of it. It was one of my favorite gigs. Wow. Aside from wearing a fat suit and wearing a bad wig. Yeah.
I thought the wig was sexy.
I did too. I did too. Tell us about your roles in this 6-part miniseries.
Go ahead. My character, Darren, he's an amalgam of all the stockbrokers of that period. He kind of saw. Yeah, he saw dollar signs. He saw what was happening on the West Coast, and he thought, how do we capitalize on this? You know.
I play Michael Fain. He was the founder of Pixelon. Oh. It was a huge company. He actually threw a party, like a $10 million party, where he got The Who out of retirement, Kiss, Leanne Rimes. And like an infamous party.
Yeah. Wow. Did either of you have a really funny AOL email address a long time ago or screen name at some point in the 90s? Mine was, of course, Have2Dream with the 2 symbol because I was cool. Did you guys have any good AOL names?
My screen name was Hummer21.
Oh
my
I liked
God.
So cool.
Really? Because my basketball number was 21. I was the coolest.
You seem cool.
I was 21 at AOL.com.
Well, thank you guys, Steve and Lamorne. We cannot wait to see it. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for taking the time at DBL.
Thank you.
Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. What do we got, Tori?
All right, well, Naomi says, I personally just want to enjoy the game. I think she's talking about Super Bowl, obviously, and take a break from all the political talk for at least several hours. It's not healthy for me to keep talking and all constantly, especially with a home divided. That's so normal for our audience, I think. I wanted to get into Samantha Perkins just wrote in on Twitter about adult films. My daughter's father used to watch it all the time when we were together. It got so bad he stopped wanting to be with me. So there is a dark side, and I want to say if you're watching it together or it's not an addiction. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I meant kind of by the, you know, it's rewiring your brain and may create an unrealistic expectation of what you want in the bed.
Yeah, it's exactly right.
I don't know if I agree with that. Once someone is over someone, then there's nothing that can make them want to be back with that person.
But let's say you are over someone and you're only watching adult films. Yeah, as Bo said, you're going to be desensitized to what somebody might want in the bedroom because you're so skewed to what you want.
That's true.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. It can really affect a
Overwhelm
relationship.
your whole
yeah, but it can be healthy too. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye, guys.
Hi, DBL Nation. Kelly Schuberth here with
Tori Shulman.
And it is Wednesday. I almost said Monday. I'm glad it's not Monday. I know, these flyaways are like...
I got it. You're good.
Also, can I tell you something just real quick while you're touching my flyaways? There was this dramatic moment on The Bachelor this week where these two girls were arguing and then all of a sudden the other girl starts touching the other girl's head and fixing her flyaways and she's like, yeah, I've got flyaways for days. And they like start arguing about it. It was really good. Anyway, thanks for being a friend and fixing that.
Anytime.
And not like someone I'm arguing with.
Anytime.
So we are on day 26 of the government shutdown. We're, of course, here every day in the break room at 9:30 Mountain Standard Time. We like to talk about the top trending stories of the day. I'm sure you're getting sick of hearing about the government shutdown. But it's our job to talk about it. We're sick of it
talking
too.
about it.
Yeah,
We're
we're
sick of
over
talking.
it. Day 26. What's happening now is today Atlanta's mayor is speaking out about the Super Bowl. So we saw in Atlanta earlier this week those 3-hour security wait lines. She's starting to get worried about the people coming in and the people leaving for the Super Bowl. So she says they're preparing the best they can from their vantage point. She says on a normal day, 60 to 80,000 passengers travel through the Atlanta airport or go through security leaving the Atlanta airport.
Oh, no.
They're calling it Mass Exodus Monday, and they expect 110,000 passengers to be traveling through. So if there's not enough TSA agents, that's going to be obviously a big problem. I'm sorry, I'm just like holding your rundown.
You're
and not
fine.
even giving one to you.
Yeah, I think the Super Bowl is going to be where we see things clearly in
Start
chaos.
to crumble.
Yeah, start to crumble. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
So in the meantime, 46,000 workers.
Because it's in Atlanta.
Yes, it's in Atlanta.
If you were like me, like I wouldn't know that, like, right?
Yes,
it's in Atlanta.
good point, Tori. It is in Atlanta this year.
And that's one of the busiest airports in the world.
Busiest airports in the world. Yeah.
And the line is, I think, about 3.5 hours long now?
Yeah, it's long. And they say it keeps getting better and then getting worse and getting better and getting worse. But again, it just depends on how many TSA officers that day are calling in sick, which there's no way of telling.
And if I were a TSA agent, and I'm not saying I would think this is a good thing, but if you want to make the most impact,
I would be calling in sick.
On Super Bowl.
Yep.
I think that's how you make an impact. In some ways, it's a bit of a strike.
And it's hard because it's like you want to work for your country and you want to protect your country, but at the same time, at that point, we'll be at how many days of the government shutdown? That's what, 2 weeks away?
That's indentured servitude.
It's a lot.
And that's against the 13th Amendment. I'd also like to point out that our airports are now getting significantly more dangerous.
Less safe. And they are saying that today. They're saying, I want to get it exactly right. It's now less safe than it was before the shutdown began. So there's no denying that. That's coming from the National Air Traffic Controllers Association today. Yeah. Not a good thing.
No, nothing good about this.
Nothing good is coming from this. IRS workers, did I say that? 46,000 IRS workers are being called back to work today. They won't be paid, but they are being called back to work to issue those tax refunds.
Let's ask this question. What would you do? Would you go to work?
That's the question, yeah. Would you go to work? Our timer fell again, Alex. Would you go to work? And I have a question for you.
Yes.
You're our legal eagle.
Yes.
If I work for the government
yes.
and I decide not to show up for work,
yes.
can they legally fire me?
Yes, but then you can sue for wrongful termination.
Okay, that's what I'm wondering. Yeah. You can sue back.
Yeah, just so you know, there's a big group of industries that are basically doing class action lawsuits against the government. Okay. Literally as we speak, they're filing them now. They're saying there's no way you can have me force me to
go to work.
Force me to go to work and then not pay me.
Not to mention these people have to go find other jobs to pay, give their kids food on the table and stuff like that. So they have to be able to go do that.
Right, and some of the response is, well, you're getting back pay. Right, but like in the meantime, I can't pay rent. Yeah, and it's in some ways you're not getting any due process. You're not. I mean, there's all these things you could sue for.
Okay, so that was my question yesterday. I know some DBL Nationers had that question as well. So thank you for clearing that up for us.
Yes. Oh yes.
So another thing today, this just happened right before the show. Nancy Pelosi is now asking the president to reschedule his State of the Union address. Now that is supposed to happen on the 29th.
And we're on the
26th day of the shutdown, but it's the 16th day of January.
So and they went on January 29th.
Yep.
Okay. Got
it. So not far from now. In the meantime, his people are preparing his speech, but they're saying if the government shutdown is still ongoing, the speech is going to be all about the government shutdown.
I can't imagine listening to a president speak about the State of the Union when the State of the Union is in shutdown. What is he going to talk about? If I were he, I wouldn't do it.
No, I would cancel it. Yeah, I would reschedule it. That's what I would do too, but it seems like he's going to be taking advantage of it. Oh, man.
I feel like when we talk about the State of the Union, we should just be like, it's bad, and like walk away.
Yep.
It's not good.
Sorry.
Happy Wednesday.
Checking your comments.
What a downer today. Sorry. What
Tori
a buzz.
and I are a little all over the place today. It's fine. Stacey Sorba says hello and happy Wednesday.
Hi,
Happy Wednesday, Stacey.
I hope everyone's doing well.
Yes. It's a great day here at Daily Blast Live. It's going to snow soon. Did you know that?
Are you a snow person?
I don't know. I'd rather just have the sun.
I've
gotten so used to the sun. I don't mind when it snows and then the sun comes out. But if it's snowing during the day, I want to be at home. Watching Netflix.
Ugh.
Speaking of Netflix, I have to ask you this, DBL Nation.
Netflix.
I don't even know the name of the show, but Marie Kondo, have you guys watched that show?
I can't believe you don't know the name of the show.
What is it? Tidying Up or something?
Yeah.
Is that the name of it?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So
watched it?
I've read the books. I do the practice. Marie Kondo is someone that I particularly like. If you don't know, she is a wonderfully quiet Japanese woman who is a self-organizer, and she has a theory and a sort of, what do we call this? A tenet, a credo on how you should clean your house. And she believes that, let's say, here, Alex.
Here, this lip gloss.
Yeah.
Does this work?
Give me a bunch of this. You're supposed to take all of your items, every single thing, your clothes, your junk drawer, everything, put it in one big pile, and then you're supposed to say, each one, Tori, does this lip gloss spark joy?
Does it spark joy?
And then you're supposed to go instantaneously, yay or nay. And if it's even close to an A, it's gone.
Thank you for that demonstration.
And then eventually she thinks the problem is, and she's a new Netflix show.
Yes.
Called it's the life-changing magic of tidying up or something like that.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
And it's this niche thing and everyone's doing it and it's great. However, it's good for a minimalistic environment, and she just said that she thinks books can be clutter.
Drama.
And you can
People
only
are getting
have
upset.
30 books at a time in your house.
Does it spark joy?
Does it?
Yes, Daily Blast Live sparks joy.
Okay.
I keep it.
See?
So anyway, the reason I have to ask about this show is because it's all over my Facebook, it's all over my Instagram, and I find it to be a good thing because I see so many of my friends, they have bags and piles of stuff they're giving away to Goodwill, which is awesome, or women's shelters, or anything like that. So I'm going to do it this weekend.
So now someone did come on HuffPo, which if you guys don't know, Huffington Post is just an online site, and say they did the work and they regret it.
What?
Because now here's the thing. Don't get too overzealous with what doesn't spark joy. If it's your teddy bear from many, many, many years ago and you're like, just for a second, don't regret things. But
I think it's safe to put the stuff in piles, but don't take it right away. Maybe think about it. Maybe sleep on it.
I feel like she would disagree with you, but yes, I think
she
that's
probably
fair.
would too.
Oh, good.
But for me, it's clothes are the biggest thing. You guys see, I wear the same clothes on the show, and so there's so many clothes at home. I just need to get rid of. I don't wear them.
And it is a good feeling of, does this spark joy? And if it's just you know the answer, gut-wise, you know the answer.
And I think that's a really good way to do it because usually I'm just like, oh, well, I wear this again. And then I'm like, oh, yeah,
right,
when I lose that 30 pounds, I'm going to wear it. But does it spark joy? Even if I lost that 30 pounds? No, get rid of it.
See, that's a different perspective.
Right?
Yeah.
It really is. So I like that. So DBL Nation, I want to know, have any of you watched that show? If you have watched it, have you been inspired by it? Have you taken a bunch of clothes? Have you got?
I've been inspired. I got rid of a junk drawer because of it.
What?
Yeah, it's very helpful. Tammy Gibson just brought up a phenomenal point. Of course she did. She's in Ann Arbor. She's so smart. She says, could Congress not show up to the State of the Union?
Oh.
And that is yes.
I think yes.
I don't even, and I have to be clear on this, and you can fact check me, I think there's only one moment in the Constitution that even mentions the State of the Union. I don't even think it's in there, so I'm going to take a look at that. But that's a great point.
Yeah, that's a great question. I need to know about it. Sorry, we're having technical difficulties, so I was mouthing to Alex. Are you guys good at reading lips? I'm really good at reading lips.
She's crazy.
Tori posted a sneak attack Instagram the other day, and I was like, I can read your lips. Delete it.
I thought I was being clever. She's like, this sucks. Take it down.
No, I would never tell you something sucks.
So Yolanda DeLong says, no, I wouldn't show. I would be working for a temp agency to pay bills and buy food.
That's the thing. So many of these people are having to go to food banks.
And now people like Elizabeth Warren, let's say, or if you are, I believe Marco Rubio is also doing this. I'll have to check on that as well. They're making some good money in Congress and in the Senate, and some of them are donating.
I think there's 26 of them doing it. There's quite a few of them doing it, which is great, but that doesn't help us. That's not helping us. These people still have to pay their bills. They still have to.
You're not the ones
pay
we're
their
worried
rent.
about.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the ones we're worried about.
All right, so we want you guys to let us know, do you think if you were in the Congress, the Senate, the Supreme Court, if you're in that, would you show up to the State of the Union knowing that the State of the Union is in a shutdown?
It's literally such a shutdown.
Naomi says, I'm going to ask my brother who retired from the Coast Guard to see what he thinks about the shutdown. Or my retired dad and grandfather. We normally never talk politics, but I know they all voted Trump.
I would love that.
Fascinating to find out, Naomi.
That would be great.
Let us know.
And again, it's a safe space, so,
let us know.
We'll have a good debate. So I think we're going to go to the fifth host now.
Yeah, it's a very interesting, sexy one.
I really like this one. So the question today is, do you think watching adult videos counts as cheating? Do you think watching adult videos counts as cheating? It sounds like I'm a game show host.
Do you want to just say it twice? Do you think?
Do you think?
No. I think it's a very healthy part of people's lives. I have no problem with adult films as long as it's not subjugating other parts of relationship into problem areas.
So I had a friend who she was dating this guy for a really long time. No, she really is. She's actually my best friend. She was dating this guy for a really long time, and they were in love. She talked about getting married with him. And then she started to find out that he actually had an addiction to watching adult videos.
And that's a real thing.
And that is a real thing, and it's way more common than we think. And she tried to work on it with him, and it just didn't end up working out. That's an example of a really, that's a bad example. But I also think in relationships, you can use adult videos, and that can spice up your relationship if you can watch them together, or if you like that your man or your woman is watching them. I think as long as you have a conversation with your significant other. Or you might just not care if your significant other watches adult videos.
Yeah,
you might just not care.
I think you're right. I think so it's all moderation, right? Yeah. Like if you're drinking too much, if you're smoking too much,
exactly.
If you're even exercising or shopping too much, or sex addiction and adult film addiction is a real thing. However, here's what I wish I could remember who told me this. They said there's 3 things that will work in a marriage and a partnership for the rest of your life. If you and the person are on the same page as 3 things: money, meaning you're neither both
you had told me this
frugal or you're both kind of see the same philosophy on money. Religion, it doesn't have to be the same religion, but you're the same type of observancy, right?
Yep.
And then third is sex. And if in sex you guys are very into that kind of kinky thing, awesome. There's no problem with that. But if my partner is Kelly, and Kelly is super into adult films, and I'm awkward or not into it, there will be a problem that will go on until the blister will stay until you fix it.
And I
think,
be
clear on what.
Yeah, I think you just have to be clear with your.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. I think you just have to be clear with your partner, because I also think there could be times where you may have not even ever considered that your partner might watch adult films, and if you come home and see that your partner is doing that, you may get upset. Or again, you may not care.
Right.
Or you may be excited, whatever that is. But you have to have that conversation, I feel like, with your partner to decide how you feel about that.
Yeah, it's just like diet. What do we want in our refrigerator? What do we want in our sex lives? You want to think about that as a part of the foundation of your relationship. Lisa Lynn just wrote us on Facebook.
Yeah.
No, watching adult videos together is common, and addiction is not good. Now, Dr. Drew told Sam, our co-host, something really interesting that says the margin of going to watching adult films and watching them too much is very thin. And I didn't know that. Gotcha. I sort of thought, oh, it's healthy, it's cool, we can all do this, right? And what we're hearing now is actually it's a quite, and I didn't know this either, it does change the plasticity in the brain in certain ways if you're overwatching it.
Arousal?
Yeah, and also of what you expect from your spouse. So if you're like living in it, or if you're really changing the way your personality is.
Why doesn't my significant other do that?
Yeah. Then, and that's a thin line. I thought that was a big line.
That is.
Right?
That's interesting.
Dr. Drew said that is a very thin line. So interesting to hear that that's something you want to think about and be careful about, because that can be a big thing.
David Thetford on Facebook, he says, yes, it is considered cheating. Deb Mick on Facebook, if that counts as cheating, then what do people think about a person? Imagine thinking watching porn is cheating. How boring can y'all get? That's from Delisa on Twitter.
I would say that to, who's that, Delisa?
Jalisa.
Oh,
Thanks for joining us, Jalisa.
Jalisa, I would say this, or Jalisa, I think you're right. I think a lot more people than you think are watching adult films.
I do too. And
it is a $1 trillion industry. Right? Somebody's watching.
Yeah, I mean, I have some numbers here actually. In 2017 alone, Pornhub, which is just one website, got 28.5 billion visits. That's almost 1,000 visits per second, 78.1 million a day.
Yeah, this is an enormously popular industry, and if you are now in the thought that your partner doesn't watch or doesn't, and you haven't talked about it, chances are that might not be true.
Yeah.
So if you want to be open, I wouldn't be angry. I would have a nice casual conversation.
Agreed, yep.
And say, adult films or whatever you call it, how can we discuss this as a mature adult?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's what it's there for. Sex is important.
And I also think there's a stigma around men only watching adult films. Women watch adult films too. It's not just men.
Yes, they do.
It's not just men who watch
I think
adult
you'd
films.
be really surprised about the amount of people that watch.
I do too.
I think you would all be very surprised. I think I would be surprised.
Yeah, I think we all would be.
Candy Somers, I apologize, wants to know, is it out in the open or being hidden?
That's the real question here.
Right, but here's my question. If I walked in, let's say in a relationship, and my significant other was watching and didn't tell me, I'm going to be watching an adult film today, I don't think I still would be that hurt.
I don't
but
think
if the
so
addiction
either,
is being
but-
hidden, then I feel you.
Yeah, if it's and that's how it was with my friend. It was clearly an
There's a
addiction.
problem.
He didn't want to have sex with her anymore, so it did. It started
That's
to
where you
change his
cross the line.
personality.
Right.
Yep, exactly.
Danny C just writes, and I miss what Tori said are the 3 things for marriage. Anyone know? Really quick, they are religion. Let's start. My favorite one is money. Do we
Yes.
have the same philosophy of money?
Yeah.
Do we pay for good hotels but not on good restaurants? Do we splurge on food or do we splurge on our house?
Yeah.
What philosophy do we have? Number 2 is religion. Are we observant? Are you can be Christian, I can be Jewish, but are we, I'm always going to temple, you're never going to temple? Will there be a problem? How do we raise the kids?
Yeah, how do we raise the
right?
kids? Yeah.
How observant
Which is something
are we?
Chris and I have talked about.
Right.
You know, 'cause we
Me and
do have
Brooks the
different-
same
yep,
way.
Exactly.
And finally, sex. If you are someone who's a foot fetish guy, no judgment, and you're someone who really can't stand to have sex more than once or twice a month, you all should know that about each other. If you're kinky as hell, it's going to be great. If you're not, and it's a problem, those 3 things, if those 3 things don't work out, apparently that is the
it's a deal breaker.
Those 3 apparently, according to science, will be the reasons that majority of people are not on the same page. It'll end in a divorce.
Yep.
So it's an interesting concept to think about.
And Chloe, Captain Chloe on Twitter. Ooh, Captain Chloe. Thanks for joining us, Captain Chloe. Thanks for joining us. Porn is cheating. Stop invalidating other people's feelings. That's why I said to talk with your partner and put the limits with them. Yeah, I think.
But what do you mean by porn is cheating? Because I don't agree with that. And if you do, I would love to hear your debate on telling me why you think it is. I think Americans came over here from England very puritanical, and I think sex has been very repressed. I don't think it's the same in other countries, and I think it is seen as just more of a healthy part of your life. So why, and I'd love to hear from you, Captain, why you think that porn is cheating, and is it because if it's done secretly? Because I also have a friend where that was done, and that is devastating. I'm not excusing that in any way. If you have a problem,
especially if you've had a conversation about it before, and then you do catch that person, and it catches you off guard. That could be jarring.
Horrible.
I can totally see that. That's no fun.
Right. And also, let's say I'm watching adult films about a kink, and I've never shared with my partner Kelly. That's also painful.
That's painful.
Because
and
you really want to be
feel like
open.
You're being left out, of your partner's
or
wants
there's
and
no trust
needs.
or something like that.
Stephen Hill on Facebook. Tori, well said and open-minded on this taboo subject. Impressive.
Thanks, Boo.
Stephen, you are so nice.
Thanks, Taboo.
Tabby Soder Crocker on Facebook. Thanks for joining us, Tabby. She says, the only problem I'd have is age of the people in the adult film. And that's another thing you'd have to discuss. You know, some people have fetishes.
Yes.
And that's something you'd need to discuss with your partner because that could get really messy.
Yes. I just want to say one last thing. When I say fetish, and I know that rings icky, fetishes can be, and I'm not
completely
saying
healthy.
They can be phenomenal. And they can really open up your mind in a relationship and make you go to another level. And I'm just saying that in our world in 2019, I'd like for you to challenge yourself today to think of fetish as a more positive thing and less as a negative. It
You're
can
right.
be negative.
When you hear the word fetish,
but
you
it
think,
has a real
oh.
negative,
You
right?
think like, oh,
and some
fetish.
people, this is their way of really experiencing pleasure.
Yeah.
I am not a fetish person, but if you are, I think challenge yourself to not see fetish as
a bad thing.
As an
I think that's
icky
a
thing.
really good thing, Tori. That's a really good point. Well, we're wrapping up now, unfortunately, DBL Nation, but keep sending us your comments. Besties. Keep sending us your comments. We want to hear from you. You'll hear your comments throughout the show all day. We're going to be continuing to cover the government shutdown. We're obviously going to be talking about Marie Kondo.
And adult films.
But now, here's our Heart Threads.
On the outside, we just look like the average, heterosexual couple with a kid and a dog. Like, but we're not.
Jennifer and I met and we became kind of, how you click with people. We became instant friends. And she mentioned that she had a transgender husband. And I said, what? I think one of the first things that she mentioned, besides the fact that he was transgender, was the fact that they were married as a same-sex couple.
I think we knew that we were like a good match, like right from the start. And we moved in together after the first year.
We were friends.
We were friends because my parents still didn't know. So I hadn't come out to them yet. At the time, it wasn't legal.
Yeah, gay marriage wasn't legal.
We had our wedding where we weren't legally married in September. It was beautiful and it was exactly how I wanted it to be. I wasn't expecting it at all. He had been going through some therapy because I knew he felt a lot of social anxiety, was struggling with that.
I don't know if I necessarily knew right away that there was like, that I was male. Like I just always felt different or odd. And even when I came out as a lesbian, I just didn't feel like that quote label, as much as I hate labels, I didn't feel like that really aligned with who I was. I came across a documentary on the Logo channel actually. Finally like came to light, like, you know, and was really like, oh, this is how I'm feeling and all of that stuff. It really was just kind of like this moment of clarity, but do I want to like basically potentially, you know, ruin my entire marriage? And it was just a lot of back and forth. So I was like, oh, you should watch this video, you know, this bit of the documentary, and basically was telling her like, this is how I feel.
I didn't understand, like I didn't get it. I didn't understand like how somebody could feel that way. Like, well, this can't be happening. This isn't real. Like, this is not going to be my life.
When Jennifer was going through the process of coming to terms with Mark's decision, she went through hell, and she went into cutting and anorexia and deep, deep depression, and really felt very alone, like nobody else in the whole world would understand what she was going through.
We both questioned, you know, whether or not I would be able to remain in the relationship.
It was hard because, you know, seeing her and knowing like that she's struggling, and I felt really bad about that, but I was also excited at the same time that I was going forward, whatever the, you know, process of my transition was going to be, and that I finally realized who I was.
It took realizing that although there were a lot of changes, like when it came down to it, he was really the same person. And I loved him for who he was, no matter what. And I didn't know whether that was something that I could do. And there were a lot of times where I wasn't happy and I was very uncomfortable, but I never stopped loving him.
You know, there are a lot of people that would have thrown up their hands and say, absolutely not, this is not what I signed up for, it's not what I want. The fact that she was even willing to try, you know, that to me was just, it was so special, so unusual. And I kept putting myself in her shoes and thinking, I don't know if I could do that.
We both kind of decided that we didn't care what label you wanted to slap on it. It was what it was, and love is love.
I was awestruck at everything that she had gone through, that everything this couple had gone through. And I just said, you gotta let me tell your story. There are a lot of books out there by the trans community written from their perspective. There are very few books out there that are from the partner's perspective.
It ended up being really kind of amazingly therapeutic to kind of retell some of the more difficult things about you know, the transition and our journey, because I was telling it from like being in a much better place.
The biggest blessing I could have asked for is to know that in trying to help somebody else, that this also helped her. Who could ask for anything more?
Truly, it was just the love that we had for each other and the support that we were willing to give one another. And in all the times that I felt like I needed to support him in his transition, he was supporting me and, you know, and helping me through my struggles. And there's really, I mean, there's no other way to say it or describe it, but, you know, it's just true love kind of like saw us through.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Thrown under the bus.
No. Always live. Always real. Always unpredictable.
Sam, you're wrong. I'm sorry, but you're wrong.
Log on and join our live conversation.
I'm in. Tori just won't let it go.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2.
Welcome to DBL. It's Wednesday, January 16th, and we are live, and we are talking about what you're talking about. I'm here with Tori, Bo, Brandon, and I'm Sam. Let's get started. Well, if you think the government shutdown has not affected you yet, you might want to think again. First off, 46,000 IRS workers are now being asked to go back to work without pay. They return as tax season kicks off at the end of the month, but not all IRS functions will return to normal, including audits and taxpayer assistance. And some experts are saying the shutdown is making it less safe to fly. And the shutdown is even threatening the Super Bowl, as security concerns and slowdowns at airports could spell serious trouble. Here's what the Atlanta mayor had to say about it.
We aren't a stranger to large events, so I do believe that we are as prepared as we can possibly be. Certainly, there are factors that we don't control, such as what's happening with our federal government shutdown and with the long TSA lines.
And speaking of the Super Bowl, a new poll is out about those splashy Super Bowl ads. 2/3 of consumers say commercials with political statements are inappropriate for the big game. 2/3, that's a lot, Tori. Now, do you think this is going to make certain companies, like we just talked about the controversial Gillette razor ad yesterday that talked about toxic masculinity, do you think that ad would be okay to play during the Super Bowl?
Yeah, and I think if you're a company right now and you have the capability of having a Super Bowl ad, I would go as controversial as you could. Because
really?
If you're now having someone say you can't, not only are you going to say, hey, don't tell me what I can or cannot say, freedom of speech, you're then going to push the envelope because everybody's paying attention to see it. I think it's a big reward if you do it like Gillette and Nike has seen so far, and not a big risk. So what? People don't like your ad? I don't think...
They might boycott your product.
True, but I think you're going to see when people boycott, usually stocks can bump up. It can happen. It happened with Nike, for instance. So I think a smart move would do it.
I'd like to see the long-term effect of it, because Gillette has been so preeminent in razors. It indicates manliness. That's what it's all about. But now what I'm seeing on Twitter and social media is people going to Harry's, people going to Dollar Shave Club. So if it is true that 2/3 of people don't like this type of preachiness, maybe you'll see those 2/3 of people abandon Gillette. I guess we just have to see.
Or you'll get someone like me who only wants to purchase Gillette now.
Yeah,
exactly.
It can go either way. I mean, these companies are paying over $5 million for a 30-second ad, and there are about 50 ads during the Super Bowl. I just look at it as, like Bo, you kind of said it earlier, as long as it's not divisive. But then again, what's divisive?
Right.
Like, you know, remember a couple years ago when Coca-Cola came out and the people, different people from different backgrounds were singing America the Great or America the Beautiful. People were so upset because there was a Muslim person singing America the Great. So it just depends on, you know, you're going to get backlash. As long as it's thoughtful, thought-provoking, I think they're in the win.
All right. Wow, fair enough. Well, we would love to hear from you, DBL Nation, so chime in. Well, we all love viral videos, but sometimes prank or viral challenge videos can get dangerous, and now YouTube is taking a stand banning them from its video sharing service. It's all because of the newest viral challenge based on the Netflix movie Bird Box. People film themselves doing tasks while blindfolded, but some took the challenge too far, crossing the line into dangerous territory. Just look at this police tweet showing what happened when someone did the Bird Box challenge while driving, of course with predictable results. So do you think YouTube can really police this kind of content, especially when these videos get clicked on all the time? What do you think, Bo?
I think they should be. And I know Tori and I may disagree on this because we're both free speech advocates, but look at what we just saw there. If you want to put the image back up there. These are police having to get involved. Driving with a blindfold on is illegal, folks. It is against the law. It's not just stupid. It now has put someone else in jeopardy. It's using government resources to do this. So what I say is they have absolutely a right, the same way that I think social media platforms have to be scrutinizing certain types of hate speech that are causing violence. You got to do the same. Do you not agree?
I really disagree on this one. And here's why. Telephone companies can't restrict what you say on the telephone because they're a public utility and you can't restrict that, right? In some ways, to me, YouTube and social media have also become a public utility. When you start talking about stupidity and banning stupidity, it is stupid. But the founding fathers said stupid speech is free speech.
Yeah, but
you're violating that concept, not the constitutional rights, but the concept of freedom of speech. Where is the line of stupidity?
I agree with Bo here because if you're talking on the telephone, it's not influencing other people. This is influencing the masses. You have millions of people partaking in this challenge. You have thousands of them doing stupid versions of it that are dangerous. And it really does create this incentive, which is what's the most alarming for teens out there. Their prefrontal cortex is not developed yet. They're going to be influenced by this. And I would say it's detrimental.
And I agree. I think that YouTube is doing a great job. It's a start. Other social media platforms should follow suit. But it's not a real consequence not being able to upload your stupidity to their streams. The police should get involved, and we should start.
But I know where you're going with this. Do you see the difference, though, between someone being stupidly eating a Tide Pod and driving with a blindfold on?
Yeah.
I understand they're both legal.
She just wants to see a criminal.
Yeah, and even if it causes teens to do stupid things, and I know I'm going to sound crazy and get a lot of flack, that still is protected to me. That needs to be included.
Should it be updated? Should there be with the wild west of social media? Should there be some sort of caveat that accommodates what's happening?
I think hate speech is not protected, but I certainly think things like this should be. We disagree. It's a hard stance I take, but I hear that.
Good conversation.
Yeah.
And one dad got more than he bargained for when he tried to discipline his 16-year-old daughter. The 16-year-old called the police on her dad, claiming he stole her $800 cell phone that she said didn't belong to him. Here's what the dad told officers after she password protected her phone.
Took her phone from her because she's a juvenile. Okay. I don't want her to have it. Okay. I can't inspect it.
Now, see if you can guess who the police sided with. Take a look.
Guess what? Everything that you own belongs to your mother and your father. Having a phone is not a right. It's a privilege. Okay?
I'll kick this one off. As a parent, I agree with the parent here. I'm sorry. She's 16 years old. She's living under their roof. They're paying for her meals. And if they're going to discipline her, the first thing that you think of is their iPad, their phone. And for her to call the police on her own father, to me, just speaks entitlement. It bothers me.
And you look at he's doing his parental duty. Just think if she was on her phone bullying somebody, cyberbullying somebody, that person commits suicide. Who's the first person we're going to blame? Not the girl. We're going to say, where's the parent? I have no problem with this.
I think of something even bigger than that, Brandon, which is not just the bullying, and you're absolutely right, but sex trafficking. Who is she texting? Who is she talking to? Where are they going to meet? Could this be the difference between life and death for this girl if she goes out to a park to meet some stranger for sex or God knows what, drugs, whatever, and now she's dead?
See,
Tori's got her law face on.
She's got her law face. Here's the thing is this. Are you saying, and this is sort of a question sort of philosophically, anything a 16-year-old owns within the family, even if they paid for it by allowance themselves, right, independently, that A, they don't have any right to it, and maybe you're saying that, but B, no privacy for that? Because are you saying absolutely nothing is theirs?
No, nothing. Nothing. I'm sorry, as a parent, I can check your social media. As a parent, I can take away your car, even if that was your hard-earned money. Until you turn 18,
so until
you have a roof over your head and you are paying all them bills, then that's on you, boo. Until then, I'm going to use my parental rights to try and shape you.
And having said that, as you pointed out in our last show, if there's an abusive situation, she needs to make that clear to someone and say, this is why I'm protecting what I'm.
Right. I'm just saying, so it's interesting. I hear you guys.
You bought the phone, but I paid the electricity bill to charge the phone.
Ooh, Brandon London's ready to be a dad, let me tell you. That sounded like some dad speech right there. It did. All right, elementary school students study all the subjects like English, math, and science. But what about etiquette? A school in Indiana now has a mandatory etiquette class for 5th graders. The schools say students learn to make eye contact while shaking hands, work on active listening and manners. So DBL Nation, what do you think? Should etiquette classes be mandatory for students everywhere? Head to dblvote.com. Let us know what you think. Let's kick it off with Tori, who's disagreed with everything.
I know.
So how do you feel on this?
It's great. I just want the word etiquette to be not culturally white or, you know, it can't be a certain thing. If I'm learning handshakes and eye contact, that can change someone's life, honestly. Better than any college you could get into. This could be the class that could save your life.
I love it. We both have parents that are educators. I think there needs to be more respect in the classroom. But just as importantly, it's real-world skills. You know, a lot of things I learned through life were on the fly. I was educated very, very well. But I knew that if you weren't saying yes, sir, no, ma'am, that sort of thing, you were docked for that. So I just think it shows people, teaches people the value of respect and of professional behavior and manners.
And I say 5th grade is too late. I think they should implement this right away. I think it should just be part of education.
I think something like shaking someone's hand firmly and looking them in the eye. That's something you can teach a 3rd grader, 4th grader, 5th grader, because it breeds confidence and social skills as well. But I agree with Tori as well when I say we need to regulate the word etiquette and figure out a way to make it more universal or even national in this manner, instead of just having it in terms of what people do in that region. We grew up in the South. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am.
The way I see it, I don't know if the
important.
4 of us would be sitting at this table and gotten this far into our careers if we had not practiced a certain level of decorum and courtesy and professionalism.
I completely agree with that.
Yeah, but I do think it's important for the parents to know exactly what that means, because I wouldn't want a curtsy for Sophie.
Yeah, or tea parties. Like, I need some more information.
Tea parties are okay.
Yeah. Well, I'd rather see more life skills that can be used.
I agree.
Right? Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, DBL Nation, you say 79%.
Whoa. Wow.
Yes, you agree with us. And Tori agrees with us. Sorry. DBL is live. We'll bring you breaking news as soon as it happens. Coming up next, TV host Chris Hansen is used to talking about crime, but now he's in hot water himself, and we got all the details. Also, Deal or No Deal host Howie Mandel tells us if he remembered the Duchess of Sussex back when she was a briefcase girl on his game show. And you, the viewer, you're our 5th host. So what's your definition of cheating, and does it include watching adult videos? Your comments coming up next.
Writing us in, she has been a lifetime educator. I think her husband also was an educator at the same school, if I believe. I might be lying and making up a backstory that isn't yours, Mary, and I apologize. She said, instead of etiquette, how about manners? I think it's a great idea and can be crossed over into teaching acts of kindness or bullying. I think it actually is closer to manners, what I think about this when I did some digging in this school. But you're absolutely right. Manners seems important, as well as Sam brought up earlier, mindfulness is really important. Yes. Quieting and taming the mind. Being able to be in control of your emotions as a child would be important.
I think an important one too, sorry, Brandon, I don't want to cut you off, but interview skills. Because when people interview you for a job, in that first 5 seconds, you are making an indelible impression. And that handshake and that eye contact and the way you interview the interviewer is so important. Go ahead, Brandon, sorry.
And I agree with the mindfulness, especially when it comes to the bullying, because you can say, you know, etiquette or manners, but kids, if let's say you don't have the new pair of Jordans, they're gonna rag on you. They're gonna make fun of you. Or let's say your clothes are kind of raggedy or you're not in style. They're gonna rag on you. I think being mindful about where that kid comes from and not having the same privilege, different perspective of other kids, mindfulness will do more against bullying than etiquette and manners.
I agree, and just being polite too. It's really important to be polite. Again, you look at like where we're sitting today, because you brought up that example. It's really difficult to be surrounded with your colleagues if you can't like them. I think that's a large part of it. You can be smart, you can be funny, you can be good at your job, but you also have to be a gentleman or a lady, so to speak.
And remember at the audition, Sam, and this is our audition, they had a separate one, but the first thing our producer said is, we're looking for someone without an ego. The second you have an ego,
and
you're
I was a
out.
plant to see if anybody had an ego in the group. They did not want to tell the talent that I was already attached for the sole reason they wanted to see how they reacted and acted in that room.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's...
Welcome back to DBL. Have you ever busted your partner watching adult films? Well, experts are redefining what cheating is in this new digital age. Most agree that sexting people outside of your relationship is off limits, but what about watching adult videos in secret? According to an adult video website, about 100 billion adult video clips were viewed in 2016, and that number has only grown since. That's more than 5,000 centuries of adult videos watched on the popular site in just the course of a year. So DBL Nation, do you consider adult videos to be a form of cheating? Let's get right to their comments.
All right, Frankie from Twitter says, being shamed by a loved one can block intimacy and in relationships. Enjoying your sexuality independent of your partner and exploring it with them by incorporating adult videos can be healthy and fun too. I agree. You all are in relationships, so I'll hurry this up so you guys can talk about it. But I always thought about when I'm in that marriage that I want to explore things in the bedroom with my wife to keep it spicy, because I feel as though most marriages end because people deal because lack of sex and intimacy.
That's a great point. Yolanda from Facebook says, it all depends on your relationship and your combined morals and values as a couple. Yolanda, completely agree with you. I find Americans in this hemisphere especially to be very puritanical about sex. I think it's very important in the relationship. And look out for religion, money, and sex. If you guys can be on the same page, not necessarily the same religion, but if you can be on the same page, those three things can help you know whether your relationship is going to work or not.
And Neptune from Twitter says, I personally can't handle my partner watching adult videos. For me, it's hurtful, but for some people, they're okay with it. You know, as someone who used to watch porn years ago and decided not to do that in my relationship, I can tell you this is what it does. And I think psychologists will agree with this. It rewires your brain. It can create an unrealistic expectation of what you expect in the bedroom. And even if you were sexually great in the beginning, maybe down the line you have now rewired your brain to something that's easy to get to, and perhaps replacing what is fantasy with reality, right?
And you know, Dr. Drew has spoken to that, but he's also spoken to the fact that it can be a healthy tool if you needed to spice up your relationship. So case by case basis, definitely be careful, because Bo, there's a lot of truth to what Bo said, and yeah, I always follow the practice of moderation is key.
Yeah.
Thanks for your honesty, Bo. Yeah. We are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at the moment.
Sam, Chris Hansen usually takes down criminals, but the former To Catch a Predator host has found himself on the other side of the law. He was arrested Monday in Connecticut, turning himself into cops over a series of bounce checks. Last year, Hansen bought $13,000 worth of mugs, decals, and shirts for a marketing event, but allegedly failed to pay the business for the goods when the checks didn't go through. Hansen, who recently hosted Crime Watch Daily, was just released from jail. He hasn't commented on the case.
Should this be something?
Terrible.
Can they sue? Can they sue as well, Tori?
Yes. You could absolutely sue if it's breaking a contract.
You can't just take a bunch of product from a company and then not pay them, especially small business. That $13,000 can bury a small business.
If you had a $13,000 purchase for your candle company, what happens then?
It would bury us. I don't know if we'd be able to recover.
That's right.
A lot of money.
And it's funny because I know we talk about always fighting about politics. The one thing both Americans on Democrats, Republicans is small businesses. We all want to support that.
Sure.
So it's like, this is the worst thing you could have done.
Don't buy it. You don't really need them mugs.
Yeah.
It ain't that deep. Coming up on DBL, we're chatting with Howie Mandel about the reboot of Deal or No Deal and ask him if he really recalls Meghan Markle back when she was on the original show. Ooh, we'll be right back.
Say this in the last break, but to an extreme example, Manny from Modern Family is the most courteous,
I love
ahead
that
of his
kid.
time.
I love him.
He's just so awesome.
I love him.
Extreme example, but talk about a guy who's ahead of his time and always thinking of the other person and how things should be. He's like 40 years old.
I remember when I just watched one where he was upset because Jay didn't come to his rhythm gymnastics class, and he was like, it hurt deep in the soul. Manny is such a good character.
He's a great.
He has like several smoking jackets too.
Yes, exactly.
He's like, which one? So you guys are writing us in. A lot of people saying it's a great idea about etiquette, manners, but most of you writing in saying that bullying should be at the top of the list in terms of.
Yeah.
But I think
But that bullying, you can't just. That's something. Some people, we can look at some kids and say they could be more sensitive than others. Some kids grow up in a background where with me and my family, we joke on each other all the time.
Right.
So people can say that's bullying in a way. So I think I love what you said about mindfulness, just knowing, hey, that kid doesn't come from where you come from. His parents don't make what your parents make, so he can't have Jordans. Me, in my case, I had shoes called XJ900s. They were knockoff Felines. People used to make fun of me all the time, but at that time.
But at the same time, wouldn't you say as an athlete, I've thought of the sport, when someone tells you can't do something and that level of male competitiveness spurs you better, and that if we were to temper that down, it's like everyone gets the blue ribbon, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I want to see that male competition still there. Aggression is not always bad, it depends on the level of it.
Welcome back to DBL, and today's Chatting with the Stars. I had so much fun catching up with Deal or No Deal host Howie Mandel. Now, Howie's so busy, he actually had to be pinned down while he was commuting between gigs. This guy, let's give him a fist bump, yeah? Check it out, guys.
Read it out loud.
say deal to this offer, and 25 of your choir students will receive an all-expense-paid trip to London.
I am fist bumping my next guest. Thanks for joining us. It's Howie Mandel. Welcome to Daily Blast Live. Howie, thanks for being here.
I'm a germaphobe, so I didn't want to be in the same room as you. So I am outside the building just Ubering.
Now, it's been almost a decade since Deal or No Deal was on TV. Tell us what prompted this return that I'm now obsessed with my husband.
I know, it's better now than it ever was.
So
it's
good.
Deal or No Deal 2.0, so it's still $1 million, 26 models, bigger and better than it ever was. A female banker. You will cry, you will laugh, you will scream.
We all think of one person other than Howie Mandel when we think of Deal or No Deal. It rhymes with Schmegin Schmarkle. So it's, of course, Meghan Markle. How did you discover the first time that the Duchess of Sussex was actually a briefcase model on the show?
I just found out from you. Oh my God, I didn't know. What a surprise this has been.
No.
I had no idea. Did you hear that? There's somebody out talking to the guy, the Uber driver. Schmegin Schmarkle worked with me. I didn't remember her until Harry popped the question and they started showing all the press, and I saw her standing there with a briefcase, and I go, I wish I remembered her.
Now, your wife actually convinced you to step into your role as a game show host. Why were you not interested at first? Because it seems like such a good transition.
Because in 2005, no comedian was a game show host. I just thought that would be the nail in the coffin of my career.
Got it.
And as luck would have it, it changed my life, and it's been the biggest success I've had to date.
You're also a judge on America's Got Talent, and the champion Susan Boyle already skipped her way to the finals. Howie, do you think she's going to win?
I think there's a good chance. It's not up to me. It's up to super fans from the 50 states. So you never know who's going to be there for the final.
Wow. Well, as another stand-up comic who became a TV host, I got to say, I think of you as such a role model. What an honor it was to chat with you here at DBL. We're excited that Deal or No Deal is back, and we look forward to watching this season, Howie.
I think after all my years in the business, I realized what you're trying to say is goodbye.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You totally read the room.
But I'm giving you and the Uber driver both 5 stars.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the Academy. I want to thank my parents. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Watch my special. Watch Deal or No Deal in AGT. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Catch a new episode of Deal or No Deal tonight on CNBC and America's Got Talent Champions Monday nights on NBC. Plus, his Showtime comedy special premieres this Friday.
He's not busy or anything.
No, he was like in an Uber doing 8 million things. I thought it was so funny.
I love that you interviewed him in an Uber.
I know. And I love that he said he was circling the studio because he's scared of germs of me.
Any changes in this new season of
Yeah, he spoke about this, and what you guys might not know is the banker is now a female, which is awesome, but you can actually counter the banker now.
Oh, that's interesting.
So if they offer, you can offer more, and then she can counter back, and she has to say Deal or No Deal.
Whoa.
So it's a cool, it's cool. I liked
like
it.
that.
Yeah.
Cool. Great new addition.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration.
Hey guys, welcome back to Beauty Blast Cast. I'm Jeray.
And I'm Hannah Moon. And we're so excited because for the next few weeks, we're gonna take you guys behind the scenes to talk about how we create the outfits for all of our hosts.
Now, not only are these outfits and styles are gonna be amazing, we're also gonna show you a little bit about how we create these makeup looks so you guys can stay nice and trendy too. Starting off, let's get with one of our favorite girls, Tori Schulman, everybody.
She's our girl.
We love her.
Love
you never
Tori.
know what we're gonna get with Tori either. So one of the looks that we came out with today is this beautiful, beautiful tan look. It's this monochromatic moment. Hannah, you started off with the style, so tell them about it, girl.
So let me tell you all about it. In 2019, you're gonna be seeing beige head to toe. And when I say beige, I mean like a nude skin color for your skin tone.
Yes.
So what we did with Tori was this beautiful butterscotch Derek Lam dress from Rent the Runway, and it's so cute, so you can get it too.
Oof. It's a moment.
Oh my God.
It's a moment by itself
She
right
looks
there.
so chic, right?
Very. And she looks very slender and toned. It was a perfect way to bring in that New Year atmosphere and feel, honey.
I loved it.
Yes.
She was so fresh. And instead of using gold and silver, we ended up using bronze for her jewelry.
Oh.
So it carried out that whole butterscotch look from head to toe.
Yes. Now, because of those bronze accessories, I automatically went into bronze overload. So right away, I picked out this Bobbi Brown gel cream.
Delish.
Use this as a base, girl, and you can also use this as a liner. One of my favorite double tricks. It's beautiful. You press that little eyeshadow all over your eyelid there, baby. And it's a great way to have an instant look. Now, on top of that, I took one of her ColourPop eyeshadows. We've been obsessed with this palette.
Cutest. So cute.
I'll have to get it in the details for you guys later. But we took a little bit of the saddle brown in her crease and threw a little gold right on top of the lid and did one of my favorite tricks in TV and film, which is tight lining. keeping that eyeliner really close against your lash line so you have a very enhanced look and it pops your eye color a lot more. We topped this off with a cute little Color Pop lippy as well, guys. It was out of this world.
Delicious. She looked just all the way around.
It was
amazing.
A moment. It was a moment, yes. All right, guys. Tune in next week to see your next favorite host on
Who's it gonna be?
Beauty
Maybe
Blast
Sam?
Pass. Maybe Sam, maybe Al, probably Erica. Well, who knows? We'll just decide something. Bye, guys.
Bye. Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. What do we have, Tori?
All right, well, Naomi writes this in: when lives can be in danger, like the accident with the truck and the Bird Box Challenge, you should remove the video and take it down.
Yep.
Now, if someone dies, we would be attacking YouTube for not preventing it.
Yep.
And again, I just want to say, legally and Supreme Court-wise, if you do things like that, remember, they allowed the KKK to walk just as much as they allowed the NAACP to walk. You have to respect a robust freedom of speech, in my opinion. But come at me and let's debate. I can't wait. Also, we want to give a shout out to April P. She's watching from the hospital because her husband is in surgery right now, and they want, she says the show is a great distraction.
April.
wow.
She's a great viewer, and we want to just wish her all the
Prayers.
best.
Yeah.
Yes.
Prayers to your
for sure.
husband. And speaking of a loyal viewer who we are keeping all in our prayers, Kyle Baxter. We are keeping you in our prayers. We love our DBL Nation. You guys are our family. Let's read a couple more comments. How much time do we have? 30. Great.
30
okay. We have here Gary Scruggs. I think, Tori, you're going to really like this comment on YouTube. Wow, Tori Shulman, you're looking really nice today.
Oh.
What? I don't, what? Stop.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, you guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow. We hope everybody has a happy Wednesday. I always get the days. I'm right about that. Happy hump day, everybody. Enjoy today. Bye-bye.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Because everyone's talking about this.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable. What do you have to hide? Log on and join our live conversation.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I do agree with you.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2.
Welcome to DBL. It's Wednesday, January 16th. We are live, and we are talking about what you're talking about. I'm here with Erica, Jeff, Al, and I'm Sam.
What's up,
get started.
Sammy?
Hey, hey.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's kick off this Wednesday, shall we? If you think the government shutdown has not affected you yet, well, you might want to think again. First off, 46,000 IRS workers are now being asked to go back to work without pay. They return as tax season kicks off at the end of this month, but not all IRS functions will return to normal, including audits and taxpayer assistance. And some experts are saying the shutdown is making it less safe to fly. The shutdown is even threatening the Super Bowl, as slowdowns at the airports and security concerns could spell serious trouble. Here's what Atlanta Mayor had to say about it.
We aren't a stranger to large events, so I do believe that we are as prepared as we can possibly be. Certainly, there are factors that we don't control, such as what's happening with our federal government shutdown and with the long TSA lines.
And speaking of the Super Bowl, a new poll is out about the ads. 2/3 of consumers say commercials with political statements are inappropriate for the big game. That's a lot of people, Erica. What would you say to that? Would you want to see, like, even though we thought the Gillette ad about toxic masculinity that went viral, even though it's controversial, most of us loved it. Would you like to see a Gillette ad like that played at the Super Bowl?
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it, and I think that if it's 2/3 of people who really don't want to see any type of messaging in any direction, then maybe the Super Bowl isn't the right thing for them to watch, because you're getting messages no matter if you're actually saying and acknowledging you're getting them or not.
Yeah, I mean, you pay a lot of money. We're talking millions and millions of dollars for a half-a-minute ad.
$5 million.
Play whatever you want to play.
Exactly.
Put out whatever you want to put out. But don't expect people to watch. If that Gillette ad was on during the Super Bowl and it's long and it's lengthy and it's deep and I'm drinking beers and eating dip, I might not know what that video is all about, and you might have just wasted a lot of money.
Yeah, and I mean, also, it's so interesting. We're talking about this with the Super Bowl. We're watching a game where men get concussed on almost every play. But yeah, I would go as far as.
Jeez.
I
wouldn't go that far.
Those collisions, it's over time.
Yes,
it's a real thing. It's a real thing.
Hockey's worse, just so you know.
Hockey's
I don't want you to throw
bad.
jabs at football, buddy.
You know I love football. I went to the Super Bowl last year.
All right.
But I would just go as far as to say I don't think Gillette's really concerned with people our age and older, and those are the people that had the most issue with political ads, because Gillette is trying to get the 16-year-olds that are going to buy razors for the next 40 years. People our age, 40 and older, they either got us when we were younger or they didn't. So at this point, we're kind of irrelevant to their marketing strategy.
All right, well, we shall see. I think there's going to be a lot of political ads. I predict it now. We all love viral videos, but sometimes prank or viral challenge videos can get very dangerous, and now YouTube is taking a stand banning them from its video sharing service. It's all because of the newest viral challenge. Based on the Netflix movie Bird Box, people find themselves doing tasks while blindfolded, but some took the challenge too far, crossing the line into dangerous territory. Just look at this tweet from the police. Look at that, showing what happened when someone did the Bird Box challenge while driving, with, of course, predictable results. So do you think YouTube can really police this kind of content, number one, especially when these videos get clicked on all the time? Erica, I'm sure they can develop an algorithm, and certain tags and certain hashtags can direct them to those videos, and then they can ban them, delete them, or whatnot. But I just don't know if they can have that much oversight, considering how many millions of people use YouTube every single day.
Well, yeah, and then it kind of begs the question, do we no longer get the show Ridiculousness? Do we no longer have shows like Jackass? I mean, that's where a lot of these challenges and people deciding to put themselves at risk is really coming from. So if we're going to ban it on YouTube, then are we also going to ban it on regular television?
Do you think we should?
I don't know if it's YouTube's job to tell people not to do stupid things. If people are going to do stupid things, they're just going to do stupid things.
Do you think that there should be repercussions in some fashion, whether it's not being banned from YouTube, but through the court of law?
I don't know about all that. My son watches YouTube.
That driver's putting other people's lives in danger.
That driver's an effect of Darwinism, okay? People are stupid. I'm just going to put it out there. But you're also affecting me driving down that street while you're doing something stupid. I don't mind if you do something stupid in your own yard and run into a tree blindfolded. That's on you. But when you're affecting me or my family, now we have a problem. And as far as YouTube goes, you know, my son jumps around. I don't know what he's looking at YouTube. I wish YouTube did have some kind of censorship of what to put on, especially with dumb people. I enjoy those shows, Jackass, just like the next guy. But when my son's jumping around YouTube, maybe they have a little bit of responsibility. I'm not saying it's their problem, just to edit what's going on in their channel. It's going to be
tough, though. I agree with you, but I don't think we realize what a big mechanism YouTube is. You would have to have like 1 billion employees to really make sure. I mean, yes, they have algorithms, Al, that can help look for those things, keywords, whatnot, but there's no way that YouTube can police everything. They just can't. It's too big of a fire.
It's just like, speaking of fire, we saw one of the worst wildfires that we've ever had in our country's history. That was started basically off something that somebody was trying to put on YouTube. That was an attempt at a gender reveal, and think about the disaster that caused. We're blaming YouTube for us. It's us. We are all, in our hearts, narcissists, and we want those clicks. We want those likes on Facebook. We want those likes on Instagram. We want those views on YouTube. And if Jeff does a bird box challenge where he shaves with a blindfold, well, now I've got to go and use a weed whacker with one. And then but it's us. So let's stop blaming YouTube for our silly behavior and our need for acknowledgement.
Right. And I'm not blaming YouTube.
No,
I'm just saying if they didn't get as many views, kids wouldn't follow in that pattern.
True.
Right, definitely, but it's attention. Everybody wants attention.
DBL Nation, we want you to chime in, so make sure that you use the hashtag DBL Take and let us know what you think. One dad, this is a crazy story, one dad got way more than he bargained for when he tried to discipline his 16-year-old daughter. The girl called the police on her dad, claiming he stole her $800 cell phone that she said didn't belong to him. Here's what the dad told officers after the daughter password protected her phone.
Took her phone from her because she's a juvenile. Okay. I don't want her to have it. Okay. I can't inspect it.
See if you can guess who the police sided with. Take a look.
Guess what? Everything that you own belongs to your mother and your father. Having a phone is not a right.
It's a privilege.
Okay.
Amen. I don't blame this parent at all. What would you say, Erica?
Well, I don't know what I would say, but I surely know what my father would say.
Yes, tell us.
Roosevelt Cobb would be like, you want that phone? You better be able to live at that phone. You better live in that phone because you ain't living under my house.
And Roosevelt's right. He's exactly right. You're 16 years old. You think the world's yours. As a parent, I'm still responsible for you. You're 16 years old. If you're doing something that it's illegal on there, you're going to meet somebody, you have a party at my house, it's all my problem. So you're my problem. That's my phone.
I just wonder, you know, that just to play devil's advocate here, I mean, what if it seems that this young woman and her dad did not live in the same house? And I wonder, let's remove the phone and let's make it a car. Let's say that he came over and just took the keys and was like, you're my daughter, I can take this car.
I think that's okay.
You think that's okay?
Oh,
if she bought and paid for it?
Well, yeah, I saved up and paid for my first car, but if I did something bad, I mean, who knows?
No, not bad. You just took your car.
Well, that's a different story. That would be an anomaly. You're creating a whole different situation. If it's specifically for discipline reasons, not for abuse, not for some sort of abuse of power, but for disciplinary reasons, yeah, if I did something to F up my privilege of driving a car, even though I paid for it at 16 years old, I think my parents have every right to take it away from me.
I agree. See, sometimes I disagree. I'm like, all right.
I agree.
Shaking your head in agreement. I feel like that you thought we wouldn't agree here.
No, why not? We're both parents.
All right. Mariah Carey is suing her former personal assistant. The lawsuit claims Mariah's former assistant tried to blackmail her with, quote, intimate videos for $8 million after she was fired. That's according to TMZ that cites court documents. The lawsuit also alleges the assistant used Mariah's credit card without permission. And get this, TMZ reports the assistant made about $337,000 a year. Oh my gosh. Now Mariah is reportedly suing for at least $3 million. Now, Erica, I know you love Mimi. I love her too. I know you've interviewed her a number of times, but she does have a track record of having employees actually sue her for not being compensated. So do you think this is a disgruntled employee, or this just is outright a bad person that took advantage of Mimi?
Well, people sue people with money because you can't get blood from a turnip. Ultimately, you have someone who not only has a lot of power, but also has a lot of money, and that makes you a target. I think that all of my experiences with Mariah have been extremely, she's a very pleasant person, probably not even the same person that anyone would have expected her to be. But I do think that her employees have had a history of taking advantage of her, and sometimes people take advantage of your goodwill, and that's to be reconciled with as well.
But it seems like it's a crime, though. Isn't extortion a crime?
Yeah, of course.
It seems like a lot of people, and they do have revenge porn laws, because I remember looking it up for a story months back, and it's like a misdemeanor in California. Most places, it's not even a thing. It's like, this is a big deal. This is somebody's likeness, and especially with the internet, where once it's out there forever. I'm just surprised that it's taken so lightly.
Yeah, and we're talking about millions of dollars here. I don't care what Mariah Carey did in the past. That's between who she did that to and Mariah Carey. I'm talking about this assistant blackmailing Mariah Carey while she's getting paid $330,000.
What if she hasn't been paid for a while? And I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I do not agree with anything she did.
You don't blackmail someone. You find another way to do it. You don't blackmail somebody. What kind of person are you?
What if she's a disgruntled employee? Would you have any sort of empathy for that?
You're making $337,000 to be someone's assistant.
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
I know, but it's ridiculous. Like, the money that we're talking about is crazy, and then you're going to extort someone on top of that? Be appreciative in the life that you have. Yeah. Everyone wants more and more and more, and it's craziness.
All right. I'm glad I reeled you in there, buddy.
What?
Coming up on DBL, heart-stopping moments. This is really terrifying, you guys.
Oh, my goodness.
A toddler still strapped in the car seat literally falls out of a moving car. Do not worry. The child is safe. But this got us asking, what is your worst parenting nightmare? Plus, Michael Jackson's daughter, Paris, just took a positive step forward to get her life back on track. And you, the viewer, are our fifth host. What's your definition of cheating? And does it include watching adult videos? Your comments next.
Jason from the digital team, and we want to let you know that we've got a lot of stuff coming up in the digital breaks that you guys aren't going to want to miss. First of all, a diva pop, well, we just covered that. A woman is bringing smiles to kids with disabilities through her creations. Stay tuned, it's really kind of a sweet story. It'll melt your heart. And an iconic brand mascot will be making his first Super Bowl commercial, and you won't believe who it is. Did you hear about this, guys? What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. That there's an iconic brand mascot that is going to be making his first Super Bowl commercial. Do you know who it is? Ooh. It's not Tony the Tiger. I'm telling you that.
Oh, it's already a brand.
It's someone we grew up with, and he's never made a Super Bowl commercial.
I'm gonna go with the bird from Fruit Loops.
All right, I'm going with
Toucan Sam.
I'm going with the starfish tuna.
Charlie?
Yeah.
All right, Charlie. Well, we'll find out if either of them are right. Stay tuned. It's a really interesting story. And we're proud to announce that in February, we're going to play matchmaker to lucky members of the DBL Nation. So if you're single and you're looking for love, we want you to apply at dailyblastlive.com/love/LOVE. And we're looking for single people over 60 who are looking for a second chance. We're looking for young people who just haven't found the right mate. We're looking for mothers who might have eligible sons and daughters that they feel just aren't doing enough to find the true love, and maybe a little kick in the butt from you might help them. We're looking for all kinds of stories. So if you go to dailyblastlive.com/LOVE, love, just send a little video, give us your information, and you could be finding love in February with us here at DBL. How romantical. All right, guys, we'll talk to you in a bit.
Welcome back to DBL. Have you ever busted your partner watching adult videos? Well, experts are redefining what cheating is in the new digital age. Most agree that sexting people outside of your relationship is off limits. But what about watching adult videos in secret? According to an adult video website, about 100 billion adult video clips were viewed in 2016, and that number has only grown since. That's more than 5,000 centuries of adult videos watched on the popular site in just the course of a year. So DBL Nation, do you consider adult videos to be a form of cheating? Let's get right to their comments, Al.
That was a strange stat. Okay.
I know, isn't that? It's like hard to follow.
Yeah. Samantha from Twitter, what's up, Samantha? Says I used to watch adult videos with my ex, but then it got to the point where he stopped wanting to have sex with me. That's ultimately why we broke up. Well, I mean, I just think that, you know, a little bit is okay, but you can go off the deep end, and clearly he did. But I do think that adult videos are a good source to kind of explore your sexuality, see what you like, see what you don't like, and honestly, find some stuff to do with your partner. Life is long. You got to shake it up, baby.
Stacy from Twitter says, watching adult videos is not cheating. It has actually spiced up things in my bedroom along with a little foreplay. All right, Stacy. I think this is the reason why communication with your partner is so important, because if you have these conversations before you actually commit to a lifelong relationship, then it opens up the doors for you to continue to communicate while you're in that relationship. So I think that this is a very healthy form of communication and a healthy practice between a couple, and I don't see it as cheating either.
All right, well, Radiance is speaking your language from YouTube. She says communication before a long-term commitment is key. Erica probably should have read that one. She said exactly what you were saying. I don't think it's cheating at all. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, to view a little adult content if you choose. So I found the right words there. We weren't allowed to say a certain word, but I don't think it's cheating at all. You know what I mean? You can go off the deep end, like Al said. You can get a little crazy with it, but you know what I mean? You know what I mean.
I think it's a good thing to see what you're into and what you're not.
Yeah, and I worked years and years and years at Loveline with Dr. Drupinski. We used to get people calling in all the time. We had sex experts talk about this, psychiatrists, and here's what they would say. They would say it can be very healthy for a relationship if you're communicative about it, if you're open to the exploration of it, but it can also go to the extreme version of it where it rewires the brain and it desensitizes that person that is addicted to it. So moderation is key. Use it to have fun, but do be careful with anything. It can go into the space of addiction. It can. All right, we are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at this moment.
Sam, Chris Hansen usually takes down criminals, but the former To Catch a Predator star has found himself on the other side of the law. He was arrested Monday in Connecticut, turning himself into cops over a series of bad checks. Last year, Hansen bought $13,000 worth of mugs, decals, and shirts for a marketing event, but allegedly failed to pay the business for the goods when the checks didn't go through. Hansen, who recently hosted Crime Watch Daily, was just released from jail, and he hasn't commented on the case.
Whew, as a business owner, that can bury a business, so shame on him. Coming up on DBL, a new candidate has thrown her hat in the ring for president. We reveal the latest politician who wants the job, plus terrifying moments when a toddler falls out of a moving car. The baby's doing just fine, but we're asking, what's your biggest parenting nightmare? Oh my gosh. Ugh.
First of all, what on earth were the T-shirts and mugs? What was the slogan that Chris Hansen had for his marketing event?
Would you like some cookies?
I'm making some sweet tea.
Yeah.
I'll be right
First
down.
of all, I really take issue with this because we've been on the receiving end of, you know, when you own a small business and you have product and you send your product out, because sometimes you'll do something called like a net 30, which means the recipient doesn't have to pay you back for 30 days. Now, you should have to check their terms, make sure that they have a good credit history, whatever. But when you give them your inventory, so you're out that inventory, and then you're not paid, it can bury a company. I think $13,000 could completely flush away my company. So this is very serious. I know people are laughing about it because it's mugs and things like that, but shame on him.
Also, you know, someone like him who literally is responsible for putting a lot of lives, I mean, justifiably, like on To Catch a Predator.
Oh yeah.
Put people in jail,
Yep.
you know, end people's lives as they know it. You'd be a little careful, I would think, not to slip up?
Well,
Because you might have
this isn't the first downfall that he's had.
Yeah, well, you talk about, I do remember.
Yeah, so he's been in, well, he lost his job because of the inappropriate relationship with a female staff member. Yep. Then he had another brush with the law. So, yeah, it seems like he's just spiraling at this point, which is exactly what.
Or he thinks he's above the law.
Yeah, we'll find those stories so we're
He's
not
spiraling. Okay, this means we got to wrap.
And Jason's going to look into
We'll get those details on those stories too. All right.
Welcome back to DBL. If you're like me and you want to keep busy, even when it's cold outside, you gotta check out today's DBL Drive presented by CarShield. I didn't really understand what off-season meant.
Oh, it's off.
Until I dealt with the real, where like things, the gas stations are closed.
Shuttered. Things are shuttered.
Yes. Now, I'm thinking this wasn't as big a problem for you because you are naturally a homebody. So what did you do when you were in the house? Like, how would you pass the time? And I know that cross-stitch might come out of your mouth, but you're talking to me.
My sister-in-law and I both cross-stitched the entire time, but there's lovely reading, and there's bird watching with binoculars and a book about birds of New England. Huh?
That seems like the cover of a book where you would have something illegal in it, but you were like, no one will ever go in this.
It's a wad of cash cut out of the Raven section.
It says receipts from 1998.
Don't let the cold get you down. There are lots of activities in the winter months to keep you active and happy. Whether it's a night dancing, cocktails on the town, or a game night in front of the fire, make the effort to get people together. Good deeds aren't just for the holidays. Volunteering in your community can get you out of the house and put things in perspective while creating a deeper connection to those around you. Adventure into winter with peace of mind and get an auto protection plan with CarShield. CarShield protects its members from the high cost of auto repairs. Call 1-800-505-9619 for a free quote.
Coming up on DBL, Deal or No Deal host Howie Mandel tells us if he remembered the Duchess of Sussex back when she was just a briefcase girl on his game show. And we find out how a mom went from almost being homeless and hooked on drugs to getting her PhD. And inspiring heart threads is next.
Hello. Happy Wednesday. It's Hump Day, Sadie.
Thank gosh.
Yes.
My favorite day of the week.
Brooke and Sadie's here with the DBL Digital team, and we have a couple trending stories right now. On the more serious side, Paris Jackson, this was trending this morning. She actually just entered a facility for her emotional and mental well-being. She just checked into it, and so it's another star to admit they're having problems emotionally, mentally, and struggling with depression. She's been really open, actually, about her struggles with depression.
Right.
She said she tried to commit suicide when she was 15 years old. I think she struggled a lot when her dad died. So I'm really proud of her for actually taking control and going and getting help, and I think that's really what's important.
And you know, you look at them too, especially celebrities' children, how much they're put out in the lights and forced to kind of be in the scene. It can bring a lot of that stress and a lot of that trauma to them. So I applaud her for at least being open about it and checking herself in to get the right help, because that in itself, it's not like she really asked to be in this situation. So
she seemed to be doing a lot better, though. I've seen her at a lot of different events on the red carpet. She's been seen with a lot of celebrities, so maybe she just needs a break from everything.
Yeah. Keeping our fingers crossed for her for goodwill,
good for
too.
you,
Now, you heard about my story actually a little bit earlier in the show, and it is definitely still trending right now. Mariah Carey suing her personal assistants for $3 million. The story is a whole lot of mess going on with this. Now, Mariah is claiming that basically, you know, she gave her credit cards and money to the personal assistant, and she would go in and just buy things. And then, this is the great part, she would finagle with the stores like Chanel and Gucci and Prada. Try to get a discount and say, oh, I'm buying from Mariah. Don't you want to knock that down a couple $1,000s? That's how she would finagle these deals. And then it came back to Mariah that she was doing it. So money was definitely an issue, but to put icing on the cake, she then took it up a notch when Mariah fired her halfway through the year and says, well, I've got these embarrassing photos and videos of you, and if you don't pay me $8 million now, we're gonna have issues. So that's a whole lot of tea, but it also makes me wonder, girl, what's the tea? How much of embarrassing videos do you have of Mariah?
I would love to see that. You know, I remember watching Mariah's World. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, actually. I don't think I got that.
And her assistant, the same assistant that's been reported, was in the show. So it's interesting seeing the dynamic now and how crazy she
this is messy. This is
yeah,
messy.
but you know, you got to know who you're working with. You got to know who's on your team, what they're capable of. That's a scary thing if you're a really high-paid celebrity.
Right.
And you have an assistant like that in your life that wants to kind of turn it around and get you for it later.
Very true. And then, again, the simple fact of, like, what kind of stress that brings on to Mariah. Again, we don't know what these embarrassing videos are, but I sure do want to know. Just saying. DBL Nation, let us know your thoughts, and we'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Welcome back to DBL. I'm Bo Davidson. Today's Heart Threads is all about a comeback. Watch how a woman went from almost being homeless to obtaining a PhD in this incredible story of perseverance. This woman overcame a traumatic past to get her doctorate degree. Dr. Tyra Hodge didn't think she could go to college after finishing high school. On the verge of being homeless, she had to work several jobs to stay afloat.
I started working in clubs and it became a lifestyle. I fell into a lot of drugs and my life spiraled out of control.
Unfortunately, that lifestyle led to more pain and suffering for Tyra. But thanks to her faith and inner strength, she was able to move forward.
It was like a whisper that just told me to go to school. And I walked out with a full scholarship to school.
Since then, she's become a mother of 4, a nonprofit founder, an author, and most recently, she obtained a PhD in education. She wants to show her kids and others that even after hardship, a better life is possible.
There's a strength inside of all of us, and we just need to tap into it. We need to find it.
This is so important. I mean, I'm not a parent and I'm the only one at the panel, but I'm modeling for your child, letting them know what is and isn't possible, well, that all things are truly possible. My mother took 13 years to get her EDD, and I watched that whole thing, and so I knew that all things were possible because she modeled those
Isn't that amazing?
things for me.
I was going to say, I distinctly remember my mom as a single mother with 2 kids, studying every day, and she got her PhD in 1990. So.
And I got to piggyback on that. My mom taking the bus 45 minutes to get her master's every single day. We love you, moms. Kudos.
The race for president gets more crowded. We'll tell you about the latest power woman to announce her run for the Oval Office. Also ahead, the heart-pounding moment a toddler tumbles out of a moving car, and the person who came to the child's rescue. And get a jump start on spring cleaning. Easy organization tips to declutter your kitchen when DBL comes back.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
And then
so disgusting.
Paris Jackson has responded to reports that she checked into, like an emotional treatment
What'd she
facility,
say?
and she's saying the media is exaggerating.
Okay.
So we're saying it's reports, and then we'll have what she
She's
says.
just taking she's taking time for herself.
She's just getting off social media. Is kind of what she's saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Then we'll have the Ghostbusters coming in hot, and then we'll talk about decluttering and Marie Kondo, and there's a tease to our kitchen decluttering right after.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Abby. That was our producer,
Abby's so
Abby. She's the one that does all the stories for this next segment, which we call our trending block. So,
fun little inside story about Abby. I was at a Nuggets game one time, and I look up at the Jumbotron, and I'm like, I know her.
What? She was
then,
there?
And then the next day we come into work, and I'm like, were you at the Nuggets game yesterday? She goes, yeah, we were on the Jumbotron.
That's
like, I was just like
so
sitting in my seat. I was
cool.
like, what the heck? I was on the Jumbotron one time at Citi Field.
You were on the Jumbotron with the Nuggets.
Yes, I was on the Jumbotron with Erica as well.
Oh, that's right.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Because everyone's talking about this.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
What do you have to hide?
Log on and join our live conversation.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I do agree with you.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2.
Welcome to Daily Blast Live. We are live, and we are talking about what you're talking about, so let's get started. Well, another Democrat is joining the 2020 race. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand announced her run last night on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Take a look.
I'm filing an exploratory committee for President of the United States tonight. Well, I'm going to run for President of the United States because as a young mom, I'm going to fight for other people's kids as hard as I would fight for my own.
Woo! As a mother myself, I was going to say young mom, but I don't know if technically I'm a young mom. But as a mother myself, that pulls on my heartstrings. Of course, I would have to do my due diligence and look at her policies and make sure that we're aligned, but that works for me.
And whatever works for you, that's your vote. There is no right or wrong with this. I think there's like 400 and something candidates already in the pot or whatever it is running for 2020. Whatever works for you. There is no right or wrong, and I think politics need to be your own. Of course, but if that's where you want to start, that's not a bad place to start.
Before everyone chimes in, I want to talk about some of those candidates that you just brought up. So she is joining a growing field of candidates. More than 450, as Jeff just said, people have registered to run in 2020. As for Democrats, so far there is Representative Tulsi Gabbard, Julian Castro, Representative John Delaney, and retired Army Major Richard Ojeda. And many are expecting Senators Elizabeth Warren, Kamala Harris, and Cory Booker to announce. Some say former Vice President Joe Biden could join the race too. Of course, we know President Donald Trump is running for re-election, but will any Republicans challenge him? Who are you? Do you guys have any hopefuls? Erica, is there somebody that you specifically hope runs?
No. I don't have a name because I think that ultimately, especially when you have, I love the fact that so many people have thrown their hats in because then it creates competition. And we need competition because we need someone who is going to be passionate and consistent and also really fight in this battle. So whoever that person ends up being, then ultimately whatever the policy is, that's what I'm supporting. I'm not going to support a certain person because at this point, everyone's kind of just a name and there's celebrity and cachet behind it. It's not really about them as a politician.
I have nothing to say after that. Erica, you nailed it. I do want to see Cory Booker. I think he'll do a great job. He's young. I feel like he's got his finger on the pulse of where he believes our country's going. And I just want a little, let's channel our own Jeff Schroeder, just a little unity. And I think he can be the person to do it.
Again, touching on what you said earlier, what that lady just said touched to you. What Dan Crenshaw has been doing so far has stood out to me. I don't know his policies. I don't know if he's running. I don't know what he stands for. But what I know about him thus far, I like. He's an Army vet. He seems to be positive. He seems to appeal to both sides of the aisle. Again, I know very little. I'm going to do my research, but he's a name that just sticks out for me.
And I really hope we see another grassroots effort. So I think about Bernie Sanders, right? Bernie Sanders, you know, the whole meaning of feel the burn, feel the burn. I was really attracted to that. There I am with Bernie Sanders. Yeah. So I had the privilege, our network had the privilege.
Who's that little person in the middle?
That's one of our hosts that wasn't able to make it that day. So we had the privilege of interviewing Bernie right before 2016. And I really love loved the grassroots effort. A lot of people say that Beto O'Rourke had that, AOC in New York. So I think it can happen.
Did you guys notice one thing about all the candidates, most of the candidates that we've shown, they're all a little bit younger than usual. And I wonder if we're going to start to see that, more presidential candidates that are in like their late 40s, early 50s.
Interesting.
Rather than Bernie, who I think is 82, 80?
Yeah, he's up there. And, you know, Donald Trump as well. Joe Biden as well. Yeah. All right. Don't hold it against Bernie, Al.
I will not.
I will forever feel the burn. It's a parent's worst nightmare, and it was all caught on camera. Before we show you this video, we got to warn you, it is a little hard to watch. You can see this car round a turn, brakes slightly, and then the toddler gets thrown from the car. The 2-year-old is okay, thank God. Take another look at what happened. Police say the toddler was properly strapped into the car seat, thank God.
Goodness.
But the problem was the seat wasn't fastened into the car. The man who took this video stopped to help the child, and a police report says the mother who was driving did come back once she realized what had happened. So thank God that child is okay. This got us talking. We want to hear from you as well. What is your worst nightmare as a parent?
This sounds really weird to say, but like the park. I've seen a lot. I take my kids to the park all the time. I've seen a lot of really bad accidents at the park, especially. You mean
because they're all like metal and wood?
Yes, and everybody's running at full speed. And I've seen kids, you know, on the swings want to be like in the back of the pendulum and run into a kid. I've seen a lot of bad accidents happen at the park. So I mean, as a parent, you don't want a helicopter parent, but at the same time, I know I've saved my kid's life at least a couple times just by grabbing his arm before he ran into somebody.
Yeah.
For me, it's that extra second leaving your child in the car. There's so many times where I'm like, I'm just going to run in and get a coffee. He's right there. I could see him, or I want to pull up and pick this up. And I'm like, just do the right thing. You know what I mean? And I take him out and go through the whole thing and do the whole thing. But the biggest thing that really bothers me, there's my son, Lawson. But is, you know what, pools and streets really scare me because it's an instant. You turn around for an instant, and that could, you know, you could regret it. So darting into the street or holding his hand when I get out of the car seat, or we have a pool at our complex that, you know, we put him in that water thing the whole time, so we could definitely keep an eye on him.
It makes you nauseous. I think about,
Sam, what about you?
I think about losing my child. I always have her in my hand, but there's been times where I'm at the mall and for 1 second, I'll go to pick up, like if something falls out of my bag or her bag, all it takes is 2 seconds for her to, she's so fast. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, where's Sophie?
And that panic.
Oh, that panic, I can't even describe. And it's probably like 2 nanoseconds, not even a full second, but that would be my biggest fear, is losing her.
I know we have to move on, but I told you guys, this is a crazy story, but over Halloween, you know, I have a friend of mine that was that found a child. The kid had fallen asleep in the wagon because she was like 2 years old. The kid fell asleep. They covered her with jackets, and at some point she just woke up and was just walking around El Segundo, and you know, she was found. And you know, the cops came, but I mean, these people were without their child for 50 minutes.
Wow.
So and she
can't even imagine.
Yeah. So I mean, it happens, and these parents were. She said the dad came out almost passed out.
Oh yeah.
Like I can't imagine.
Yep.
It's not parent shaming. It's just it happens. The kid wakes up
in a second.
In a second.
Whew. All right, speaking of kids, let's get to this next story. Elementary school students study all subjects like English, math, and science, but what about etiquette? A school in Indiana now has a mandatory etiquette class for 5th graders. The school says students learn to make eye contact while shaking hands, work on active listening skills and manners. So DBL Nation, what do you think? Should etiquette classes be mandatory for students everywhere? So head to dblvote.com. Let us know what you think right now, and we'll talk about the results after we're discussing.
Could I get in first? Because I think this is amazing. I think it should be mandatory across the board. And why stop at 5th grade? You stop taking math in 5th grade? Take it all the way through high school. We are giant kids running around this planet. There is no adults. We are giant kids running around, operating giant cars, not using our turn signal. Who cares about the rest of the world? I think I'm going to text while I'm driving. Watch out! You know what I mean? It's like we're all just crazy people. We need the etiquette all the way through college. And not only should we teach etiquette, we should teach this is how you shake someone's hand. This is how you approach someone. This is what they do in Paris. This is what they do in Africa. This is what they do in Asia. Teach what the world does and enlighten
This is how you interview for a job. This is how you interact with the police when you're pulled over. All these things need to be taught, and you don't need to learn these things on the fly at 16, 17, 18 years old when it might be too late.
I think it should start younger than 5th grade.
I do. I agree. I agree. I think ultimately what we're showing, and I know a lot of people have pushback about it because they don't want to be told how to act, but ultimately what you're demonstrating to the world is your respect for yourself. So when you're talking about etiquette, how to present yourself, how to show without having to be like, I'm an alpha male, like how to do things that the rest of the world can look at you and see who you are. Every single thing that you do when you walk out the door is a representation of who you are. Etiquette helps you with that.
Yeah, and they're also going to be, I guess, teaching self-awareness and mindfulness and things like that, which is, I think, incredible. Let's see what DBL Nation thinks. 85% say yes. Well, there we go. We are all in agreement. Let's move on to this next story. Right now, there are reports that Paris Jackson has checked herself into an emotional health treatment facility. That's according to Entertainment Tonight, that says she decided to take time to reboot, realign, and prioritize her physical and emotional health. But Paris is responding, saying the media is exaggerating per usual. Yes, I've taken a break from work and social media because it can be too much sometimes, but I'm happy and healthy and feeling better than ever. Paris has opened up about her struggles with mental health before. Last year, in an interview with Rolling Stone, she talked about how she tried to kill herself at the age of 15, saying, quote, it was just self-hatred, low self-esteem, thinking that I couldn't do anything right, not thinking I was worthy of living anymore. Some speculate her upbringing may have impacted her mental health, with her superstar father being Michael Jackson. He died when she was only 11. Do you think, Al, that it was her childhood that messed her up? The fact that, I mean, she had to be shielded anytime she went into the public. Do you remember them wearing masks?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there was a lot of periods of trauma in her childhood, but at this point, Sam, it doesn't matter. What I do like to see is the present and how she's handling this. Life is long. She is a young woman, and there are a lot of young women and men that suffer from depression and mental illness, and she's taking the stigma away from it and showing like, hey, guys, I'm going to disappear for a second, get it together, and I'll be back. I love it. Yeah. Love it.
Sometimes I don't think it goes as far as sometimes it's just a mental health break, and you are so consumed by so many people and so much energy. I mean, think of all the hats that you guys have to wear as parents, as spouses, as employees. Like, that's a lot. And sometimes you just need to take a break, especially when you're consumed at work, you're consumed at home, you're consumed in the social media space, and you need people to be empathetic that you might need some time to yourself.
Amen. Self-care.
I would say most people do.
Yeah, I would say everybody does.
Yes.
She's promoting self-care. Way to go.
Where's my day? Can I take a break?
Honey, take a break.
All right, I see you.
Well, I don't know about that. We got to ask Bert. Bert's our senior EP. I can't make those decisions. I've got the question for you guys. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Who are you going to call?
Ghostbusters.
Stephanie, that went really well. Stephanie has some trending Ghostbusters news, and it's coming in hot.
Get ready, because the Proton Pack wearing Ghostbusters are back, and they're ready to fend off all things supernatural. And Jason Reitman is set to direct the next chapter in the original franchise, which his father, Ivan Reitman, directed back in 1984. Jason said it's not a reboot, and instead of taking place in the 80s, the movie will be set in present day. Everyone is wondering if the original cast will be back, but little details have emerged on who will be starring. So the new Ghostbusters movie is set to be released in the summer of 2020. I can't wait!
Ooh, thank you, Steph.
The woman Ghostbusters just bombed. Let's back it up with another one. What do you mean, oh, the men are doing it now? He said it's going to bomb. Take it easy. Oh.
Coming up on DBL, we've got easy tricks to organize your kitchen. Pro tips for everyone. But first, we're chatting with Howie Mandel about the reboot of Deal or No Deal, and ask him if he recalls Meghan Markle back when she was on the original show. You're not going to believe what he said. We'll be right back.
Are we on? Everyone goes, oh, that movie sucked. It was the worst movie ever.
How you said that? You were like,
I said the men was going to bomb too.
You were like, how'd that work for the all-women version?
Yeah, and now I go, let's back it up with this one. It's going to suck too.
But the whole room is what I'm laughing.
This is how sensitive we are as a nation. You say one thing about all women, the movie sucked. And it doesn't matter if it was men or women.
The entire room, no joke, was like, oh, and then some people were like,
yeah, someone cried. Someone just quit. They left. Jesus, I'm out of here. Sensitive Ghostbusters.
That was hilarious. Remember the Ghostbusters car in Malibu that's just like randomly drives around? Anybody?
Yeah, there's one.
There's one in Malibu that's always driving around. It's bizarre.
There was one parked over there in
Of course it was
Brooke. Brooke was offended.
Turn up the. Hey, look. Brooke's in her Wednesday's best.
Sam, you're entering this at the wall.
Oh, wonderful.
All right, well, let's get to some comments while you guys are here. And we want to get your opinion on Ghostbusters, apparently. I just wondered, guys, do you think we're just out of ideas? It's like I was looking at a Walmart commercial, and a Transformer was on it. I played with Transformers, insert number here years ago. You know, it's like, it seems like the same thing. I go to the grocery store, still Tony the Tiger. Nothing has changed. It's even the same Rice Krispies, guys. Anyway, all right, we're gonna read. Yeah, you just go with a market that's already been established. That makes sense. All right, Jeff, this is in regards to your Ghostbusters comment.
No
I'm
way.
just kidding.
I was like, come on.
All horse.
Yes. I mean, before we get to the comments, Jeff, do you think they just need to totally reboot the franchise? Like,
I don't think this is going to work either. I think the original, the cast that they had was
lightning in a
phenomenal. Yeah, I think they did. I don't think the women reboot or the man reboot is going to make a difference. I think they're going to stay.
And also, any fans that can get the Marriott to stop calling me with deals. Oh, my agent and my manager have this, so I have to pick it up.
Just wrote in about robocalls. We're going to do a whole thing.
Okay, please.
Welcome back to DBL, and today's Chatting with the Stars. Tori Shulman had a lot of fun catching up with Deal or No Deal host Howie Mandel. He's so busy, Tori actually had to pin him down while he was commuting between gigs. Check it out.
Read it out loud.
Say deal to this offer, and 25 of your choir students will receive an all-expense-paid trip to London.
I am fist bumping my next guest. Thanks for joining us. It's Howie Mandel. Welcome to Daily Blast Live. Howie, thanks for being here.
I'm a germaphobe, so I didn't want to be in the same room as you. So I am outside the building just Ubering.
Now, it's been almost a decade since Deal or No Deal was on TV. Tell us what prompted this return that I'm now obsessed with my husband.
I know, it's better now than it ever was.
So
it's
good.
Deal or No Deal 2.0, so it's still $1 million, 26 models, bigger and better than it ever was, a female banker. You will cry, you will laugh, you will scream.
We all think of one person other than Howie Mandel when we think of Deal or No Deal. It rhymes with Schmegin Schmarkle, so it's of course Meghan Markle. How did you discover the first time that the Duchess of Sussex was actually a briefcase model on the show?
I just found out from you. Oh my God, I didn't know. What a surprise this has been.
No.
I had no idea. Did you hear that? There's somebody out talking to the guy, the Uber driver. Schmegin Schmarkle worked with me. I didn't remember her until Harry popped the question and they started showing all the press, and I saw her standing there with a briefcase, and I go, I wish I remembered her.
Now, your wife actually convinced you to step into your role as a game show host. Why were you not interested at first? Because it seems like such a good transition.
Because in 2005, no comedian was a game show host. I just thought that would be the nail in the coffin of my career.
Got it.
And as luck would have it, it changed my life, and it's been the biggest success I've had to date.
You're also a judge on America's Got Talent, and the champion Susan Boyle already skipped her way to the finals. Howie, do you think she's going to win?
I think there's a good chance. It's not up to me. It's up to super fans from the 50 states. So you never know who's going to be there for the final.
Wow. Well, as another stand-up comic who became a TV host, I got to say, think of you as such a role model. What an honor it was to chat with you here at DBL. We're excited that Deal or No Deal is back, and we look forward to watching this season, Howie.
I think after all my years in the business, I realized what you're trying to say is goodbye.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You totally read the room.
But I'm giving you and the Uber driver both 5 stars.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the Academy. I want to thank my parents. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Watch my special. Watch Deal or No Deal in AGT. Bye-bye.
Oh, yeah, we are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at this moment.
Well, Sam, Macaulay Culkin is defending his friendship with Michael Jackson as an explosive documentary about the late singer is set to premiere soon. Culkin met with Jackson when he was 10 years old, with a 22-year age gap at the time. On a podcast, the actor says the quote, normal friendship made sense at the time since they were both child stars. Culkin describes the singer as sweet and gentle, saying they would make prank calls together. Now, Leaving Neverland, which features Michael Jackson's accusers, opens at the Sundance Film Festival next week.
How interesting.
Very.
Wow, fascinating.
Do you guys think that this timing matches up with Paris Jackson's issues? The release of this? I mean, this could trigger something.
Wow, that's a really good point. Well, coming up on DBL, new year, new kitchen. We have easy tips to organize the space and make the most of your home. We'll be right back.
DBL Nation, it's Lex and Peter, and we are here with the DBL Digital team, giving you guys more top trending stories during the breaks here at Daily Blast Live. I can feel Jeff watching us right now.
Yeah, I was like, he just
stopped. You like see a shadow over here, and he just like stopped there to judge us.
He likes to pick on us.
Anyway, some cool stories for you guys. First off, I really love this. This woman who works in the pediatric cancer spot in the hospitals has started this new company making dolls that look like you, which is not new, but she's actually trying to get into disabilities, people with handicaps, and little kids. And all these photos are super, super cute. It's on lifestyle.diply. Sorry, I had to like really get that out there. If you want to check out more about the story, it's really, really sweet. Things like the T-bow, and if you have an alteration to your appendages, they make them. She just makes them for you.
So that's nice. It's for like kids that maybe not have this social norm look that everyone's fixed to.
I think it's really sweet.
And you can make your own doll. I like that. That's really nice.
Yeah. And then you have another story for us.
I do, but I'm going to get you guys in the next break. Let me know what you think
That's
about
okay.
the story
Yeah.
with making your own doll.
I remember when Winnie Harlow, she has Petite Glow, she's a model and she has a Barbie of herself too. And I just think it's really great and very inclusive. Bye guys.
Welcome back to Daily Blast Live. Starting the new year fresh is all about getting organized, and one of the toughest places to get organized is in the kitchen. We brought in the experts from major organizers here in Denver to show us how it's done.
This is really where you want to start your organization. So Kara, tell me the 3 spots we're going to hit in the kitchen.
The 3 areas we're going to tackle are going to be underneath the sink, the pantry, and then we're going to do the junk drawer.
Oh boy, everyone loves the junk drawer. All right, you guys ready? Let's do it!
We want to start with the clean palette. I'm trying to pull everything from this pantry area here. So basically I'm sorting into categories. I'm going to sort into categories. I have my spices here. I have my seasoning salts here. You're eliminating the bags, its form and function, everything's captured and contained. I'll just start pulling. Yeah, I don't need a drain clog. I'll put more. I have cleaning supplies over here, and I'm still sorting. And then I want to wipe this out before we start figuring out how we want to organize it and put it back in. Cleaning supplies, and this is dish soap and more specialty items there. Hand soap, vegetable wash is in the back. This was what was described to us as a junk drawer, and it's something that's in all of our kitchens. As I just look through here, I see the pens and pencils. I see more things of supply in nature. Loose change here. She established homes, or kind of space planned the drawer where she wanted everything to live in the drawer. Sorting, treasuring what she wants to keep or get rid of as far as this drawer. And then she did a great job trying to capture and contain like items within the drawer. I think it looks great.
Great tips. You could find more information at majororganizers.com. We'll be right back. That was a terrible throw.
Jeff, while you're looking for comments, I'll tell everybody I am looking at different iRobots to get. I was getting off the elevator at my place, and this guy was moving his daughter in, and he just stopped me and went on a 5-minute rant, a 30-second rant, about how good the iRobot cleaner is. He was like,
"Oh, really?"
He was like an older guy. Had
the one on the floor?
Yes, he had no agenda. He was like, look, I thought it was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. And he's like, I guess his older daughter that had just graduated college, she was like, I got one for her kind of as a joke. And he was like, it's amazing. So
Really?
he said get the iRobot one. So, yeah. So I don't know. It's got a remote with it. It's got an app. Wow. We live in the future.
Dude,
Sam
for
can start
real.
our car with an app.
I know.
I'm so jealous.
Me too.
That's cool.
Me too. Dude, I need to go car shopping.
Yeah. I was gonna. What's
Our tiny
going
car's
on with the
getting-
car front?
It's every day. Jordan's like, what's up? And we do need it, man. Like, Lawson's getting bigger. The car seats. When you're driving, you can't even go all the way back because I have a little car. But yeah, we need to get into
And
it.
it's not really,
I just don't. I can't bring
sedan.
myself to like.
It's a decent size sedan.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
But it's just my whole thing is like I got to go to the dealer. I know I'm getting screwed, and then I'm gonna get mad, and then I got to do this, and then I got to change my plates, and then I got to change my insurance.
You got to call your secret weapon, Sam's husband, Mark.
I know.
Some people have a gift for
Yeah, he
he
does.
likes it. He likes the game of it, of like playing dealerships against each other and finding out, well, there's a little scratch on the inside of the tire here,
Yeah.
and they're willing to replace it for free. Could I get a free 6 months of brake jobs? But he loves.
He does the
where
hustle,
I'm just
man.
like, I'll pay extra money to not talk.
Yeah,
I'm
and
like, just rip me off. I don't.
No, I hate getting a bad deal, and I hate getting ripped off.
Yeah.
And then I got to change my insurance, and then I got to add on. And I got to talk to more people. You know what I mean?
But you know what, dude? When you get in that car,
I know, it's gonna be
it'll
so
worth it,
good.
especially when you close the door for the first time in a brand new car. Yeah. Oh.
Al, he's distracted like a little kid.
It's gonna get snatched.
I know. Once we put the car seats in the other car, we have room, and like we could throw everything in the trunk.
You know what I drove?
Like we got to do it by
You guys
spring.
share this. I rented for a while. Just when I was going back and forth to LA, I was always renting cars. I rented a 2018 Ford Explorer.
Yeah.
The windshield is like you're looking at a movie. It's gigantic. Got all the bells and whistles. It was really cool, man. And obviously it's a Ford, so here in Colorado, and I'm sure it'd be reasonably priced.
I know, man. We went one time shopping, but by spring I got to get a new one. Like it's over. You know, I gave myself a deadline.
Told you.
What are you gonna do? Car shopping. It's a pain.
All right, got to be done.
Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. What do we got, Erica?
Oh, yes. These are for Jeff. Karen Jess on Facebook says, I got what Jeff was saying. Why make another one when the last remake was terrible?
Thank you.
Naomi on YouTube says, I didn't think the new movie was that bad, Jeff. I don't know if she said Jeff like that.
That was a little Erica in that.
Love the original and the sequel. A lot of people talking about etiquette and manners. Gina Valentino says ASU is launching a new course, an adult thing on adulting as well. I think it's ridiculous that it's necessary, but it is. And Sherry Franny says, I think the etiquette classes are a great idea. I totally agree with everyone.
Love it.
Can I just say something about the Ghostbusters?
Oh my God.
In the video right before that, a child was thrown from a car and there was no gasp. And I said, Ghostbusters, the woman version stinks, and the whole room gasped.
Literally the entire room.
Yes, I just want to point out where our priorities are.
Man.
Yeah. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Happy Hump Day.
DBL Nation. It's Kelly Schubert here. It is time for Between Shows with Shuby and... Hold on. Did you hear that? Shuby and... So we're talking about the government shutdown, day 26. We've been following this.
Every time I see you, it's the government shutdown.
I know. I wish I had something happier for you. Maybe soon it'll be, guess what, Tori, the government shutdown's over. But we're not there yet.
Okay, I got it.
Will you be excited when that happens?
Yes, I just want a good fact. Every time I see you, just start with a good fact and then say we're in government shutdown.
Gotcha. So something like not related good?
Yeah.
Okay, my best friend just got engaged.
Mazel tov! Now we're back on board.
Now we're still in the government shutdown. It's
feel
day 26. Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, she does not want President Trump to hold the State of the Union address. That's supposed to be January 29th. And she says a lot of that has to do with security issues. She's worried about the security. The Secret Service now is coming back and speaking out and saying they're prepared for the State of the Union address. No, it's not. That's not the issue.
Right. I think
obviously we all know that. So,
like, why security? Just
why what?
Like, why? What about it?
What about the security? There wouldn't be enough security, is what she's saying.
Because there's not, like, Secret Service aren't.
Yes, exactly. But
so if you
that's obviously not really why.
So some Secret Service are not being paid, and they are protecting certain people. So that's what you mean. Okay.
That's what she means. But really, a lot of people are saying no. She just doesn't want the president to hold the State of the Union address because it's going to be all about the wall. So
and can I be honest? And this goes to you guys, if you are a Democrat or Republican who's against the shutdown and wants people to be able to speak for themselves, would you not also think maybe I don't show up to the State of the Union?
What do you guys think? Let us know, DBL Nation. We'll see you soon.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Because everyone's talking about this.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
You are totally off base here.
Log on and join our live conversation.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I do agree with you.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2.
Welcome to DBL. It's Wednesday, January 16th. We are live, and we are talking about what you're talking about. I'm here with Tori, Jeff, Al, and I'm Sam.
What's up, Sammy?
Hey, let's get started. Well, if you think the government shutdown has not affected you yet, you might want to think again. First off, 46,000 IRS workers are now being asked to go back to work without pay. They return as tax season kicks off at the end of this month, but not all IRS functions will return to normal, including audits and taxpayer assistance. And some experts are saying the shutdown is making it less safe to fly. The shutdown is even threatening the Super Bowl as slowdowns at the airports and security concerns could spell serious trouble. Here's what the Atlanta mayor had to say about it.
We aren't a stranger to large events, so I do believe that we are as prepared as we can possibly be. Certainly, there are factors that we don't control, such as what's happening with our federal government shutdown and with the long TSA lines.
And speaking of the Super Bowl, a new poll is out about the ads. 2/3 of consumers say commercials with political statements are inappropriate for the big game. I mean, you've always said you want politics removed from award shows. What do you think about the Super Bowl and their ads?
I think they pay a lot of money for millions and millions of dollars for a 30-second spot during the Super Bowl. I think you're entitled to run whatever you want to run. But when you pay that amount of money, if you run, like we said, we were talking about yesterday, that Gillette ad that's deep and it's kind of, you have to watch it to see what's going on. I'm not paying attention really to what's going on while I'm at the Super Bowl. I'm paying attention to the game. I know a lot of people watch for the commercials, but
a lot of us watch for the commercials.
I know,
literally watch.
I'm not paying attention for it, me personally.
I think a commercial that sparks your interest, though, will be talked about for weeks and weeks and weeks afterwards, right? And I think when they're saying we don't want political, 2/3 of them are saying no. The best thing you could do right now, and tell me if you think I'm wrong, is do the most divisive, not divisive, but controversial ad you could think of. Because A, people are paying attention. B, I don't want to be spoken about my freedom of speech. And C, I think when people say don't watch something, you're more entitled and more enticed to actually watch it.
So polarizing, but not divisive.
Correct.
And I don't know how polarizing it is. I think that I think they've done market research, and people that are a certain type of age, my age and older, I think a lot of and they share the same views that you do, Jeff. Like, I just want to watch the game, man, have a couple beers, have my kids run around. Right. That's great. Other people, millennials that are coming up, they're forming their political opinions, their political ideologies, and they also need to buy razors, and they also need to buy Doritos. So they need to hook those customers now at 15, 16, and so they can have that customer for the next 50 years. years, they're really not worried about our advertising dollar anymore. They either got it or they don't at this point.
And it's risky too, though. If you miss the mark and you miss big, you're putting your company at risk.
Pepsi. You forget the Kendall Jenner Pepsi commercial, where she looked so foolish.
Like, for instance, if Gillette had done what they did at the Super Bowl, I think it would have been amazing. It would have been.
I don't know if it would have got through as much as it did.
I think it would have, because it's the most masculine thing you can do in America. The Super Bowl, to have that ad there would have been really empowering.
Interesting take. We would love to hear from you as well, so DBL Nation, please chime in. Well, we all love viral videos, but sometimes prank or viral challenge videos can get dangerous. And now YouTube is taking a stand banning them from its video sharing service. It's all because of the newest viral challenge based on the Netflix movie Bird Box. People film themselves doing tasks while blindfolded, but some took the challenge too far, crossing the line into dangerous territory. Just look at this tweet from the police showing what happened when someone did the Bird Box challenge while driving. Well, with predictable results, you can see. So do you think YouTube can really police this kind of content, especially when these videos are getting clicks? I mean, constantly. That's why people are doing them.
You know, it'd be very difficult for them to do that, but I would like them to try. I mean, I don't even know how the internet works in the first place. I mean, why can't they do this? There's nothing is impossible on the internet. My son's on the internet. He's clicking. He could click finally to a point where one of these videos are out there. I wish they would try in some way to edit some of these videos, in my opinion.
By the way, Jeff, YouTube Kids.
YouTube, okay.
There's another app called YouTube Kids that keeps a lot of the bad videos.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you.
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You would say this is censorship.
Yeah, and I think it's dangerous, because here's what I want to say about that. Freedom of speech means even horribly ugly, insightful speech, like Nazis walking through Skokie, Illinois, when most of the survivors of the Holocaust are there. That's rule protected because the NAACP is also allowed to use that same rule for many people they think that's egregious to walk through. So the civil rights movement to some was not pretty. For us, that's not pretty. But that's the whole idea of America. And if we start censoring things because maybe someone might get hurt from it, we start to walk into, in some ways, a slippery slope. And it worries me. Freedom of speech about that idea is the whole value of, even if it's stupid and dumb, we as Americans are allowed to say it.
What if it's putting someone's life in danger? And I get where you're coming from, and I'm a big advocate for freedom of speech too.
Totally.
But if it's this, if you're seeing a trend where you're seeing people doing this Bird Box challenge, driving cars, and it's then putting myself and then my Sophie in her car seat in danger, what's the repercussions there?
But let's also say I'm a neo-Nazi and I'm on YouTube and I'm speaking about horrible things. I'm a Jew. I protect that person's point of view, even if it's inciting other people to join that party, because I want to be able to have my point of view said, and that might be insightful to someone else.
Well, maybe we could, I don't know, I'm just all about adjusting the Constitution, or maybe putting some
amending
it, because Thomas Jefferson wasn't at Thomas Jefferson 69. He doesn't know what the YouTube, he doesn't know what the internet is. We don't know. We used muskets during times when gun law was at. Who?
I just said there were 68 other Thomas Jeffersons.
No, he was late to the game.
But I got to put a hyphen here.
It was his football number.
Got to get to this next story. Okay, let's get to the next story. One dad got more than he bargained for when he tried to discipline his 16-year-old daughter. The girl called the police on her dad, claiming he stole her $800 cell phone that she said didn't belong to him. Here's what the dad told officers after the daughter password protected her phone.
I took her phone from her because she's a juvenile. Okay. I don't want her to have it. Okay. I can't inspect it.
Yep, and see if you can guess who the police sided with. Take a look.
Guess what? Everything that you own belongs to your mother and your father. Having a phone's not a right. It's a privilege. Okay.
Ooh, so can a 16-year-old own property?
She could own it, but if you're living under my roof, I also own that property, and you till you're 18. If you cause some problems, if you go meet some stranger, if you have a party in my house when you're 16 years old, that's all on me. I could go to jail for some of that stuff, and God forbid you meet someone and you get taken away from me. As a parent, I'm here to protect you. I know it hurts at that time. It did when I was 16 and my parents were telling me what to do, but in the end, a parent is always right.
I couldn't agree with you anymore.
Yeah, and just, I mean, you look, and why is she so apprehensive to give her phone up to the point where she calls the police?
What's in there?
What's in there? What's in there if you have nothing to hide? So.
And I'm all for parents looking at their friends, at their teenagers' phones. I don't think there should be any sort of privacy. I see that as protection. Obviously, there's got to be a line there, but I'm going to monitor.
And I agree with that, and I'm only bringing this up to see the other point of view, which is probably I don't really agree with, but Is there anything then that a 16-year-old owns if they paid for it themselves? Meaning, and I mean like, I paid for a car. I worked all summer. It's my car. The title's in my name. At any point, or I paid for this journal and I'm writing in a journal. Is there any type of privacy or right that 16-year-old has?
Absolutely not.
And that's a fair answer.
So then my daughter could get in her car and then go drive to New York City because it's her car? No, absolutely not. And I still make the rules if I'm the parent. Until you're 18, until you have your own roof over your head, and you're an adult, then you can make those decisions for yourself.
And I don't think that parent was trying to be the warden of her life. It's about protection. So it's a different thing with the car. I'm looking in there because obviously I'm suspicious of something.
He definitely saw something.
And I want to get in there and make sure my suspicion is wrong.
She password protected it. Yeah.
Yeah. So this, I mean, and I get it when you're 16, it's very embarrassing to have your parents look into your personal life. You're going through a lot of emotions. We all know what we're saying. It's all about protection in this case, and I think that it goes a little deeper than what we saw there, and I think the parents
And it's not fun when it's happening to you.
Absolutely.
We can all agree with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Moving on to Mariah Carey. She is suing her former personal assistant. The lawsuit claims Mariah's former assistant tried to blackmail her with, quote, intimate videos for $8 million after she was fired. That's according to TMZ that cites court documents. The lawsuit also alleges the assistant used Mariah's credit card without permission. And get this, TMZ reports the assistant made about $337,000 a year. OMG. Now Mariah is reportedly suing for at least $3 million. I mean, it's horrific, but you know, and this is not me at all justifying what this employee did, but Mariah does have a history to have these contentious relationships with her employees. She's had a number of employees sue her, and bodyguards sue her for lost wages or never being paid. I wonder if this is a disgruntled employee. I wonder if this is just a bad person that's capitalizing on Mariah's fame. I don't know.
I don't know. And I want to throw this to Tori because I want to hear what you have to say about this. I believe this is textbook extortion. Why is this treated just like it's a misdemeanor? I thought this was a real crime, especially when there's videotape, and especially when somebody's reputation like Mariah Carey.
And stealing your credit card, all of that.
Yeah, all of that is financial fraud. You could absolutely sue. Here's the problem is, do you want to sue because then everything becomes public? So everything that they blackmail you for is now public, right?
Wow.
So the question is, and I have always said, if someone blackmailed me, I don't know why my hands are here, but I was doing this thing. But if someone blackmailed me, I would say, I would call them out for it. However, what if what they had was so egregious to you and your children that you wouldn't want that?
Because your children didn't sign up for that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And she has a family.
Exactly.
Wow. All right. Well, thank you, Tori.
It's a strange law.
Legal. It is. Coming up on DBL, heart-stopping moments when a toddler still strapped in the car seat literally falls out of a moving car. Don't worry, the child is safe. But this did get us talking. What's your worst parenting nightmare? Plus, Michael Jackson's daughter, Paris, just took a positive step forward to get her life back on track. And you, the viewer, are our fifth host. What's your definition of cheating? And does it include watching adult videos? Your comments coming up next.
Yeah, I was really curious to hear what Tori said about extortion and Mariah Carey's former assistant extorting her, just because I know you think, oh, she's a celebrity, so who cares? But I would think that everybody, especially if you've ever dated anybody or been really close friends with somebody, somebody's got some dirt on you somewhere, whether it's you inebriated somewhere, you underdressed somewhere, anything. And I think that this is going to be more and more a thing where it's all fine until it's not fine. And so now anybody that has any type of picture or video of you can now hold that over your head until when? In perpetuity? I don't understand how this is allowed to go on. And I also don't understand why is that automatically public record? Is nothing sacred? Is nothing allowed to be private? Maybe it only is when it has to do with children. But that's really disappointing to hear.
It is disappointing.
If you say,
Because then it's going to prevent you from doing the right thing and seeking justice.
So what if your high school boyfriend had threatened to leak an intimate video of you guys? So what, you just pay him for the rest of your life?
Right, because of the fact that you're fearful that the whole public's going to have to see something that would be detrimental for your daughter. Yeah, that's what I mean. I know.
Your husband, and then I don't know. It's really
that seems odd. That seems like that needs to be amended.
I can't believe that. But yeah, when I looked up revenge porn laws, I was shocked at I thought they were going to be really bad. They're not that bad. It's like
a start. It's progress. It's a beginning. I just want to get to this. Eileen Wood says, I'm watching from KGW TV in Portland. Why are you making it seem like they won't get paid? Most will. They're just getting paid late. If you have an apartment and you're renting and you're late because of that, you are then homeless. That is why we're so concerned, because it's time sensitive. Please write me back. I don't mean to be aggressive. I just really strongly believe that. Let me know what you think.
Welcome back to DBL. Have you ever busted your partner watching adult videos? Well, experts are redefining what cheating is in this new digital age. Most agree that sexting people outside of your relationship is off limits, but what about watching adult videos in private, in secret? According to an adult video website, about 100 billion adult video clips were viewed in 2016, and that number has only grown since. That's more than 5,000 centuries of adult videos watched on the popular site in just the course of a year. So DBL Nation.
Wow.
Do you consider adult videos to be a form of cheating?
The more you know.
That's 300 million hard drives. What kind of stat was that? Candy from Facebook says, it depends on if it's out in the open versus being hidden. Candy, I feel you and I disagree with you at the same time. I think when it's out in the open, you and your partner can both sit and enjoy an adult video, and you like it and it gets things started. I'm all for that. But I think at the same time, everybody watching, everybody in this room right now has fantasies that they might not want the whole world to know about. Maybe it's just a little thing you peek at every once in a while, and then you go back to ESPN.com.
Getting so high.
I don't know.
Chloe from Twitter says, watching adult videos is cheating. Stop invalidating other people's feelings. That's why it's important to talk with your partner and discuss boundaries. So I'm a little confused on some of that, because when you're, here's how I feel. If you feel like it's cheating, just be clear with your partner that's totally not okay with you from the very beginning, and maybe that works for you. I tend to think that Americans are very puritanical. Sex is very healthy. Challenge yourself to think of fetishes and things that really, and I don't mean this in a bad way, turn you on is a good thing for your relationship as a human being. I'm being honest with you. It's healthy, and I think if you're doing it together, it's even more healthy.
There you go. Naomi from
Fetish
Facebook.
lead in.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I didn't get upset with my husband watching adult videos at first, but then our computer crashed because of viruses, and we spent hours trying to fix it. Now that's something to get mad about. I'm on board with you there. But there's nothing wrong with a little adult entertainment if you choose to indulge. Why are we acting like we're 4 years old in here?
It's, it's very healthy to be sex positive.
I know, and I think it's all right with that, but I do think there is a point where you can get a little crazy with it, I should say. Maybe.
No, you can get addicted. It's a real thing. You can get addicted. It can rewire the brain. It can completely desensitize that individual that is addicted. That means it's going to change your relationship in the bedroom because the expectations are not matched.
It's a real thing.
Those are
it's a real thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, everything in moderation. If you feel like that your partner has reached an extreme when it comes to adult films, I think then you should talk to that person in getting help.
It's all about communication.
And about being a good sexual partner.
Yeah.
I mean, we giggle, but yeah, that's a lot of marriage. It's like if you're your partner's only sexual partner for the rest of your life, go get really good at it.
Yeah, and have fun. Well, we are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at this moment.
Do Sam. Well, Chris Hansen usually takes down criminals, but the former To Catch a Predator host has found himself on the other side of the law. He was arrested Monday in Connecticut, turning himself into cops over a series of bounce checks. Last year, Hansen bought $13,000 worth of mugs, decals, and shirts for a marketing event, but allegedly failed to pay the business for the goods when the checks didn't go through. Hansen, who recently hosted Crime Watch Daily, was just released from jail. He hasn't commented on the case.
Wow. As a small business owner, that ticks me off. Not okay.
Amen.
Coming up on DBL, a new candidate has thrown her hat in the ring for president. We will reveal the latest politician who wants the job. Plus, Terrifying moments when a toddler falls out of a moving car. The baby's doing just fine, but we're asking, what's your biggest parenting nightmare? Oh my gosh.
Dad?
Guys, we are giving you a rundown. It's almost like I'm your river guide. We're going down a river together, we're rivering, and then on the right, we're gonna talk about in the next break, which celeb's daughter calls them an a-hole on Instagram? Which celeb's daughter calls them an My first thought, it rhymes with Schmaldwin, but it's probably not. And then we are also discussing nature. I am learning way more about why nature is so amazing and why it's good for the health. We're learning why nature is lit. Do I sound cool and not old when I say that? Nature is hip. And we have a crazy video coming out that will demonstrate how lit it is. And finally, we'll share some actually disturbing news about, I was thinking about this actually, how the government shutdown is going to affect hurricane season. Remember, when normally presidents and people called national emergencies, there was a real, and I don't mean to say this ironically, but emergency. There was FEMA involved. There was tents that need to be there. So apparently there's going to be a lack of some money going to some emergency shutdown place. So if you are in a hurricane area or tornado alley, we want you to write in and let us know what are your fears, what have you heard. We'll give you specifics as to what the government shutdown is actually going to be doing in that area. Plus, we are proud to announce that in February, we are going to be playing Matchmaker to some lucky members of the DBL Nation. If you're single and looking for love, apply at dailyblastlive.com/love.
That's Ella.
Welcome back to DBL. If you're like me and you want to keep busy, even when it's cold outside, you got to check out today's DBL Drive presented by CarShield. I didn't really understand what off-season meant.
Oh, it's off.
Until I dealt with the real, where like things, the gas stations are closed.
Shuttered. Things are shuttered.
Yes. Now, I'm thinking this wasn't as big a problem for you because you are naturally a homebody. So what did you do when you were in the house? Like, how would you pass the time? And I know that cross-stitch might come out of your mouth, but you're talking to me.
My sister-in-law and I both cross-stitched the entire time, but there's lovely reading and there's bird watching with binoculars and a book about birds of New England. Huh?
That seems like the cover of a book where you would have something illegal in it, but you were like, no one will ever go in this.
It's a wad of cash cut out of the Raven section.
It says receipts from 1998.
Don't let the cold get you down. There are lots of activities in the winter months to keep you active and happy. Whether it's a night dancing, cocktails on the town, or a game night in front of the fire, make the effort to get people together. Good deeds aren't just for the holidays. Volunteering in your community can get you out of the house and put things in perspective while creating a deeper connection to those around you. Adventure into winter with peace of mind and get an auto protection plan with CarShield. CarShield protects its members from the high cost of auto repairs. Call 1-800-505-9619 for a free quote.
Coming up on DBL, Deal or No Deal host Howie Mandel tells us if he remembered the Duchess of Sussex back when she was just a briefcase girl on his game show. And we find out how a mom went from almost being homeless and hooked on drugs to getting her PhD. And inspiring heart threads is next.
Guys, so I just want to be more clear on what I'm promoting because I think this might be a bigger deal than I'm giving it credit for.
Yell the word Tory at the TV or screen if you're single right now. 1, 2, 3. Oh, whoa! I heard so many of you. Even if you are feeling like you have a kid and a job and you have no time. You're over 60 and you don't feel like finding love. We are here to help. So in February, we are looking for singles, and I want you to apply at dailyblastlive.com/love, L-O-V-E. We are going to be yentas if you're just a mother who wants their daughter to find a good doctor or a good lawyer or whatever it is, and you feel like maybe I've sort of given up and you don't love online dating. We really want to take this opportunity to get you guys to apply. No matter what situation you're in, we believe in modern families, believe in modern love. So again, it's dailyblastlive.com/LOVE. It's going to be a wonderfully inspiring and hopefully romantic segment. Ow. Ow. I'm not on camera. Okay, so I just did all that. Fantastic. So it's going to be February. So if you are single and you're feeling sort of low, again, please apply at dailyblastlive.com/love. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to DBL. I'm Bo Davidson. Today's Heart Threads is all about a comeback. Watch how a woman went from almost being homeless to obtaining a PhD in this incredible story of perseverance. This woman overcame a traumatic past to get her doctorate degree. Dr. Tyra Hodge didn't think she could go to college after finishing high school. On the verge of being homeless, she had to work several jobs to stay afloat.
I started working in clubs and it became a lifestyle. I fell into a lot of drugs and my life spiraled out of control.
Unfortunately, that lifestyle led to more pain and suffering for Tyra. But thanks to her faith and inner strength, she was able to move forward.
It was like a whisper that just told me to go to school. And I walked out with a full scholarship to school.
Since then, she's become a mother of 4, a nonprofit founder, an author, and most recently, she obtained a PhD in education. She wants to show her kids and others that even after hardship, a better life is possible.
There's a strength inside of all of us, and we just need to tap into it. We need to find it.
I mean, it's so important, so powerful. Talk about your mom real quick.
I mean, my mom, as a single mom, got her PhD in 1990. My grandfather had 2 PhDs and a master's. I come from a family where education is very valued, and you see that the example she's setting for her daughter.
And it trickled down effect to you.
That's right.
Brown University.
I just got a master's, though.
If you're leaving us right now, you can still watch us live on Facebook and YouTube. Here's what's coming up next on Daily Blast Live.
The race for president gets more crowded. we'll tell you about the latest power woman to announce her run for the Oval Office. Also ahead, the heart-pounding moment a toddler tumbles out of a moving car, and the person who came to the child's rescue. And get a jump start on spring cleaning. Easy organization tips to declutter your kitchen when DBL comes back.
Hey guys, it's Sadie and Brooke here from the Daily Blast Live digital team, giving you the top trending stories that's happening right now. The Killers have teamed up with Spike Lee.
So I just want to get on this. I danced my first dance to The Killers.
Wow.
And I know about the video and I listened to the song. And so
What do you think? Did you see?
I saw everything.
Okay.
I think the lyrics were a little juvenile, to be honest. I thought that could have been more poetic, but I'm a The Killers fan. I've seen 18 concerts of them.
But how dope is that? Spike Lee, that kind of collaboration in itself.
Fantastic.
Off the hook. If you have not seen it, there's a lot of pretty graphic, in my opinion, parts in this video.
The video's better to me than the song almost.
I agree. It's showing, it's basically going against Trump and what he's basically representing. So it's pretty intense just watching the video. And Spike Lee, to me, is one of the best to kind of incorporate in something like this. So shout out to the Killers and Spike Lee for that.
Yeah, what a weird combo.
Didn't see that coming.
Cool, right?
Yeah.
It needs to happen.
It's for a message, a good one.
Anyway, I know I look homeless today. I'm sorry.
I like it. It's top
I had a rough night, but my story is kind of what you were talking about earlier on someone who called their dad an a-hole on Instagram.
Oh, I wanted to hear this.
Yeah, so who do you think it was?
To be honest, I thought it was Baldwin.
Oh, okay, that is a good guess because that has happened. But no, it's Ewan McGregor's daughter.
What?
Yeah.
Obi-Wan?
Yes, her name is Clara, and I guess she's very outspoken on Instagram about her father's relationship. He left his ex, which is her mother, for his Fargo co-star.
Oh, wow.
And she's not happy about it. She posted a picture of her gorgeous mother laying in a bikini on the beach, and someone commented, "Wow, you got the genes." And she wrote, "Yeah, just trying to keep away a-holes that leave my goddess of a mother." So she's really kind of being public about the whole thing. So I don't know, DBO Nation, do you think that's like appropriate? I don't know.
Let us know.
What you think.
Bye, guys.
Is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Because everyone's talking about this.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
You are totally off base here.
Log on and join our live conversation.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I do agree with you.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2.
Welcome to DBL. We are live and we are talking about what you're talking about. Let's get started. Another Democrat is joining the 2020 race. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand announced her run last night on the Late Late Show, with Stephen Colbert. Watch.
I'm filing an exploratory committee for President of the United States tonight. Well, I'm going to run for President of the United States because as a young mom, I'm going to fight for other people's kids as hard as I would fight for my own.
I love that. I would definitely have to check into her policies and make sure that we're aligned there, but that message speaks to me.
Yeah, of course. And I think that's what it's all about. There's no right or wrong way to vote, just vote. But if that speaks to you, do a little research, start digging in. It's someone to keep an eye on. I think this is where you start looking for that 2020 candidate.
And speaking of 2020 candidates, before I get Tori chiming in here, she does join a growing list of candidates. More than 450 people have registered to run in 2020. As for Democrats, so far there is Representative Tulsi Gabbard, Julian Castro, Representative John Delaney, and retired Army Major Richard Ojeda. Many are expecting Senators Elizabeth Warren, Kamala Harris, and Cory Booker to announce. Some say former Vice President Joe Biden could join the race too. And of course, we know President Donald Trump is running for re-election, but will any Republicans challenge him? Do you have anybody that you're hoping to run, Tori?
I hope Nikki Haley makes a challenge for Trump. I really think she's a really good option. If you don't know, she was ambassador to the United States, United Nations. She was South Carolina's governor when she took down the Confederate statues. So she's conservative, but very into right now, and she's a strong female, and I think she'd be great. As for the Democrats, I don't know if this, I wanted to ask you guys this. Would you say you're running during a government shutdown when everyone's view of the government is so low?
That's interesting.
I think, yes.
Why announce now?
Because people are frustrated and they're like, they want to change.
But all you're saying is like, I'm doing this and I'm having there was no policy there. Like what I'd like is someone to come out creatively and say, look at this, I'm going to do this. No one's challenged the shutdown. And I think that would be a good opportunity to come forward.
I think you're right. No, that would really speak to the American people,
right?
Especially with the 800,000 plus families that are suffering right now.
Amen.
Wow. Interesting. But chime in, DBL Nation. We would love to hear from you as well. Well, this next story, let me tell you, it is a parent's worst nightmare, and it was all caught on camera. Before we show you this video, we want to warn you that it is a little hard to watch. You can see this car round a turn, brake slightly, and then the toddler gets thrown from the car. The 2-year-old is okay. Thank God. Take another look at what happened. Police say the toddler was properly strapped into the car seat, but the problem was the seat wasn't fastened into the car. The man who took this video stopped to help the child, and a police report says the mother who was driving did come back once she realized what had happened. Wow. I'm so happy to hear that that 2-year-old is okay. It got us talking about our worst fears as parents, because things like that can happen. I'm sure this parent did their due diligence, you hope. Put the child in the car seat well, thank God. That's why the child is alive and not injured. But something happened with putting it in. But I don't want to parent shame because it could happen.
And that's your first thought, is the parent shame. And I was like, wait a second, Al, you've raised 3 children. I remember I was with my daughter and she was still in it, not a car seat, but the feeding seat. What is that called?
High chair.
The high chair. sorry if I'm over your head with all this high-tech talk here. But I was so worried about my kids choking for some reason that I would get a knife and I would almost like mince their food and dice it up. And I'm like, oh, I'm such a great parent. I'm making sure my kids are cool. And you know, I turned around and turned back, and my daughter just had a huge knife, and she was holding it by the blade end.
Yep. Oh,
and I was just like, hey, okay, give me that. You know?
Yeah.
But it's just like, you think you're doing the right thing, but 1 second I turn my head and it's over. That's just
Any fears?
I mean, mine is always like, take that extra step, do the right thing. There's a couple times when I just wanted to jump out of the car, grab a coffee, grab something from inside a store. He'll be fine right there. I'm like, just do the right thing, man. So I try to be diligent about that. But you know, when I'm around a pool or I'm around a street, 1 second you turn your back and that kid's gone. He's in the pool. We have a pool at our complex, and he puts on this giant thing just to be safe, you know.
Like before he even gets there.
Oh yes, for sure, because it terrifies me. And then when we get him out of the car seat and I'm trying to get Leighton out of his car seat, Lawson, you know, I'm like always like, wait, make sure Lawson's staying there. So that terrifies me because it's a split second.
With pools, I was walking by. There's a pond. You don't know how deep ponds are because there's so much algae, right? And then we have the Wash Park Lake is the same thing. That's another one of my fears because Sophie will get close. I won't let her get close, but just I think about it with a pool, that's alarming. But at least I could see her. God forbid if she were to go down, I could dive in and get her and bring her back up. In a freaking lake or a pond where it's just algae, you don't know where they are.
Yeah, if they go under, you can't tell.
I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine.
One of just many fears on the list.
Terrified parents.
I'm so scared of listening to all of you.
They're trying to kill themselves.
Like you said, at the mall, you turn around, they're gone for 1 second. You just, that feeling that just goes, and then all of a sudden you're like, there they are. But that feeling that just gets you.
But it's worth it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's get to this next story. It also has to do with kids. Elementary school students study all subjects like English, math, science, but what about etiquette? A school in Indiana now has a mandatory etiquette class for 5th graders. The school says students learn to make eye contact while shaking hands, work on active listening skills and manners. So DBL Nation, what do you think? Should etiquette classes be mandatory for students everywhere? Head to dblvote.com. Let us know what you think. I would go on to say I think it should start sooner than 5th grade.
I love this conversation. I hope we start taking action on it. I think it should start sooner. And do we stop taking math in 5th grade or 6th grade? Have this go all the way to high school. There's no stopping etiquette. And not only that, why teach just American etiquette? Go into, this is what they do in Europe. This is how they say hello in Europe. So when someone offends you, maybe you know where they're coming from. Maybe you won't be so offended. What'd you laugh at?
I said hello.
No, they kiss twice on the cheek. You know, if you're in Europe, you know, there's different things how people hug or say hello.
Right.
So if you know different, or you know, in Asia they bow in certain places. But if you know that, you're not going to start making fun of people for doing that or be offended because they tried to kiss you. You're going to know, oh, I took that etiquette class. That's what's going on. So you start teaching world issue. I don't know. I think it's amazing.
I do too.
I think it's more life-changing than most classes, to be honest with you. I think if I went to Yale, which I didn't get into, and I will talk about later in therapy, but if I didn't get into Yale and you go and you get the best class, you're a master's, you're a PhD, and you walk into that room and you shake a hand and you have a limp fish handshake, you've ruined the opportunity. This could literally change lives, and I think you have to be careful, though, that etiquette isn't a white version, like you said, of an Americanized etiquette. It's about all worldly etiquette.
Yes.
So you're more cultured and you're more accepting. It's not about what we do here in America, it's about what everybody else does too.
Yeah. Amen. We love it. Let's see what TBL Nation thinks. 72% say yes, 73%. Well, we are all in agreement. So hopefully it's implemented everywhere. Well, I've got one question for you guys. Who are you going to call?
Ghostbusters!
Yeah, Stephanie has some trending Ghostbusters news, and it is coming in hot.
Guys, get ready because the Proton Pack wearing Ghostbusters are back, and they are ready to fend off all things supernatural and spooky. Jason Reitman is set to direct the next chapter in the original franchise, which his father, Ivan Reitman, directed back in 1984. Jason said it's not a reboot, and instead of taking place in the 80s, the movie will be set in present day. And everyone is wondering if the original cast will be back, but little details have emerged on who will be starring so far. The new Ghostbusters movie is set to be released on the summer of 2020.
Ooh, thank you, Stephanie.
I just wonder if this is going to go the way of Spider-Man, where they kept rebooting it so much you didn't know which Spider-Man. And
Star Wars is becoming that way.
Yeah, where it's just like, I don't know which one I'm even looking at, or is this a reboot, or is this
the only hope that gives me is that Ivan Reitman's son is doing it. That's literally the only hope I have. Other than that, I'm totally against this.
What do you think, Jeff?
I don't know. The last one with the all-female version did pretty well, didn't it?
Didn't really, but...
All the shots fired. There we go. Yeah, no, so look, Jeff, to that point, do you just think we're out of ideas, man? I was looking at a Walmart commercial. It's got a Transformer Bumblebee. I played with that when I was a kid. You know, the same cereals. It's the same everything. It's just over and over.
I think the first Ghostbusters was like just everyone, the actors, it was magic in a bottle, and all-female cast, it stunk. I don't care what anybody says. And I don't think this one's going to fit the bill either. Sometimes you can't beat the original.
Agreed.
Right, I feel like I'm in a tropical paradise up here with you two. Dressed like two island bartenders.
You probably heard of the new Netflix show Tidying Up with Marie Kondo. Yes. It has so many people purging their closets. The show's all about the KonMari method to get rid of material possessions that don't make you happy. Take a look.
Hello, I'm Marie Kondo. 私のミッションは片付けによって世界をときめかせていくことです。Choose items that spark joy for you.
Spark joy. It's not as easy as I thought it was going to be.
Ooh, because of this show, many thrift stores across the country say they are getting a huge influx of clothing. Tori, she's helping people purge.
Yeah, so this is what you guys do. I'm just going to give you the short version. You take all your clothes, all your junk drawers, and you put it all in one pile, and then you lift it up one by one. Does this sweater instantly, within 3 seconds, spark joy? And if you say yes, you keep it. If instantly you have say, not really, it goes. So people are, it's going crazy. I read it. I got rid of several bags of clothing.
So you're familiar with this technique?
I've read the book. I've watched the Netflix.
Could you implement it in the dressing room?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that would be nice, actually. Yeah.
He set you up and you walked right into that door. Wow.
Even our glam team is clapping.
Did you see the reaction?
Our glam team is clapping.
That was the best reaction all day to any story we had.
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe you should watch it again.
I don't understand how you bring in multiple pairs of tennies. You come in with a pair. You leave with a pair.
If I knew we were getting to this segment, I have a picture of Tori. 3 pairs of shoes with jeans laying in our 3x3. How do you get home with no shoes?
All I'm saying is this. Geniuses are supposedly very messy.
Okay. Speaking of decluttering, we've got easy tricks to organize your kitchen, so that's really interesting. Pro tips for everyone, but first, we're chatting with Howie Mandel about the reboot of Deal or No Deal and ask him if he recalls Meghan Markle back when she was on the original show. We'll be right back.
Best and weirdest tech from this year's Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. That's next in the Jump Off. Everyone is talking about this. The Bread Bot. It's an automated bread making machine that makes and sells the bread just like a vending machine. Just admit you're like Oprah and you love bread. We may not be that far away from flying cars. At CES, one of Uber's partners unveiled its design for an air taxi. It's a hybrid electric-powered vehicle that can hold up to 5 people. But I feel like we've been hearing rumors about this for a while, so I'm not going to hold my breath. Do you need a TV that will take up your entire house? Well, Samsung has you covered. They're showing off this 146-inch TV dubbed The Wall. It's a TV made up of smaller TVs you can put together. So cool. Okay, I need this suitcase. It uses cameras to follow you around so you don't have to lug it through the airport. Unfortunately, it won't unpack for you. Yet. Now to the weird products you don't want to miss. An almost $700 pet dryer you never knew you needed. You put your small dog or cat in this thing called Pepe, and it will dry the pet in 25 minutes. If you want a pet without the mess, look no further than this suitcase. When you pet it, the ears wiggle, and when the suitcase is happy, they do a dance. But who needs this? And this thing gives your pet treats when you're gone. It has a camera so you can watch your pet and even talk to them. That's it for the Jump Off. As always, watch every week for the latest in tech, gaming, and nerd culture news. I'll see you next time.
DBL, and today's Chatting with the Stars. I had so much fun catching up with Deal or No Deal host Howie Mandel. Now, Howie's so busy, he actually had to be pinned down while he was commuting between gigs. This guy, let's give him a fist bump, yeah? Check it out, guys.
Read it out loud.
Say deal to this offer, and 25 of your choir students will receive an all-expense-paid
show
trip
in
to
Las
London.
Vegas. That's next in the Jump Off.
I am fist bumping my next guest. Thanks for joining us. It's Howie Mandel. Welcome to
Everyone
Daily's
is
Last
talking
Live.
about
Howie,
this.
thanks for being here.
I'm a germaphobe, so I didn't want to be in the same room as you. So I am outside the building just Ubering.
Now, it's been almost a decade since Deal or No Deal was on TV. Tell us what prompted this return that I'm now obsessed with my husband.
I know it's better now than it ever was.
So
it's
good.
Deal or No Deal 2.0, so it's still $1 million, 26 models, bigger and better than it ever was. A female banker. You will cry, you will laugh, you will scream.
We all think of one person other than Howie Mandel when we think of Deal or No Deal. It rhymes with Schmegin Schmarkle. So it's, of course, Meghan Markle. How did you discover the first time that the Duchess of Sussex was actually a briefcase model on the show?
I just found out from you. Oh my God, I didn't know. What a surprise this has been.
No.
I had no idea. Did you hear that? There's somebody out talking to the guy, the Uber driver. Schmegin Schmarkle worked with me. I didn't remember her until Harry popped the question and they started showing all the press, and I saw her standing there with a briefcase, and I go, I wish I remembered her.
Now, your wife actually convinced you to step into your role as a game show host. Why were you not interested at first? Because it seems like such a good transition.
Because in 2005, no comedian was a game show host. I just thought that would be the nail in the coffin of my career.
Got it.
And as luck would have it, it changed my life, and it's been the biggest success I've had to date.
You're also a judge on America's Got Talent, and the champion Susan Boyle already skipped her way to the finals. Howie, do you think she's going to win?
I think there's a good chance. It's not up to me. It's up to super fans from the 50 states. So you never know who's going to be there for the final.
Wow. Well, as another stand-up comic who became a TV host, I got to say, I think of you as such a role model. What an honor it was to chat with you here at DBL. We're excited that Deal or No Deal is back, and we look forward to watching the season, Howie.
I think after all my years in the business, I realized what you're trying to say is goodbye.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You totally read the room.
But I'm giving you and the Uber driver both 5 stars.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the Academy. I want to thank my parents. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Watch my special. Watch Deal or No Deal in AGT. Bye-bye.
So exciting. Catch a new episode of Deal or No Deal tonight on CNBC and America's Got Talent. Champions, Monday nights on NBC+. His Showtime comedy special premieres this Friday. What we didn't get to is the difference between this Deal or No Deal and the other one is that when the banker, who's a female, gives you an answer, you can counter.
That's cool.
Yes, you can be like, she gives you 250, you can say, well, 280.
That's a
She'll
whole
counter
other
at
element.
260, and she has to say Deal or No Deal, not you. So it's really
I
fascinating.
like that new little addition.
It's a little.
And what a great interview.
I know.
A great interview by you. What a great interview, you know, in both ways. Both
He was
you guys were great.
hilarious and open. It was wonderful.
So cool. Well, we are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at the moment.
Well, Sam, Macaulay Culkin is defending his friendship with Michael Jackson as an explosive documentary about the late singer is set to premiere soon. Culkin met Jackson when he was 10 years old with a 22-year age gap at the time. On a podcast, the actor says the, quote, normal friendship made sense at the time since they were both child stars. Culkin describes the singer as sweet and gentle, saying they would make prank calls together. Leaving Neverland, which features Michael Jackson's accusers, opens at the Sundance Film Festival next week.
Very interesting.
Very interesting.
Well, coming up on DBL, new year, new kitchen. We have easy tips to organize the space and make the most of your home. We'll be right back.
DBL Nation, it's Lex and Peter, and we are here with the DBL Digital team giving you guys more top trending stories during the breaks here at Daily Blast Live. That was really quick.
Well, good, because last one we had a rush there.
Yeah, so good, because we need to save some time so we can get to this next story. Really cool, lots of drama happening about the Super Bowl, but one cool thing.
Yeah, one of the cool things is that trending right now in Variety, Planters, Mr. Peanut is going to make his first debut in a Super Bowl ever. Planters themselves, they've actually had a few Super Bowl ads in the past, but they never featured Mr. Peanut. So they've promised this year that Mr. Peanut's going to be in the commercial. They don't know how he's going to be. Well, we don't know how he's going to be in. We don't know if he's going to be 3D animated, whether he's going to be cartoon, whether it's going to be like somebody wearing a mascot.
Right.
They've also promised that a celebrity's going to be in it.
Ooh.
So there's
Maybe
a lot of
dressed
promise with it being a really interesting commercial.
Yeah.
I hope it's funny, because if it's not, I don't like commercials in the Super Bowl
I
that aren't
picture
funny.
like old school, like their old school washed out, kind of like black and white, and then it like pops color, and he comes to life, and then he's like, we got,
Ooh, that would actually be really
that would be
cool.
really cool, right?
That'd be more like
That'd
classic.
be more like Disney, right? Disney, I think, does that, where they
I get what you're saying, but I
Yeah.
think that'd be more like a classic throwback,
Yeah.
and that's kind of what I don't want. I want it to be something funny. I wonder who the celebrity's going to be. I hope it's a comedian.
I wonder if they're gonna dress somebody in the mascot
But
costume.
because he's
and then
so
they,
classic, who knows who it might be? It might be somebody really old that's famous. What do you
DBL
think,
Nation,
DBL
write us
Nation?
in. What celebrity do you want in Mr. Peanut's mascot costume? Ben?
Welcome back to Daily Blast Live. Starting the new year fresh is all about getting organized, and one of the toughest places to get organized is in the kitchen. We brought in the experts from Major Organizers here in Denver to show us how it's done.
This is really where you want to start your organization. So Kara, tell me the 3 spots we're going to hit in the kitchen.
The 3 areas we're going to tackle are going to be underneath the sink, the pantry, and then we're going to do the junk drawer.
Oh boy, everyone loves the junk drawer. All right, you guys ready? Let's do it!
We want to start with the clean palette. I'm trying to pull everything from this pantry area here. So basically I'm sorting into categories. I'm going to sort into categories. I have my spices here. I have my seasoning salts here. You're eliminating the bags, its form and function, everything's captured and contained. I'll just start pulling. Yeah, I don't need a drain clog. I'll put more. I have cleaning supplies over here, and I'm still sorting. And then I want to wipe this out before we start figuring out how we want to organize it and put it back in. Cleaning supplies, and this is dish soap and more specialty items there. Hand soap, vegetable wash is in the back. This was what was described to us as a junk drawer, and it's something that's in all of our kitchens. As I just look through here, I see the pens and pencils. I see more things of supply in nature. Loose change here. She established homes or kind of space planned the drawer where she wanted everything to live in the drawer, sorting, treasuring what she wants to keep or get rid of as far as this drawer. And then she did a great job trying to capture and contain like items within the drawer. I think it looks great.
Great tips. You could find more information at majororganizers.com. We'll be right back. That was a terrible throw.
Your perfect circle spinning in the middle of the river.
I've never seen anything like this, any size, but I think it's amazing. I still don't understand it. I guess it has something to do with the currents and everything freezing, and we haven't had a lot of snow.
This formed as slow-moving currents froze, then
Wow. Okay.
That was a terrible one.
Okay.
It's oh wow.
Why do you do it on the? Because you're Owen Wilson. Yes, my love.
No, because it makes a better
Yes,
sound.
I am.
Wow.
Yes. Okay.
You like we're playing a guitar.
A slap at the bass. A slap at the bass.
You always take it somewhere where I'm not sure where it's going.
I love you, man.
I got it.
Oh, okay.
But it has nothing to do with what we're
explain
doing.
what you were saying about motivation in the morning. I like a more calm presence in the morning, and you like, wake up. You can do this. Don't make excuses.
Yeah. So well, there's some swearing involved, but I woke up with a sore throat. I've been really good about working out Monday through Friday, so I work out every day. This morning, I'm like, I have a sore throat. I'll just sleep in and I'll feel better. And in my head, I gave myself a little speech. And then I just wake up, I go right in the bathroom, I put on YouTube, and I hit like morning motivation, I hit it, and I brush my teeth while, you know, it's going on. It's so easy. But I'm more of like, I like the guy who yells at me, and he's like, why don't you make up another excuse and tell me why you're not where you want to be? And he, you know, I like harsher motivation.
Right.
Like,
probably from your coach.
Because it makes more sense for me.
Was your football coach like that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's sports, you know.
Right. Well, I think every coach is going to be different. My swim coach was definitely hard, but but there was a softness about him, and I still crave that type of. I crave the way he taught me in my own everyday life.
Yeah, so I think it's a problem, like when I'm teaching Lawson, I think about it, like I don't mean to be so harsh, even like with women in general, because I grew up with all men and that's my mentality, you know, and I had to learn like to be more delicate with Jordan or women in general, because my thing is like, I'm direct with myself, like, give me an excuse and I'll tell you why you're not where you want to be. Instead of, every flower has a petal and sometimes a petal falls off, but the flower might grow. I'm like, dude, get real. Tell me what I need to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I'm more of a response like that, and that's kind of how I'm in life. So I worry I might pass it on to my son.
I need that plus encouragement.
Yeah.
And that was who my coach was, and I think, I really do believe that.
How would you describe his coaching style?
I mean, he was very tough. He was still to this day one of the best coaches in the world. Jim Triplett is his name. Very tough, but and unapologetic. So like, yeah, I had to be there every morning at 4:45 in the morning, even at like 13 years old, 12 years old. So, and then again at night, and then again on Saturdays. So my only day off was on Sundays, and Saturdays were 4-hour practices.
Encouragement for sure. Encouragement is you have to have.
But,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but he had a very good job of telling
mixing.
me. Yeah, mixing toughness and
great.
encouragement,
That's
and
great.
also letting you know that you can do it. Like you can, whatever your goal is, he taught me how to visualize. He taught me how to meditate, and that was in like that was in the late '80s and early '90s. He taught me how to meditate. I don't think a lot of people were meditating at 10 years old.
And it doesn't make sense. I know we have to go, but it's like I tell you guys. Everyone asks me, like, "What do you do for inspiration?" Write your goals down. 3% of you that write your goals down are going to make more money than everyone else who does it. But nobody wants to do it. It's like you want to know what to do, but nobody does it. Where I'm telling you what to do.
They either think it's silly or they're scared.
Yeah.
Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. What do we got, Tori?
Okay, well, someone just wrote this, and I think it's really sweet. It's about us, kind of. One creative queen on Twitter says, I've become addicted to DBL, and I adore Tori and Sam, who are so graceful when the boys tease them. You totally are my TV best friend.
Yep.
When we tease you guys?
Yeah.
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 You don't feel like we're on the receiving end of that sometimes?
Not really, no.
I made one comment about your outfits today, and I said they were lovely.
I said good morning one day, and you said, wow, you're speaking so loud. Shouldn't your shirt do that for you?
There's no proof of that.
It's on tape.
I guess if we're going to pick on people, let's just do it. So, Tori, we were talking about getting organized, right? Earlier. God. So I do have that photo of you being organized in our dressing room. That's Tori's jeans. This is not set up. I walked into this. Those are Tori's boots, both of them, her gym shoes, and her jeans. And look how big our dressing room is, by the way.
Yeah, and look at the other shoes. If you saw on the left, we all perfectly align our shoes to the left, and Tori just doesn't.
Why are your shoes so run down? Are you running to work every day?
Obviously, she runs home barefoot. How do you have 3 pairs of shoes?
Why are there three pairs of shoes
and Forrest Gump in the part where he's running the whole time.
Wait, she has shoes at her desk too, like legitimate boots
Brandon,
at her
bring
desk.
those up here. Brandon.
Bring them up here. And socks.
There they are.
Brandon, bring the socks too.
Where are those?
Okay, what's going on here?
Tori.
Oh my God.
We'll see you guys
Watch that video on
tomorrow.
YouTube.
Same time, same place. Bye, guys.
For In Between Shows with Shuby. I forgot the name. Let's go talk to Shulman about that mess. Let's go talk to her. Hey, Tori.
Bring the socks.
Let's see these socks.
Wait, Jeff's more mad that I only have 3 and not 4.
Why do you have 3 socks?
Can I ask you a serious question?
It's either 2 socks or 4 socks. Why do you have 3 socks?
She could be missing a sock and she wouldn't even know.
So,
here's my question, though, real quick. How many shoes do you think you have at DBL right now in this building?
Oh, wait, are you counting like show shoes? Show shoes?
No, not show shoes, just shoes that you don't wear on the show.
I think I have 2.
I beg to differ.
I shamed her so she might have cleaned
I feel like I walked through that part in Game of Thrones where we were like, shame, 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 shame.
Ringing the bell, shame.
Here's the thing. I hate wearing tight clothes because on camera I have to wear them and I have a mic pack. And
Yeah.
So I like to wear billowy things and big boots. And I
Boob
tend
boots.
to just leave them and take the other one. I'm a genius. What can I say?
Geniuses are messy.
They're messy.
DBL Nation, let us know what you think. Is your house messy? Do you
Sorry,
leave everything
Mom.
everywhere?
Sorry, Mom.
Judy.
Maybe there's an organizer out there that can come and help us.
Marie?
I was on the
Help us,
organizing.
Marie.
That was in your closet.
That's true. And I was on the organizing shoot, if you notice.
I'm sorry. Let me just say that
Anna Moon,
there
our
will be
wardrobe
like
stylist.
bouts of excitement of like, let's go and clean everything, and within a week it gets back to like
true.
that.
It's
So
true.
there we go.
And it's also the size of, it's literally the size of a sneeze, and there's 8 of us in there. So yeah.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Because everyone's talking about this.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
You are totally off base here.
Log on and join our live conversation.
You can't control yourself. That is embarrassing.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2. Welcome to Daily Blast Live. It's Wednesday, January 16th. We are live and we're talking about what you're talking about. And right now I'm here with Erica, Tori, and Al.
Fresh
I'm
life, Big Jeff.
Yeah, day, Al. Day.
We'll go, Erica. We should leave.
All right, guys, if you think the government shutdown has not yet affected you, you might want to think again. First off, 46,000 IRS workers are now being asked to go back to work without pay. They return as tax season kicks off at the end of this month, but not all IRS functions will return to normal, including audits and taxpayer assistance. And some experts are saying the shutdown is making it less safe to fly. The shutdown is even threatening the Super Bowl, as slowdowns at the airports and security concerns could spell serious trouble. Here's what the Atlanta mayor had to say about it.
We aren't a stranger to large events, so I do believe that we are as prepared as we can possibly be. Certainly, there are factors that we don't control, such as what's happening with our federal government shutdown and with the long TSA lines.
And speaking of the Super Bowl, a new poll is out about the ads, and 2/3 of consumers say commercials with political statements are inappropriate for the big game. Now, what do you guys think? I think they're paying a lot of money, millions and millions of dollars for a 30-second ad. I think as much as I hate to say this, they should be able to do what they want.
Well, I remember taking a poll last year, and it's turned out that 33% of viewers for the Super Bowl are watching for the commercials. That means you're signing up to have messages that big companies are sending to you. So if you don't want a certain type of message, it's probably best that you don't watch the Super Bowl to get any type of message, because you are volunteering for consumerism, the Super Bowl of consumerism.
That's common sense, Cobb. I don't think people have it. Yeah, I think that this is the best time to do something controversial, especially something like the Gillette ad. So many people are saying don't do it. Everyone's paying attention to who's going to do it. If you do it well, the reward is huge, as we've seen from Nike, as we've seen from Gillette. What the risk is not that great. Well, we have annoying people annoyed at your ad. Who cares for you? In the end, you're winning. It's a great time to do it. I would do it this Super Bowl.
But the time in America, I'm just saying, to take that risk could take your company
It's huge,
down.
but I think the reward is worth it.
All right.
And also, you know, you got to think about there was an age breakdown in that 2/3, and the 2/3 that thought it was inappropriate mostly were people kind of our age and a little bit older that just kind of want to watch the game, sit down with Lawson and Layden and have a couple of beers, and you know, and that's fine too. But there are. You got to remember, there's a lot of people in this country, and some of them are young. They're millennials. They're Generation Z, and they are used to being socialized and having social messages put upon them. And remember, they are companies for profit at the end of the day, and they're trying to get those 16-year-olds because they're going to start buying razors for a long time. If you hook them at 16 and you have them for 5-6 decades, you did something with that commercial.
All right, I like it. We all love viral videos, but sometimes prank or viral challenge videos can get dangerous. And now YouTube is taking a stand, banning them from its video sharing service. It's all because the newest viral challenge based on the Netflix movie Bird Box, people film themselves doing tasks while blindfolded, like you see here. But some took the challenge too far, crossing the line into dangerous territory. Just look at this tweet from the police showing what happened when someone did the Bird Box challenge while driving with predictable results. Obviously, if you're driving blindfold, that's going to happen. Oh my God, Darwinism at its best. So, do you think YouTube can really police this kind of content, especially when these videos get clicked on all the time? That's the challenge here, I think, is that they're so popular, kids want to emulate them or get those kind of clicks. But for me, I like the stance that they're banning them or trying to at least police them a little bit.
You know, I wonder where it stops, because think about how this really started. Ridiculousness, Jackass. I mean, those shows were hugely successful, and the idea that you're going to stop people from, you're going to protect people from themselves is a little asinine. I understand that YouTube has a platform and that you're encouraging other people to do something bigger, better, more dangerous, but I don't know if it's YouTube's responsibility to protect people from themselves.
It's their responsibility to not ban this. In my opinion, this is a really big First Amendment moment. Now, they aren't a public utility. They aren't confined to the Constitution, so they're not breaking laws here, but they're violating the idea of freedom of speech. And guess what? Even silly, stupid, asinine, dumb things are allowed within freedom of speech, because we left England particularly because we weren't allowed to say things that were against the government. So if we say, yeah, they should ban it because it's stupid, what else can you ban? If you think civil rights is stupid, if you think anti-Semitism is stupid, if you think pro-Muslim is stupid, now you're picking and choosing what's stupid. And that's where you have to be careful. It's a slippery slope, and I don't agree with
understand
it.
why this falls on YouTube's shoulders. People act like people didn't do stupid things before YouTube. Jeff, you remember that movie, The Program? Is about a college football team, a corrupt college football team, and this is pre-YouTube, pre-internet, I'm sure. And there was a thing where the freshman hazing was you had to lay down in the highway where the dotted lines are and see if you were tough.
That's right.
And guess what? Kids saw that movie, and some kids did that, and some kids passed away, unfortunately. But that's what happens because, unfortunately, with youth and sometimes with adults, people do stupid stuff, and it's not on YouTube to stop that.
All right, guys. One dad got more than he bargained for when he tried to discipline his 16-year-old daughter. The girl called the police on her dad, claiming he stole her $800 cell phone that she said didn't belong to him. Here's what the dad told the officers after the daughter password protected her phone.
Took her phone from her because she's a juvenile. Okay. I don't want her to have it. Okay. I can't inspect it.
Now, let's see if you could guess who the police sided with. Take a look.
Guess what? Everything that you own belongs to your mother and your father. Having a phone's not a right.
It's a privilege.
Okay.
Boom. Roosevelt Cobb.
Oh, yeah, that does sound like a Roosevelt Cobb moment. My dad would be like, you better be able to live in that phone. If you go keep that phone, that could be your phone, but you better be able to eat that phone. If that's your phone. That could be your phone, but you better be able to sleep in that phone if that's your phone. Because everything underneath this roof is mine.
I feel like we should get a check from DBL because he's on the show a lot.
He is on the show.
I'd never get enough Roosevelt.
He gets his SAG card.
That's right.
I'm only taking the opposite side here to just understand what you guys are saying as parents, both of you. As a 16, 17-year-old, is nothing I own in your home mine?
It seemed like the dad was worried that something was something on that phone that wasn't right. And let's say if it was a journal. But your parents had some ideas that you were writing things about suicide or harming yourself or others. Or you had a car and your mom found out that you were drag racing down the street with other cars. Then you have a right to step in and say, as your advocate, I need to keep you from harming yourself, because let's remember biologically, your brain is not done, it's not fully formed yet. You are not cooked yet. And so that's why you have parents to shepherd you into adulthood, and they ain't there yet. They're close, they're tall, but they're not there yet.
And you know, they're doing it more so, they're not doing it to warden your life. They're doing it to protect you. Remember when you were 16, I thought I had all the answers. I'm 40 now. I had none of the answers. You know, so I'm glad this parent is stepping up, because it's a dangerous world we live in. She's a 16-year-old girl. One click of that internet and someone harmful could pick her up. You know, we're seeing it, unfortunately, but I hope it doesn't get there. I agree with the parent wholeheartedly, and if they're under your roof till they're 18, whatever happens to them, if they have a party and under that falls on you as a parent. If they get taken away, that's going to fall on you as a parent for not being a good parent. I'm all about this.
Right, and also on behalf of all parents, we don't want to go through your phone. Right. We don't want to see something we don't want to see. I think parents are very cool living the lie, and I know if I got to go through my daughter or my son's phone, I'm going to be like, oh God, no.
Right. Yeah,
I don't want to read anything.
Safety, you're going through it.
Of course.
Absolutely. All right, Mariah Carey is suing her former personal assistant. Great transition right there. The lawsuit claims Mariah's former assistant tried to blackmail her with, quote, intimate videos for $8 million after she was fired. That's according to TMZ, that cites court documents. The lawsuit also alleges the assistant used Mariah's credit card without her permission. And get this, TMZ reports that the assistant made about $337,000 a year. Now Mariah is reportedly suing her for at least $3 million.
This raises a lot of red flags for me about the assistant. And I know that a lot of people are looking at Mariah Carey because she's infinitely more interesting than the assistant. But for her to actually form or create a lawsuit against this person, you can't get blood from a turnip. So this must mean that something serious has happened, and there's been a major violation of not only her privacy, but who knows what else. So I think that ultimately we should be looking at the assistant as to what they actually did, because for her to even bring attention to herself by waging a lawsuit is a big red flag that something was wrong.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. A lot of people said, look at Mariah Carey. I think the assistant did some extortion here. I think we should look into that. I'm just speculating, allegedly. Right. However, but for Mariah Carey to bring it into the open means you hit my kids, you hit something personal. I'd rather out myself now than allow you to continue doing this for the rest of my life. So I agree with Eric on this. Something about the assistant here rubbed me the wrong way.
Right, and a lot of people are countering by saying, well, Mariah still has people out there that she didn't pay.
True.
And that might be perfectly true, too.
They both can be true.
Right, but this is about the assistant and what she has and allegedly trying to extort her. I mean, making that kind of money, too, is...
Right, but what you're talking about in terms of people getting paid isn't personal.
Right.
That's the business of Mariah Carey to the business of that other party. This is a personal situation.
Exactly, and I don't want to put the two together. I want to keep this issue separate because it's a bigger issue in my mind, but they're all big. Everything's big at DBL. Keep saying big, buddy. Coming up on DBL, heart-stopping moments when a toddler still strapped in the car seat literally falls out of a moving car. Don't worry, the child is safe, but this got us asking, what's your worst parenting nightmare? Plus, Michael Jackson's daughter, Paris, just took a positive step forward to get her life back on track. And you, the viewer, are the fifth host. What's your definition of cheating, and does it include watching adult videos? The comments are next. awesome.
guys,
He's feeling
I want to
better.
give you I'm your wolf guide. I'm going to take you down the route of the 2 p.m. show. So what we're going to be talking about in the digital breaks coming up is Airbnb wants to pay you. Jeff might like this. What'd I say?
You said Aaron, like it's a guy.
So Airbnb wants to pay you to stay in an exotic country. You'll want to hop on this chance. Would you do that?
I wasn't listening.
Cool. Number 2 is
What'd you say?
Don't worry about it. Find out what rapper is joining the Bad Boys 3 cast.
I'm gonna guess T.I.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Ludacris,
I
but
was
he's
gonna say
already
Luda.
in.
Oh, that's a good one. He
I was
probably.
gonna say
Do you
Luda.
think Ludacris is committed to the franchise? Like he can't do other things.
Oh, Fast and Furious.
The Fast and Furious thing.
How about
If
Busta
I'm your
Rhymes?
agent and not.
Yeah, maybe.
He's been in a couple movies.
What has he been in?
He was in Higher Learning. Remember?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Busta Rhymes, Omar Epps, Halle Berry's acting in that movie. There wasn't even act. It was just line readings. She should have been holding the script.
Do you guys want to know something I found out?
What?
When Marlon Brando, he didn't want to memorize lines because he thought it was like not acting.
I know
Did
this.
you see this thing? So
No.
when he and Johnny Depp would do a scene, you're Marlon Brando, I'm Johnny Depp. They'd have a scene and Johnny Depp would drink coffee, and on the bottom of my cup is the lines that Marlon Brando would have to read.
I've heard, and I don't know if this is true, again, I've heard that he would tape
tape
lines
them on
to
the
people's
set.
face.
Yeah.
So like his lines were here, so he gets directly in your eye line, and he would read his lines off of your...
I wish I could do that every day with Jeff, just like that, the whole day.
Could you? I would do a scene with Marlon Brando.
I would do a scene with Marlon Brando with a trash bag on my head. I also want to let you guys
A show
know.
like that.
Plus, we are proud to announce that in February, I am excited about this. We are matchmaking our own
Want some
DBL
more
Nation.
water?
So if you're single, you're ready to mingle. If you think, oh, I'm too old. Oh, I'm too young. Oh, I have a kid. Oh, I'm in a gay relationship. Oh, I'm pansexual. We're interested in hooking you guys up. DailyBlastLive.com/love. We want you to apply, and we are going to make some love Cupid matching with you.
Good one. Welcome back to DBL. Have you ever busted your partner watching adult videos? Well, experts are redefining what cheating is in the new digital age. Most agree that sexting people outside of your relationship is off limits, but what about watching adult videos in secret? According to an adult website, about 100 billion adult video clips were viewed in 2016, and that number has only grown since. That's more than 5,000 centuries of adult videos watched on the popular site in just the course of a year. So DBL Nation, do you consider adult videos to be a form of cheating? That was an interesting fact right there. Puts it into perspective.
Yes.
That a lot of people are watching adult videos. Hannah from Facebook says, it depends on if it's taking the place of your partner and getting in the way of your sex life. Hannah, I would agree with that. I think ultimately this is the reason why communication is so important, because you need to communicate what it is that you like and don't like in and out of the bedroom. And ultimately, I don't think that it's cheating, but I think that if this is something that your partner is into, they're going to find a way to satisfy that urge so they can either do that with you or without you.
Wow. That was good.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll take it. I like how you just reflectively, that was good. Marco from YouTube says, all the content that my ex and I watched was specific to guys from another race, and that made me insecure. Marco, hey, listen, man, don't compare yourself to those guys. There's a reason they were on camera. There's a reason we're watching. So yeah, don't let that get you down, man. Dude, this guy's beating. He's been thinking everybody's walking around. Dude, there's like 11 guys like that. You're fine. You know what you should do is like just understand that if that's giving your partner pleasure and it can kickstart things in the bedroom, I'm all for it.
I agree. Jackson from YouTube says that's like saying your imagination can be considered cheating. I'm very progressive about this. I tend to think Americans are extremely puritanical about sex, and it can be an incredibly healthy part of your relationship and yourself. However, it is, and I learned this from Sam Shocker talking about Dr. Drew, it turns out to be a thinner line than I thought between what's safe and comfortable and what's over the edge of being an addiction. So just be careful that it isn't replacing things and that you're enjoying it together, or at least it's spicing up things. It's not overtaking your relationship.
Right. Indulge. Don't form a habit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Don't watch whatever
or
videos that guy was.
An excessive habit. And don't watch those either. That doesn't help anybody. We are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at the moment.
That's right, Jeff. Chris Hansen usually takes down criminals, but the former To Catch a Predator host has found himself on the other side of the law. He was arrested Monday in Connecticut, turning himself into cops over a series of bounce checks. Last year, Hansen bought $13,000 worth of mugs, decals, and shirts for a marketing event, but allegedly failed to pay the business for the goods when the checks didn't go through. Hansen, who recently hosted Crime Watch Daily, was just released from jail, and he hasn't commented on the case.
Ironic.
Ooh, he needs a comeback. Chris, you need to call me.
Oh, yeah, it's time.
Seriously.
Is he deserving?
If he's deserving of it, I'll help you.
If he pays those small businesses what he owes, then give Erica Cobb a call. Coming up on DBL, a new candidate has thrown her hat in the ring for president. We reveal the latest politician who wants a job, plus a terrifying moment when a toddler falls out of a moving car. Look at that. The baby is doing just fine, but we're asking, what's your biggest parenting nightmare? That's one of them.
Kind of jump on the story that we're about to cover, but Jeff was talking about, because there are things that you always fear as a parent, but one thing that's real is you don't understand how much time it takes to get kids in and out of the car, and it sounds selfish and jerky, but sometimes, like, as just all adults, you're just kind of like, let me just run and get this cup of coffee. It's the difference between, like, 27 seconds inside of somewhere or 4 minutes. Now, of course, you stop and you go, wait a second, it's my kid. But for a second, you're like, I can just run in there, I can still see him.
It's so much
so
easier.
I understand what you're saying when you're like, you take Lawson in, but for a second, you're like, he'll be fine. I'm just going to reach in there and grab this and come back, but take your kid out of the car.
Well, you know what's funny? I say that story because it's been a couple times specifically where I'm like, I'm just going to leave him there, and I don't. I went to go pick up this frame a couple Saturdays ago. So I went to the frame shop, and I'm like, I'm just going to park here. I could see, like, there's windows on the frame shop. I'm just going to park right here. I see him. I'm just going to run in and grab my picture and run out. And then it turns out, I'm like, you know what? Just do the right thing, man. So I picked him up. I took him out of the seat. I picked him up. I went to the door, and it was closed. I'm like, I should have just left him in there. But then it's like, you always got to do the right thing, even if something like that happens. But I was like, why didn't you just leave him in there? You can see him. But I don't. And I went for coffee after that, and I'm like, leave him in there. I'm like, just get him out.
Thing?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, guys.
Sorry, but I had to.
Welcome back to DBL. If you're like me and you want to keep busy, even when it's cold outside, you gotta check out today's DBL Drive presented by CarShield. I didn't really understand what off-season meant.
Oh, it's off.
Until I dealt with where like the gas stations are closed.
Shuttered. Things are shuttered.
Yes. Now, I'm thinking this wasn't as big a problem for you because you are naturally a homebody. So what did you do when you were in the house? Like, how would you pass the time? And I know that cross-stitch might come out of your mouth, but you're talking to me.
My sister-in-law and I both cross-stitched the entire time, but there's lovely reading, and there's bird watching with binoculars and a book about birds of New England. Huh?
That seems like the cover of a book where you would have something illegal in it, but you were like, no one will ever go in this.
It's a wad of cash cut out of the Raven section.
It says receipts from 1998.
Don't let the cold get you down. There are lots of activities in the winter months to keep you active and happy. Whether it's a night dancing, cocktails on the town, or a game night in front of the fire, make the effort to get people together. Good deeds aren't just for the holidays. Volunteering in your community can get you out of the house and put things in perspective while creating a deeper connection to those around you. Adventure into winter with peace of mind and get an auto protection plan with CarShield. CarShield protects its members from the high cost of auto repairs. Call 1-800-505-9619 for a free quote.
Coming up on DBL, Deal or No Deal host Howie Mandel tells us if he remembered the Duchess of Sussex back when she was just a briefcase girl on his game show. And we find out how a mom went from almost being homeless and hooked on drugs to getting her PhD. And inspiring Heartthreads is next.
Here from Daily Blast Live, a digital team with Al. I have a huge announcement, and I'm wondering if Al's going to be excited for this. There's been tons of talk about Bad Boys 3.
Yes.
First off, how do you feel about this reboot? Are you here for it?
Wait, yeah, is it a reboot or is it a continuation?
Well, yeah, not a reboot, a continuation, because it's 3.
I'm excited. It's one of those things where it's so much time has passed. I had struggled to kind of remember both the guys' names, but I remember enjoying both the movies. So
right.
I think that, it's going to go down.
Will Smith, Martin Lawrence, I mean, it's history with them two together. And now they just added a third person, DJ Khaled. How do you feel about that?
Oh, well, I've never seen him act before.
Neither have I, but we've seen his Insta, and he's hilarious on that. But I don't know if him with Will Smith and Martin would make, a good,
He's funny. My only question now, I want to ask you this, is sometimes when all the people on camera are so famous,
right,
it kind of takes you out of it, because you're like, that's Will Smith talking to DJ Khaled, not...
Exactly.
What is it, Mike Lowry?
Yes, Martin Lawrence or any of them,
I think, Mike Lowry was Martin Lawrence, and I forgot what Will Smith's name was. But it's sometimes you can have too much star power.
Yeah.
And then it kind of just seems like
I don't know, and that's DJ Khaled for me, it's throwing me off. I was kind of wow, it just doesn't really correlate all together. But he seems really excited for it to be alongside two power star actors.
Well, see, and I said T.I. because I thought T.I. was really good in American Gangster.
Yes.
He depending on what kind of actor you're looking for, but I mean, I feel like if you look at the history of rappers in movies, Common, Tupac,
everyone,
Cameron,
right,
they're just
Andre 3000, so many people,
and just their ability to do different.
Sorry. Look at Al's face. I can't. I'm sorry.
You jumped across our shot and then photobombed us in the back.
Yeah, typical Brooke style.
This is my desk.
All right.
Wow.
You seem very excited about that.
Yeah.
So what do you think about DJ Khaled joining
Bad Boys 3?
I think it's cool. I love him. Do you watch his Snap stories?
No, but I heard people love it.
Oh,
everybody's all about that right now. It's like their thing.
He's so funny and but also leads a very glamorous life that you see.
Right.
And so I'm jealous yet intrigued.
Right.
So my thing was it seems like with him, Will Smith, and Martin, there might be just too much star power on, and then you're just it's Will Smith talking to DJ Khaled, rather than you can have famous
an actual character, him playing a role.
So I don't know. He might surprise. So I mean, has there been anything this man has not been able to do yet?
No.
Right. I agree. DBL Nation, we want to know your thoughts. So, do you think that DJ Khaled will be a good addition to Bad Boys 3? We want to know right now.
And I don't know if anybody's still watching. They might have passed out in shock that Brooks actually had her
She made it to work, you guys. She made it to work.
Text me and say I'm okay. I passed out when I saw Brooke actually working.
I'm a busy woman.
Al Jackson, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys so much. Bye.
All right, y'all.
Welcome back to DBL. I'm Bo Davidson. Today's Heartthreads is all about a comeback. Watch how a woman went from almost being homeless to obtaining a PhD in this incredible story of perseverance. This woman overcame a traumatic past to get her doctorate degree. Dr. Tyra Hodge didn't think she could go to college after finishing high school. On the verge of being homeless, she had to work several jobs to stay afloat.
I started working in clubs and it became a lifestyle. I fell into a lot of drugs and my life spiraled out of control.
Unfortunately, that lifestyle led to more pain and suffering for Tyra. But thanks to her faith and inner strength, she was able to move forward.
It was like a whisper that just told me to go to school. And I walked out with a full scholarship to school.
Since then, she's become a mother of 4, a nonprofit founder, an author, and most recently, she obtained a PhD in education. She wants to show her kids and others that even after hardship, a better life is possible.
There's a strength inside of all of us, and we just need to tap into it. We need to find it.
I think it's so important that parents understand how much they're modeling for their children. Like, I think I was very fortunate to have parents who I saw their come up because then I knew that there were steps.
Same
that
here.
if you followed those steps, you could be successful.
And Erica, you always say that, don't you say you need to see your steps to success?
Yes.
Well, your mom modeled that. My mom and father did as well. I mean, look
Mine
at people sitting on this panel. Your parents, I adore your parents. They know how I feel. So, yeah, good parents. We're lucky.
We're all good people, and so are our parents. Because of that. Because of our parents. All right, guys, here's what's coming up next on DBL.
The race for president gets more crowded. We'll tell you about the latest power woman to announce her run for the Oval Office. Also ahead, the heart-pounding moment a toddler tumbles out of a moving car, and the person who came to the child's rescue. And get a jump start on spring cleaning. Easy organization tips to declutter your kitchen when DBL comes back.
Middle of the week.
Yeah, please. Okay,
No,
I
but
have
for
a
real.
good one.
Okay, we on?
All right, here we go. So I like doing dad jokes in this break because it's been a long time. Okay, this is stupid. What? Oh, that was yours once.
No, it's good so far.
What's the difference between a well-dressed man on a unicycle and a poorly dressed man on a bicycle?
His uniform.
That's actually really good, but it's the attire.
Mine was a good answer.
That was good.
Okay, here we go. My friend and I are starting a new band. We've decided to call ourselves Duvet. We do covers.
That's actually a great name.
That's really good.
Of a cover
Isn't
band?
that so good?
That's a
Where's
great
my
name of a
microphone?
cover
Oh, it's
band.
right here. That's so good.
What was that reaction?
What did the buffalo say to his little boy when he dropped him off at school?
Buffalo love you.
No, bye, son.
Oh, she got it. Lexi got it.
Lex! Okay,
Well,
you
she
know-
My
said
answers
it,
are really good.
But it seemed like she said it to me, and I was like, why is she saying that to me?
What are these witty bath towel names? If a snake married a mortician, what would their bath towels say?
Snakes for the memories?
Ooh, that was a
You guys
good
are
one.
being amazing.
I know.
No, it's
Oh.
hiss and hearse.
Snakes for the memories.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Because everyone's talking about this.
Always live, always real, always unpredictable.
You are totally off base here.
Log on and join our live conversation.
You can't control yourself? That is embarrassing.
DBL starts right now.
3, 2. Welcome to Daily Blast Live. We're live and we're talking about what you're talking about. Let's get to it, guys. Another Democrat is joining the 2020 race. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand announced her run last night on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Watch.
I'm filing an exploratory committee for President of the United States tonight. Well, I'm going to run for President of the United States because as a young mom, I'm going to fight for other people's kids as hard as I would fight for my own.
Now, Tori, does this appeal to you? No kids, but do you like what she's doing on The Late Show?
Yes. Here's the thing: pop culture and celebrity art and Sorry. Okay, let's start that again.
No, you nailed it.
Okay, thanks. Politics and pop culture are one and the same right now. Let's be honest. So doing that on Stephen Colbert is not a big deal to me. What I wouldn't do necessarily is doing it during the government shutdown. People's view of the government is lower than cockroaches right now. They've literally taken a study. So why do it when no one trusts the government? Why say I'm going to put all this money out and I'm doing it right when we think the government does nothing for me?
I would think this would be an ideal time to do it because you're like, look, they're messing it up. Do you want 4 more years of that, or do you want some new blood in there?
Then say that, right? Then if you're going to announce, say that. See, that's more interesting than I'm exploring this during.
But is that an announcement when she says I'm?
It's a safe announcement.
It seems like it's safe. It's not like I'm running and then balloons come down. It's just kind of like I'm exploring the idea of maybe.
It's like, please don't judge me on social media.
Yeah.
That's her announcement.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
All right, she joins a growing field of candidates. More than 450 people have registered to run in 2020. That's a crazy number to me. As for Democrats, so far there is Representative Tulsi Gabbard, Julian Castro, Representative John Delaney, and retired Army Major Richard Ojeda. And many are expecting Senators Elizabeth Warren, Kamala Harris, and Cory Booker to announce. Some say former Vice President Joe Biden could join the race too. Of course, we know President Donald Trump is running for re-election, but will any other Republicans challenge him? You got anybody in mind that you're looking to run, or not yet?
Yeah, I definitely have a candidate. It's called a candidate who is going to do something and not divide the country and actually like galvanize people to do something other than argue over minuscule things when we have bigger problems and fish to fry.
I agree.
That's my candidate.
I agree.
I don't get the reference.
I know we're talking about candidates, but like, I mean, it kind of makes me think about relationships. Just like when you were talking, I'm sure there have been times that you and Anthony, or you and Jordan, or you and Brooks have had differences with each other. But after an hour, you're like, this is not going anywhere, and no one's winning. And I feel like, and you have that moment in the car where you're like, let's go in, we're gonna have a drink, we'll get an appetizer, and we'll talk about it. And it kind of settles down. And you have that moment in the parking lot. Our country is still sitting in that parking lot. Yeah. And we have not decided to just go inside. We used to be a country. I mean, maybe all these things, definitely these things were bubbling under the surface. But we
so
can.
Much hatred now.
I do feel like it can come back together.
Al, you know, I think what you're talking about is cutting your nose off to spite your face, and we're just all walking around with no noses right now.
Yeah. Well, we got 450 new noses running for president possibly in 2020, so maybe we'll have better nose.
You know what?
Did you like that reference?
You know who's going to win? Who knows?
We took that to the finish line. Okay, let's move on. It's a Paris worst nightmare, and it was all caught on camera. Before we show you this video, we want to warn you, it's a little hard to watch, but the little girl's okay. I just want to warn you about that. You can see this car round a turn, brakes slightly, and then the toddler gets thrown from the car. Again, the 2-year-old is okay, thank God. Take another look at what happened. Police say the toddler was properly strapped into the car seat, but the problem was the seat wasn't fastened into the car. The man who took this video stopped to help the child, and a police report says that the mother who was driving did come back once she realized what happened. I mean, that's definitely one of my worst nightmares, just being a parent now of 2 little ones and taking that little extra time to do the right thing. Like, don't run into that store, unbuckle them. I know it's a pain, get them out and do that. But we have a pool at our complex that really frightens me. As soon as we get down there, the first thing we do is put Lawson's like little floaty on. Pools scare me, and running into traffic scares me. Like when I get Lawson out of his seat, there's Lawson. I have another little one, Leighton, that I have to get out of his seat, so I don't want Lawson running up because 1 second, you know, something terrible could happen. So those are my fears on the list of 10,000 as a parent. Of course.
It's terrifying. It's terrifying. I think I told you I had that conversation in Buffalo after a show with this woman, and she was like, Al, I'm 53, and my son, I think he was at 27 or something at the time, and he's like, I still worry about him like he's a baby. And she wasn't this hysterical woman. She was actually very put together. It's just like it's not natural to love something as much as you love your kid. You love your kid more than yourself times 100. It's a weird biological thing. It's something that's been inside of us for centuries. And the reason, and so you can see why people helicopter parent and see why people overdo it, because the fear of something happening to them is almost too much to take.
They say it's like your heartbeat outside yourself. Seeing your heart outside yourself. It's very scary.
And your heartbeat.
Okay. I'm done with him.
Can I just say, we don't have kids, but when I nannied, I would always be very terrified of the stairs.
Yeah.
And so when we have stairs in our house now, and we were going to do, we had Jeff and his kids over, and so my husband, as a safety measure, got 2 weights, 2 pounds apiece for ankle weights to put
for the baby.
That's what I thought.
So we can catch him before he went.
This is a true story. This is a true story.
How are we just now bringing this up? I forgot about this.
My son is 2 years old. Her husband wanted to put ankle weights on my son so he couldn't walk down the stairs. So he couldn't get there.
Wasn't there like a Rocky movie based on that where the guy had those boots on?
Well, he just put a barrier on the stairs.
I know, but you went out and got one.
Find another baby gate, so he got the ankle weights, and he's like, I got the perfect solution.
So he can have more weight behind him when he falls down the stairs.
That's a true story.
Anthony.
That was a true story. Best guy ever. All right. Speaking of kids, elementary school students study all subjects like English, math, and science. But what about etiquette? A school in Indiana now has a mandatory etiquette class for 5th graders. The school says students learn to make eye contact while shaking hands, work on active listening skills, and manners. So DBL Nation, what do you think? Should etiquette classes be mandatory for students everywhere? Head to dblvote.com and let us know what you think. I'm going to kick this off and say absolutely. Not only in 5th grade, it should start earlier and last all the way through high school. Do you stop math in 7th grade or in high school? No, you keep learning, keep
My grades look
yourself.
like I did.
But I think this is great. I think we've lost manners in our country. I think we don't know etiquette. I get mad about it, about social skills every single day. Don't get me fired up, but I think this is a great idea.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying don't necessarily. We have to remember that we were part of an analog generation. Now we're digital. Their kids now, my kids, your kids, you guys' kids will not know that world. There was a time where, like, if you wanted to come play with me, you'd have to knock on my door. My mom would open the door. You'd have to learn how to interact with her, and then ask politely, can Al come out? Now it's just log on. Hey, log on, dude. I'm on there.
No, may Al come out. Excuse me, Miss Jackson.
Yeah.
May Al come out? You know that's gone too.
Right. And so, but it's not their fault. So we have to almost go back and teach them the things that we take for granted because we had to interact. If I needed something from Tori, I'd have to talk to her. Now I'm like, just Postmates and be done with it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So I think like we have to remember as an older generation that like we have to just teach these kids how to live life,
but
how to interact.
Even a more reason to.
That's right.
Absolutely. Let's look at DBL Nation. Come on, 50-50. Nobody voted. All right, we're moving on. I got one question for you guys. Who are you going to call?
The police.
Again, it's that type of day right now. Stephanie has some trending Ghostbuster news, and it's coming in hot.
Get ready, because the police aren't coming, but the Proton Pack wearing Ghostbusters are, and they are ready to fend off all things supernatural. Jason Reitman is set to direct the next chapter in the original franchise, which his father, Ivan Reitman, directed back in 1984. Jason said it's not a reboot, and instead of taking place in the 80s, the movie will be set in the present day. And everyone is wondering if the original cast will be back, but little details have emerged on who will star. The new Ghostbusters movie is set to be released in the summer of 2020.
Nice. A good follow-up to that last one they did. It didn't do so good.
No, but I will say it did. It was a flop, and I agree with you. I think that Ivan Reitman's son, Jason Reitman, he was the director of the original, and it was so influenced by him, this could be a good thing.
Let's see. I don't know. That original cast was
I know, it's magic.
Special.
You're right.
Special. Yeah. All right, guys. You've probably heard of the new Netflix show Tidying Up with Marie Kondo.
I have not.
Tori loves it. It has so many people purging their closets. The show is all about the KonMari method. That's right, to get rid of material possessions that don't make you happy. Let's take a look.
Hello, I'm Maria Kondo. 私のミッションは片付けによって世界をときめかせていくことです。Choose items that spark joy for you.
Spark joy. It's not as easy as I thought it was going to be.
Because of this show, many thrift stores across the country say they are getting a huge influx in clothing. And Tori, you're a huge fan of this show.
I am. I read the book, and now she has a series. It's adorable. Here's the theory. You put all your stuff in the middle of your bedroom, and you say each...
Kind of like you have here. You have quite the pile.
Yeah, let me finish. And then as soon as you do this, you lift an item, and you say, Jeff, within 2 seconds, does this sweater spark joy?
No.
and then you put it away. And you don't think about it too much. It's the instant of one material can spark joy. If it doesn't, just get rid of it altogether. And it's saved a lot of people that are on the edge of hoarding and cluttering and doing all of that stuff.
Okay, well, let's try it on you, because I think we have a graphic here, and this is not a joke. This is actually a picture of our dressing room. That's where we get changed. All those shoes are Tori's, and they're jeans. So, Tori, does this spark anything to you? Do you think we should get rid of any of those shoes?
So that's where I placed the stuff I didn't want, was in that dressing room.
Okay, my question is, how do you have 3 pairs of shoes that are outside shoes? How did you get home?
I swam. No, I'm kidding.
What's going on? That I swear to you is an honest picture I took when I walked in the dressing room.
Yeah, no, I'll be honest. Geniuses are often messy. This is an image of someone.
So why are you bringing that up?
Tori is the biggest genius on the show.
She is.
We'll get right into it.
Exactly, but I do need to work on, obviously, tidying up with Marie Kondo.
Maybe you should call her or friend her on some kind of social media, because you need like one-on-one
help?
Like an emergency intervention.
But do I spark joy for everybody?
Yes.
And speaking of decluttering, we've got easy tricks to organize your kitchen, pro tips for everyone. But first, we're chatting with Howie Mandel about the reboot of Deal or No Deal, and ask him if he recalls Meghan Markle back when she was on the original show. All right, we'll be right back.
Tired?
So
let's reveal her.
This is where my line crosses. This is my zone.
Jeff,
okay?
look at my zone. There's nothing. I have 1 card.
And this is Tori's zone.
Do you mean the genius zone?
And by the way, she just knocked over a cup when she walked over, so you have a cup
Here, come
under
over
there.
and take a look,
Here,
Alex.
come look at here. This is true. We're not making this up.
This is what it looks like.
This is
What's going
Tori's
on with
zone.
her? Sorry, how much?
Okay, so, and there's an empty box
These
of
are
mints in
duplicate
here.
stories. Like, she doesn't even need.
She ties her paper clips around her.
Yeah,
by the way, these are for everybody that we
she
put
has,
under
like,
here.
Weird kind of devil signs all over the place.
And might I say that there were 12 of these when I first put them out?
I know.
And now there's 3.
And I put
or
mine
4.
back.
Yeah.
Because
they have Velcro.
people
They're
put
made
their
special.
paper clips around them.
That doesn't even stick anymore, probably.
Yeah, what is going on here? This is not set up either. This is not set up. Neither was that picture that we
This is
showed.
a conversation we have on this set every day. They just brought it on air.
I think they have their own personal
stories.
Dre and Hannah, you guys want to tell some Tori stories? And here comes Dre. Dre popped up for that one.
Hell yeah. How you guys doing? So Tori's one of my faves, but she does have a little bit of a, she doesn't know where she puts things. Like her ID just now. Actually, just today she took my cell phone when she went to lunch. She thought it was hers. What else happened? It's because everything kind of just gets to her desk, and it's kind of like an orbit. All of a sudden, it all just collects on her desk. Don't know how it happens. That's why we moved her from where she used to be in the corner over there. We had to put her on the outside because all of her stuff would become a black hole on that wall right there. Just yesterday, she thought my makeup brush was hers. So I was doing her makeup or whatever. She needed to bronze up her neck. She took my foundation brush. Of course, I'm a little bit darker than her. Puts it all over her. I can't use that makeup brush no more. So bye-bye makeup brush. I love her, though. That's my girl. So y'all gotta be careful.
Welcome back to DBL, and today is Chatting with the Stars. I had so much fun catching up with Deal or No Deal host Howie Mandel. Now, Howie's so busy, he actually had to be pinned down while he was commuting between gigs. This guy, let's give him a fist bump, yeah? Check it out, guys.
Read it out loud.
Say deal to this offer, and 25 of your choir students will receive an all-expense-paid trip to London.
I am fist bumping my next guest. Thanks for joining us. It's Howie Mandel. Welcome to Daily Blast Live, Howie. Thanks for being here.
I'm a germaphobe, so I didn't want to be in the same room as you. So I am outside the building just Ubering.
Now, it's been almost a decade since Deal or No Deal was on TV. Tell us what prompted this return that I'm now obsessed with my husband.
I know, it's better now than it ever was.
So
it's
good.
Deal or No Deal 2.0, so it's still $1 million, 26 models, bigger and better than it ever was. A female banker. You will cry, you will laugh, you will scream.
We all think of one person other than Howie Mandel when we think of Deal or No Deal. It rhymes with Schmegin Schmarkle. So it's, of course, Meghan Markle. How did you discover the first time that the Duchess of Sussex was actually a briefcase model on the show?
I just found out from you. Oh my God, I didn't know. What a surprise this has been.
No.
I had no idea. Did you hear that? There's somebody out talking to the guy, the Uber driver. Schmegin Schmarkle worked with me. I didn't remember her until Harry popped the question and they started showing all the press, and I saw her standing there with a briefcase, and I go, I wish I remembered her.
Now, your wife actually convinced you to step into your role as a game show host. Why were you not interested at first? Because it seems like such a good transition.
Because in 2005, no comedian was a game show host. I just thought that would be the nail in the coffin of my career.
Got it.
And as luck would have it, it changed my life, and it's been the biggest success I've had to date.
You're also a judge on America's Got Talent, and the champion Susan Boyle already skipped her way to the finals. Howie, do you think she's going to win?
I think there's a good chance. It's not up to me. It's up to super fans from the 50 states. So you never know who's going to be there for the final.
Wow. Well, as another stand-up comic who became a TV host, I got to say, I think of you as such a role model. What an honor it was to chat with you here at DBL. We're excited that Deal or No Deal is back, and we look forward to watching the season, Howie.
I think after all my years in the business, I realized what you're trying to say is goodbye.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You totally read the room.
But I'm giving you and the Uber driver both 5 stars.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the Academy. I want to thank my parents. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Watch my special. Watch Deal or No Deal in AGT. Bye-bye.
Catch a new episode of Deal or No Deal tonight on CNBC and America's Got Talent Champions Monday nights on NBC. Plus, Howie's Showtime comedy special premieres this Friday. He's a busy, busy guy. Busy guy.
Wow, what a great interview on both ends. Like, he was a great interview. You were a great interviewer.
Thank you. He was so funny. And I will tell you, I do watch Deal or No Deal 2.0, and the difference is the banker is a woman. You can count her, but she also offers things that aren't money. So if you're starting, let's say, an ice cream business like this one girl was, she offered like free advice from like a Ben & Jerry's representative, and that could be money worth using. So you can counter that, but she also offers you things that aren't money. So it's a really interesting new Deal or No Deal.
I understand less about the show now. I don't understand what that meant.
Well, in the age of equality, if the banker was a woman on the first one, shouldn't it be a man on the second one?
It was a banker was a man on the first one.
Equality. We are live. Raquel Villanueva has news at the moment.
Thanks, Jeff. Macaulay Culkin is defending his friendship with Michael Jackson as an explosive documentary about the late singer is set to premiere soon. Culkin met Jackson when he was 10 years old with a 22-year age gap at the time. On a podcast, the actor says the, quote, normal friendship made sense at the time since they were both child stars. Culkin describes the singer as sweet and gentle, saying they would prank call together. Leaving Neverland features Michael Jackson's accusers, and it opens at the Sundance Film Festival next week.
Thank you, Raquel. Very
depressing music documentaries coming out lately.
I think that's interesting.
It is. It's going to be interesting for sure. Coming up on DBL, new year, new kitchen. We have easy tips to organize the space and make the most of your home. We'll be right back.
So Love for One Another 1999 says, I love Jeff, but he is a neat freak.
I am.
On
Who's it, Jordan Center?
No, this is Love for One Another 99. On Big Brother, when he came back to visit, he told Cody and Derek that it stunk in the BB house. I like Jeff the best. Yeah, let a little mess come into your life.
I do, but I like things organized. I feel like if you let things get too messy, you have chaos in your life. It's just part of it. I'm serious.
Jeff, can I say this? I don't understand why people let their stuff get nasty. I'm like, you have to live here.
I know.
Why are you gonna eat on the filthy tape? Like, I just bought a vacuum cleaner while we were on the air today.
This is riveting. Can we go over to
what do you have? I want to know what is. Never mind.
Oh, never
Just
mind.
go
Go ahead. No, sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
No, we don't have anything.
Oh, I want to know if the dressing room looks like that, and this looks like that, and your desk looks like that. What do you do when you go home? How does it look?
Spotless.
How?
First of all, I would like to say, the dressing room was a moment in which I didn't realize I had an interview, so I had to like drop my pants.
No. This was going on. It was a build-up. Okay, you want me to keep going? There's a shelf with 7 holes in there, okay? I had like 7 little cubbies. By the time I get in, there's no cubbies left because she has 3 of them. So this was an ongoing thing that I was already mad
But
about.
not anymore. I don't use the cubbies anymore.
Okay, so Hannah specifically put this little drawer in there that says Jeff on there. I come in the morning, her stuff's on there. Do you notice I throw it away every time I come in? I shove it in one of those cubbies, and then finally got to a point with the shoes. I was like, enough's enough. I'm shaming her. It's coming out.
Shoe shamers or no shamers?
What?
Messy people of the world unite, but on their own terms, because it's probably too messy to me.
We'll meet at the dumpster in the back alley. Welcome back to Daily Blast Live. Starting the new year fresh is all about getting organized, and one of the toughest places to get organized is in the kitchen. We brought in the experts from Major Organizers here in Denver to show us how it's done.
This is really where you want to start your organization. So Kara, tell me the 3 spots we're going to hit in the kitchen.
The 3 areas we're going to tackle are going to be underneath the sink, the pantry, and then we're going to do the junk drawer.
Oh boy, everyone loves the junk drawer. All right, you guys ready? Let's do it!
We want to start with the clean palette. I'm trying to pull everything from this pantry area here. So basically I'm sorting into categories. I'm going to pull, sort into categories. I have my spices here. I have my seasoning salts here. You're eliminating the bags, its form and function, everything's captured and contained. I'll just start pulling. Yeah, I don't need a drain clog. I have cleaning supplies over here, and I'm still sorting. And then I want to wipe this out before we start figuring out how we want to organize it and put it back in. Cleaning supplies, and this is dish soap and more specialty items there. Hand soap, vegetable wash is in the back. This was what was described to us as a junk drawer, and it's something that's in all of our kitchens. As I just look through here, I see the pens and pencils. I see more things of supply in nature. Loose change here. She established homes, or kind of space planned the drawer where she wanted everything to live in the drawer. Sorting, treasuring what she wants to keep or get rid of as far as this drawer. And then she did a great job trying to capture and contain like items within the drawer. I think it looks great.
Great tips. You could find more information at majororganizers.com. We'll be right back. That was a terrible throw. Tori's thinking about ways to make fun of me, but she can't come up with anything clever.
No, it's not that. It's just it's so obvious to make fun of him of things, right?
That's not the problem. She can't be clever and make fun of me.
Well, I could make fun of the back fat, the gray hair, the old age. Do you want me to keep going? See,
wow.
It gets but of course, if it's on me, it's fine.
I don't call you back fat.
You could. You really could.
He's saving that. He's saving that. Let's reel this back in. We are not at Don's.
This is my BF. Oh, you guys are best friends? No. This is back fat.
That's true. Oh, Lord. My wife is an artist and is always messy, says Hugh Bean. Scott Schmidt says maybe Tori's husband keep things neat and tidy at home. I'm more neat than my wife. And that definitely is true, so I give all the credit there. Hugh Bean also says, Tori, a messy home is a happy home. Do you guys have messy homes and what do you do with it? What do you?
A messy house is not a happy house.
No, it's not for me either. It's not a relaxing house either. I have to when I cook every night, and when I cook, I clean like as I go. Because if there's like pots that are dirty and like dirty dishes, and I'm about to sit down and watch some shows, no.
What are you thinking about while you're watching the shows?
That I'm gonna get tired, and then I'm gonna be tired, and then I gotta get up and clean this stuff, and it's just sitting there being dirty.
So follow this out. It's dirty. You get tired. You go to bed. There's some dirty stuff in your sink.
No. We're not practicing those methods.
No, I'm not saying practice. What is the worst thing that could happen? Is what I'm saying.
Bad habits start forming.
I see. Okay.
I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't want to show my wife or kids this is how we live.
It's like you have to stay ahead of it, because if it feels like, to me, it feels like you're drowning. Like if you start, like it starts with the dishes, and then it goes in there in the sink, and then it goes to the countertop, and then the bathroom just isn't quite clean enough, and then
the laundry's piling up.
You can't walk around the laundry's piling. You can't walk around the floors without your shoes on because it's so disgusting.
Is this hitting close to home?
And then
why were you laughing? I know, why were you laughing?
It's just it's so like on this and that. I don't think the worst thing in the world is some mess on your countertops.
Your house should rise up to.
But see where so you can have a little mess on your countertops, but then it turns into 3 pairs of shoes in a dressing room that 8 people share. That's 3 by 3.
Wow, you really gotta get over this shoe thing.
We gotta get someone in there.
No, I can't. I don't even have I need a cubby. All I need is a cubby. You won't let me have a cubby.
I'm sorry I took your cubby. I feel like I'm in kindergarten.
You took everyone's cubby.
I didn't take everybody's cubby. I have no clothes in the cubbies right now.
Blocker.
I am not a cubby blocker.
You are a cubby blocker. You're a straight cubby blocker.
I also want to be clear. We have the idea of a postage stamp for 8 people in that dressing room.
And now the postage stamp has 3 pairs of shoes and your jeans on the floor in it.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
You see what I'm saying?
What
Thank you. I heard a clap.
Who is that? Leo? We're no longer friends.
But don't worry, we're still BFs. Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. Tori, I'm sure there's some about your shoes in the dressing room.
Okay, but first off, I want to start with Love for One Another 1999. She's a Big Brother fan, and she writes, I love Jeff, but he is a neat freak.
It's true.
Do you think you're too much of a neat freak?
I don't think there's such a thing. Yeah. Listen, I'm not crazy. I don't like polishing my silverware every day.
When you feel like you're in somebody's house and you feel like you're in a museum, like you don't want to touch anything.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Well, that's because your house was what I was thinking about. I'm just kidding. No, she has such a beef home, but you have like an interactive home. You can kind of hang out, so.
You can hang out.
You gotta take those shoes off, though.
Take your shoes off.
Right.
Or leave them in the dressing room. Either way. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place.